Hello, I'm a baby. I haven't been born yet. Today, I'm going to tell you how our life began when our mom knew nothing about us. Look at yourself in the mirror. Everyone, our neighbors, our parents, we all grew from a couple of cells to a big organism. The moment of conception is when two cells get together and the new DNA begins. And this is the great creation moment. The scientists observed how at this point a flash of light appears. This is when two cells, female and male, get together, and the human being is a new universe. The DNA contains all information about the appearance, about the character, about everything. This body has never existed, and this person has never lived. They are unique. And what happens? First, these cells, they get to a very comfortable place. It goes through a fallopian tube from an ovary to the womb, where this new human will be developing. The mother doesn't know that she's pregnant, and on the 20th day, the baby develops their nervous system, and there is a minute heart, and it pumps the blood. And do you know that the blood system of the baby is maybe different from their mothers? Then the lungs and other systems develop. On the 5th week, the baby begins moving, and they even feel pain. Then the baby moves like a born baby. At this time, the brain begins developing. And this is already the time when this baby can be seen by special equipment. We get everything necessary for a baby via the umbilical cord. Now, of course, we don't have a tail, as the old wives' tale says. No, this is our pelvis developing. On the 9th or 10th week, the fetus is moving or moves their eyes. Then on the 11th week, all the systems of the body are functioning already. On the 11th week, we already can suck our thumb and we respond to external noises. Can you imagine if a child could grow so fast as during the first 7 weeks, then the weight at the time of the birth would be 14 tons, like several elephants. In our body, everything is well balanced. We all had gone through the time when we didn't know that we existed. The life of everyone is valuable, and it begins from the moment of conception. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we'll wait for a minute or two, and we are going to begin. We are waiting for all the speakers. We are on the 4th floor, and we are expecting everyone to join us shortly. I'm going to begin. Hello, I'm an embryo. I'm a baby before I'm born. Can you imagine? My parents did an ultrasound and they wanted to find out whether I'm a boy or a girl. My mom wants to have a princess and my father wants to have a boy. And I turned away and they didn't see who I am. But I'm absolutely sure that they love me, whether I'm a boy or a girl. I can say that sometimes an ultrasound can make a mistake. I do remember that a friend of hers was told that she was going to have a girl, but they got twins, two boys. And I envy twins so much. It's great fun to be together. It's so cool to celebrate, and you can have a party and you try to guess whether you're going to have a boy or a girl. This is the very first celebration the baby has before they are born. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hello. Hooray. You're going to have a brother. In fact, our gender is incorporated into us on the very first moment. When the two cells get together, then there's equal a DNA combination that we get from our mother and our father. And there are X chromosomes and Y or X chromosomes coming from men. And the combination gives the sex that we are going to get. XY is a boy, and testosterone is producing, and the male body is developing. Without a Y chromosome, if we have double X, then it is a female body. And after 5 or 6 weeks, our systems are developing that are responsible for our female or male bodies. And we know that girls will become tender mothers and boys will become fathers. All girls have a secret. In the ovaries, there are all the cells that will be required for future babies. So all the girls do have them from their birth. That is why girls should be protected very carefully. Can you see so many secrets that no one can see? Even geographic conditions of a certain country can influence the sex of the children. For example, in Scandinavia, there are more girls that are born, and in Scandinavian countries, there are fewer of them. And near the equator, there are more boys that are born. And the toxic response of mothers is fewer when women are pregnant with girls, and boys consume more calories, 200 calories per day more. And we all know the saying that the way to the heart of the man comes via their stomach. As for the attempts to try to guess the sex of the future baby, very many people try to do that. Dear colleagues, let's begin. Let's begin. I know that some people are still missing. We are going to begin. Please take your seats. Let me begin this scientific and educational conference Bioethical and Legal Issues of the Life Before Birth. This is a hybrid conference Lots of participants are online from Belarus, Peru, Mexico, and other countries. And here we have representatives of the Ministry of Healthcare, Ministry of Education, the Child Ombudsman, and various non-governmental organizations, psychologists, and everyone who is interested in this topic. There's really a great interest in this topic because this is a non-standard approach. It is science and how it views the life before birth. And all of us have been through this period. And we have invited everyone to take a look at what this child sees before they are born. We tried to invite all the specialists who are going to share with us different opinions, and they represent different disciplines and sciences. First, I would like to give the floor to a representative of the Russian University of Medicine. They are hosting this conference. And I would like to give the floor to Nikolai Moiseev. No, Vyacheslav Moiseev is head of the psychology department of the university under the Ministry of Healthcare of Russia. Yes, thank you very much. I'm happy to welcome all the participants of this conference. I believe this is a most important topic that we need to develop and discuss. And I also refer to the decree 809 on traditional values, decree of the President of the Russian Federation. And I'm sure that this conference will contribute to all these efforts, and thanks to our work, our people will be expanding. So first, we will increase the birth rate, and then we will be seeing more people living in this country, and this is what we can give to our future generations. I am grateful that this university has become a venue for this most important conference. I wish you all success. Thank you very much. I'm passing the floor to Sergei Chesnakov, head of the public project of the demographic platform from the Movement for Life. Thank you. I'm happy to welcome you all from the Russian University of Medicine. Sometimes it is called the third medical university. Recently, we had an event in the first medical university, and we have representatives here from that university. Sergei Alexandrovich, can you please show my slides? I'm going to speak about popularization of scientific data on the life of a child before birth. Next slide, please. Actually, this conference is held to continue the work of the symposium that took place in 2015. No, the previous one, the previous. Yeah, I need the previous slide. Yes, these are the materials of the symposium. There were representatives of 10 countries, and there were only researchers and scientists. And this is a collection of all presentations. I have the only copy. You can never find it. So this is a QR code, and this is a link to the PDF file of this collection, because this presents a scientific view on this issue. And there were representatives of different disciplines taking part in 2015. And also, we developed a digest. It's called Prenatal Baby. This brochure published. The circulation was 50,000 copies, and it was circulated in various medical organizations. So that collection of presentations and this brochure included various documents and materials referring to different aspects, including legal rights of these babies before they are born. And we believe that abortions, this is a totally different topic and sphere. The only criticism we got was not about the life before birth, but it referred to interpretations of various laws and draft laws. So there's a myth on criminal abortions. Our opponents were saying that this might lead to criminal abortions, and we analyzed the statistics. That symposium in 2015 aimed at raising awareness of various research data. And in 2019, we had a survey with about 29 respondents. One of the questions was, do you believe that we need to include into the school curricula the knowledge about life before birth? And among young people, it was 80% who said yes. And among people 60 plus, almost 90%. So the majority of people do believe that at school we need to tell about life before birth. But there's a discrepancy between university course books and school books, secondary school books. And we need to change this. That is why we organize such conferences. Next slide, please. Here you can see a range of disciplines and sciences that study the life before birth. And right here is about 14 areas. It is axiology, anthropology, biology, sociology, theology. And I am showing this to you to demonstrate that it is not only biology or law. No, this is wider, and this is the phenomenon of the life of the child. And this phenomenon is studied by a variety of disciplines. And I'm going to show you an example. And this is right on the surface. This is what is part of the public discussions. For example, the laws before the revolution. So you see here from the 17th century, the life of babies was protected. And this is because Christian culture was prevailing, and Christian theology is one of the disciplines that studies this. And according to this, the beginning of life began at the moment of conception. That is why life was so valuable and it was protected by legislation. And here we can see the data of the conference from 1965. That was a Soviet anti-religious period. And here you can see different periods of life. First embryonic, then transitional, and only the fourth period is after birth. So here we see that we are speaking not only about theology and traditions that exist in Russia, but here we speak about modern scientific data.
So here you see a quotation from the sociology handbook. And in the wide range, we can see that infanticide is all about abortion due to economic, religious, political, or social reasons. And here we say that abortion is an act of homicide. And it says that there are economical reasons, religious reasons, political and social reasons. So not only religious reasons are there, it means that the reasons for abortions are different in different time periods. And a few words about psychology and neonatology. So there is a range of books on how uh, human human beings are being developed after conception till the very birth. And we see that for medicine, this issue is quite relevant. For instance, in 2012, at the conference of Russian doctors, there were more than 5,000 delegates, and the code of honor was adopted, and it goes that I will pay special attention and respect to the human life since the moment conception, and I will never use my knowledge to damage or harm human lives. But this code disappeared from the internet for some reason, so probably there was a kind of discussion or confrontation, but this document actually was, and you can find it in the internet in the reference of legal documents. And now in the medical community, a paradigm is quite popular. It goes about help during the first 1,000 days of children. And Leila Namazova-Baranova was speaking about this issue at the conference because there are economic calculations that go if you don't pay enough attention to children up to 1,000 days, it means 2 years from the birth. So if we don't spend money on medical assistance and other type of help, mothers will suffer. So, and the question of axiology, our today's conference is being held under the auspices of BRICS, and Russia turned away from the Western countries. And in terms of demography, these countries have very low birth rate. They are dying, and we are turning towards countries who are reproducing. They have very high birth rates, and in BRICS association, these are the countries. In these countries, a very big impact is made by traditional values, but traditional values are connected to science directly. What I showed you from scientific disciplines, ethics, for instance, the discussions are being held over centuries on different matters. And this is the science that appeared not a century ago. Of course, in biology, some discoveries were made 100 or 150 years ago, and maybe society is skeptic about some biological data. Maybe science will change its mind, or they will discover something else in 10 years. But we need to have a holistic approach, but also we need to take into account values, because values are being built not over decades or centuries, but over several centuries or even thousands of years. And at this graph, you can see the schema of how values are being transferred from adults to children of a third age group to fourth age group, and this is how traditions are being transferred. Why I'm showing this? Children here are from 2, 3 years to up to 12 or 14 years when they start to speak, when they perceive the culture through personification, and up to 2 years. This is the first period of life, first 1,000 days of life, and this is actually what this horseshoe is being introduced about transition of values. So these are traditional values that we need to take into account. And in that regard, reproduction sometimes doesn't happen because it doesn't happen physically. There are not enough children, just like in Russia, it happens. And there is no transition of values. It's because we lack a very significant element of this transition, because a woman who is carrying her baby do not transfer their values. And that's a very big issue that is so important for reproduction, of physical reproduction and values reproduction. So that's why we say that we need to take into account not just modern science, but the entire range of sciences, our values, our customs, our virtues. Russia is now under huge pressure, but we have high expectations on Russia from all nations who stick to traditional values. And it is critically important that today's conference is the international showcase and that we have such conferences in Russia and that it is being held at the Russian Medical University. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please stay within time limit. Now I would like to give the floor to Tatiana Butska, First Deputy Chairman of the State Duma Committee on Family Issues, head of the Strong Family Project of the United Russia Party. Tatiana, over to you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Yes, we can hear you, but we cannot see you right now. Please show us the speaker. So, yes, finally, I can see you. And we can see you as well. Uh, Good afternoon. Once again, greetings from the State Duma. Thank you to Sergei for such a brilliant report. So the theory was fully covered. If you don't mind, I will speak about practical issues, legal issues. Obviously, child's life, if we say that there are first 1,000 days from conception, if in our strategical documents we put the wording life before and after birth, so this life should be protected, must be protected, and it must be protected primarily by planning. And as a matter of fact, that's the most important issue. It's very difficult to catch up. It's very difficult to talk to women who come with a already made decision on abortion. Even more difficult to do this when in the legislation there is a week of silence. But what are we up to during this week of silence? Most of regions are not aware of it. They don't know what to do. And we have carried out a very big research with Ms. Kuznetsova on across all regions of Russia. We were looking whether we have psychologists, doctors, midwives, and gynecologists who can make an advice to women about their fate. And obviously, there was just a few regions where we have psychologists who work with the women during the week of silence. Another problem is that there are regions where we have productive work with non-profit organizations because NPOs are not there just to be for granted. They sincerely strive for every child's life, where the ovary cell came together with the sperm cell, where life appeared. And here we need to support women, but also we need to say what government can give to women. And the program that we implement right now across all maternity welfare clinics, and as far as I know, it should have been integrated because first it was a pilot project, a trial. So we have all these measures of support, and we're trying to deliver this information to women who are willing to give birth to their children. So we need to do something with this week of silence. It will be a very serious work, maybe at the legislative level, because if this week is not filled out with something, it will not work, as we can see it. It is very important to plan maternity and not to changing her mind. And the program that we put into maternity welfare clinics, I'm convinced that so it was designed by the Council of Mothers of Russia, and it should be a motivator, not a calculator. It is just for women who plan delivering the first child or next children. So they need to have an opportunity to come to a family information center and together with the family coordinators, take a look at everything that the government can give to you. So this project is now implemented across 30 regions. Of course, we need volunteers, we need to get some support from the government, but the sense must be taken not when the choice is made, but at the planning stage. Women should understand how they can be supported from the government, from the state. And I think this is a very crucial work with our families that we need to put into our legal documents. And of course, we need to protect children's life before birth. We are talking about palliative status of a fetus. We know that ultrasound can make mistake, can be wrong. A doctor can make a mistake, but the price of this mistake is life. That is why when we introduce the term palliative status of fetus, on one hand, we guarantee support to women, special support to women, because when she said that the child is ill, there should be another type of work with psychologists. Not standard doctors should be applied, like midwife or gynecologists, maybe genetics specialist. If there is a serious pathology, there should be palliative specialists who should step in. These people should be next to women when the palliative status is made, and they also need to protect doctors because doctors sometimes can make mistakes, and we can understand them because there are so many criminal cases opened for doctors. So if they see that the fetus is not vital, if it can die during the delivery and the doctor will be to blame, so the palliative status will help us to remove that pressure from doctors, that doctors will be punished. If we have palliative status, it means that so it's up to a doctor to finish this process. But of course, we need to talk about this with experts, with medicine doctors, and we're working on this right now. And we're also working on perinatal support. Or guidance. I'm pretty sure that there were some cases when at the 12th week a wrong decision is made, but next to you there is a person who says, so just deliver a baby and next we will see you how the orphanage works and how we can help with adoption, and you will protect your health and the child will be protected. So as we're talking about week 12 and week 30, the decisions are quite different. At week 30, the women are not likely to give up her children. So women should have a possibility to step back at any moment. And I think that we need to put this into our legal documents, and this will help us to protect hundreds or maybe thousands of lives of children per year, and this is an immense figure. So that's why I'm saying that we are working on this, and I'm saying thank you to experts, to non-profit organizations who help us. And as a alumni of the Second Medical University, I send my regards to the First Medical University and Third Medical University, and I wish you a fruitful work. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Butska. Probably we do not have time for questions. Maybe just one question to Tatiana. Yes, I'm ready to take your questions. So only several regions have this program, but how many regions have this program? Because the rest of the regions do not have this program. So how many are there of these regions? It's a very specific question, because it's a legal responsibility if this legislation is not being observed. I got your question. So now we are preparing the final press conference at which we will outline all the regions. We will calculate them. We will name them out. So you get this information not just in figures, but in specific categories. Probably as we send requests to governors, to ministers, maybe ministers are not aware of some non-profit organizations' activities, so that's why we need to name all the regions so they can spread the information about this program. But the week of silence is just a wording, and inside this, unfortunately, I don't know how many people are there from the regions at the conference. I don't know how women work during this week of silence, how psychologists, lawyers, social support people, how they work. Family who do not support, employers who are not interested in a pregnant woman. So what's happening during the week of silence? Yes, we get it in the document, but after this week of silence, woman returns and she is even more stronger with her decision. So that's why we need to keep on working. And through Sergey, I will tell you when this conference will take place. Thank you very much, Tatiana, and goodbye. So this conference is being held under the association I Am Alive, which is about supporting the smallest embryo in the internet, Embryosha. And Embryosha has an initiative that the Week of Silence starts with the consultancy with psychology. And maybe our State Duma can use this initiative.
Почему так? Вот я как мама 12 детей, мне непонятно, почему.
Yeah, mother of 12 has a question why only 1 week of silence is given. Sorry, we don't have time to discuss all this. We might lose time. We are going to discuss all the presentations, and we have about 30 speakers. And if we have questions for everyone, really won't have time. Now, the Chief Reproductive Specialist, Natalia Dolgushina. Natalia Vitalyevna, over to you. So she heard your question, and she might provide some explanation. Natalia, yeah, good morning, dear moderator. Good morning, dear colleagues. I have this important task to present this talk to this conference on behalf of the Ministry of Healthcare. First, I would like to begin with very important words. Of course, there's a decree of the president, and this year of 2024 is the year of the family. And that is why all maternity and child-related aspects are in focus. And when we speak about reproductive health, and when we speak about families with several children, when we speak about supporting young families, the Ministry of Healthcare has a number of measures related to the development of healthcare infrastructure and upgrading the equipment of those organizations and centers that support mothers and children. There's a program of state guarantees, and it includes the reproductive hospitalization this year and in future. And this is provided also for women from the age of 18 to 49. And the major task is to identify various diseases and conditions that prevent them from having babies. Also, the clinical guidelines have been developed by the Association of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. And this includes the preparation before women decide to have a baby. Also, recommendations on ultrasound and information that women get when they get to a clinic with a decision to have an abortion. And there's information provided that this might lead to various inflammatory diseases and oncological diseases. And this is done in order to raise awareness of these women. And I can say that in the past, the Ministry of Healthcare has taken unprecedented measures to prevent abortions. Tatiana Viktorovna, this is not what ASI, the Agency of Strategic Initiatives, does, but the whole ministry works on that. And we inform various organizations on measures to support women with several children and families with several children. Also, we have developed various modules. These are scripts for specialists who work with pregnant women. Also, the continuous medical education now includes a special module on consulting women at the stage of making reproductive choice. Also, recommendations have been developed for websites of different medical organizations that offer pregnancy interruption services. So all these measures and legal consultation and medical consultation led to the fact that 45,000 women last year, they rejected the idea of interrupting their pregnancy. So all these efforts, they are aiming at increasing the number of children that are born in the country, and this includes the work with families that live in remote countryside areas. We also use various diagnostics and prophylactic measures. Also, it is reduction of abortions and implementation of various prevention measures to preserve the health of our population. And I wish this conference fruitful work and great discussions. If there are any questions, I will be happy to respond. Thank you very much. I'm sure there are many questions, but right now we don't have time. We will get back to you with them later. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Irina Vladimirovna, the Ombudsman, Children in the Republic of Tatarstan. She's a co-chair of the Demographic Platform project from Kazan. Irina, good morning, dear colleagues. I would like to thank the organizers for holding such an important conference. Today, at dawn, I received the most interesting information. It is on the regional law center, law and medical center in Moscow, and they announced the results of the expert evaluation. So the linguist who conducted this report provided information that abortion equals homicide. And I believe this is great. So, sorry, there was no linguists involved. Oh, yeah, I know. I'm saying that among the disciplines I showed you at the beginning, there was no linguistics. Well, now these materials can be used to support that. It's great that more and more people have a focus on this topic and they protect life before birth. As an ombudsman in the Republic of Tatarstan, I initiated to remove abortions from private clinics. And first, I addressed the head of the Republic, Mr. Minihanov, and he supported me. And now we send requests to owners and managers of private clinics. And these are not federal, but regional clinics. And they, 1/3 of them responded that they are not going to offer any abortions in the future. And if we want this to work all over the country, then there should be some federal initiative. And we sent this idea to the State Duma, and we hope that in the near future, the regulatory documents will be amended. And I would like to thank the Ministry of Healthcare. We have just heard that really in the past 2 years, a lot has been done in order to reduce the number of abortions in the country. Of course, we need to understand that in addition to restrictions, we also need to restructure the health policy of the country. And it should be preservation of the lives of our children. It is not only improving demographic results, but this is also some cognitive humanitarian element, because if we allow women and men with the help of medical specialists to kill unborn children, what future of the country and prosperity can we speak? What about the future greatness of the country? As an ombudsman, I also initiated an official status of a pregnant woman. For example, there's a status of a deputy or a status of a family with more than 3 children. Now, this status might give all women, disregarding their status or income, to get support from the state. And this should include housing and also necessary medical stuff and clothes, because very often relatives of such women, they are against the future baby. If, for example, if it is a very young woman, so sometimes they say that, oh, it is better to get rid of these problems, it is better to have an abortion. But these people forget that more problems arise after an abortion. And for example, women with breast cancer, very often they had an abortion in the past. Last year, we had a conference, and all the participants, and those were great experts in healthcare, there were academicians, and everybody said that an abortion is something evil for all women. Such a thing as a velvet abortion, as private clinics call it, they don't exist. And this idea was supported by all necessary statistics. And this means that we need to continue this work. And we need to implant this idea into the minds of all the people that children is the most valuable thing we might have, and life begins with the moment of conception. So I would like to send to you regards from the legislators of the Republic of Tatarstan. We all do a lot to make the life of our children better, and we definitely support all the initiatives in this sphere. Thank you very much, Irina Vladimirovna. Thank you for your work. And now a logical continuation. It is the position of the public chamber, representative of the public chamber, Natalia Moskitsina, and she's the president of the charity foundation Women for Life. Good morning, dear colleagues. Thank you, Sergei Valentinovich. Thank you that there are more and more conferences that protect children and help pregnant women. I believe that this is really something amazing, because 5 years ago, when we opened an anti-abortion program, everybody said that it wouldn't work. We still have very serious problem. It is values we all share. Sometimes we invite experts and they are scientists with great names, but very often they are not ready to talk publicly about certain things. That is why I believe that values are of crucial importance. Once we inspected female clinics, and once we came there, and this is like a secret shopper. So I said that I'm pregnant with my 5th child and I have 4 children already. And the psychologist there, she was saying that this abortion is my right and it is a great future. And I was asking additional questions to that psychologist. I was saying, maybe you wanted to say something different, but that psychologist was absolutely sure that an abortion is a way to happiness, and happiness is different for everyone. Then we reported about it to the governor. And after some time, we visited another clinic, but then the gynecologist said the same to me. So we need to work with values. Right now, we hear a lot that, okay, there should be economic and social support. And some people believe that if we provide housing or give financial support, then the fertility rate will go up. Yeah, but 1 or 2 children in a family is not enough. There should be 3 and more on average, but in some families, they cannot have children or they cannot have another child. Some are infertile. But what I'm saying that it should be our ideology. So we need to think about families with many or several children. For many people, it is not an obvious thing. And there is a statement, oh, those families are so poor. Why should we improve? Why should we expand this poverty in the country? So this reproductive choice sometimes is not supported appropriately. So very often the main reason is the lack of the required values I'm speaking about. About 2 years ago, we developed a legislative initiative. It is to prevent advice on abortions. First, it was in Moldova, and now it is already in 10 regions. And we try to incorporate this new view on life before birth. And the major idea is that no one, the boss of this woman, her mother, her husband, or a friend of hers, or a medical specialist cannot advise her to have an abortion. Why is it important? Because very often this advice and the perception of this problem, like the life before birth, equals its interruption. So this is the paradigm our whole country lives. So there's this abortive understanding. And this life before birth, it has no value. That is why we introduced that regulatory initiative. And the main thing was not enforcement measures we were thinking about, but we were thinking that if these women are not advised to interrupt their pregnancy, then it might lead to better results. So the fewer cases there are when people complain that, okay, we were offered to interrupt pregnancy and various regions were given. If these women are not advised, not persuaded to have an abortion, then I believe, and this is what our whole team works, but it looks like we are closing the gaps, and this is this is crisis measures. But in addition to this, we also need to work with students, the students who are about to graduate, and also future teachers. In every region, we try to work with students, medical students, and those specialists who graduated some time ago already. So we developed a module from conception to birth. And in one region, we are piloting it at secondary schools. So first, we taught biology teachers, and they are going to talk about it with children at school. And also, there's another module for future teachers, for students of pedagogical colleges and universities and medical schools. The course book of the 8th form in the primary school, it presents this topic differently. So now I believe it is the time we began viewing a human being not as some animal that transforms to some animal state or animal looking stages, but we focus on these values. And it is extremely important that those people who take a decision to start a family and have a baby, they need to understand what they are going to do, and this is not some animal they're going to produce. This is not their choice, which is on the same level as their career or comfort, but this is a human being from the moment of conception, and everyone has this choice and needs to make a right choice. Thank you.
And our next speaker. From the demographic point of view, as a science, I would like to give the floor to Levan Vasadze, public figure from Georgia. Thank you very much. Please tell us whether you can hear our speaker. So I'm very happy to stay with you because I'm a citizen of the Russian Federation, and I will try to deliver my presentation. So our main idea is that the national idea of Russia should be all about making Russia the greatest country in the world, and this is the main idea, and we can deal with this idea. And fighting abortion is a part of this idea because we don't want to die. And today I will try to give you some information on that matter from public sources and speak about measures that we believe are important not just to reverse these statistics of abortions, but to start the reproduction of the Russian population. So this is the first map. The more intense the color, the more redder the color, the lower the birth rate, and we are in the very dangerous zone. So next map is fertility rates. So please remove the top bar to make it more readable. So on the top map, we see how the world looked like in 1970 when I was born. And the dark blue is the worst. It means that in these parts of the world, the fertility rate was 1 to children. And bottom map 2014, we see that the entire planet got even more blue painted. Next map, that's the mathematical representation of territories over countries where the reproduction is more significant in terms of demography. Very logical map. The more faith people have, the more likely they are to reproduce. So the correlation is quite obvious. Russia is just 2% of the total world's population. And I believe that we need to take some measures to change the situation drastically. Where will the next 1,000 babies be born? And we see the calculations and we see how small Russia is in terms of birth rate compared to other countries in the world. So green areas are below replacement, red zones are population above replacement. And we see that we getting more and more green. And the next slide from this series, well, will be the end of natural population growth, natural or organic growth. And we see that it happened over the last 30 years. Let's recall Lev Gumilov, his first theory of antigenesis. And on the next slide, you can see the phases of passionary anthrogenesis, phases of a nation, civilization that really resemble that we are probably in the inertia phase or obscuration phase. And that's our idea that Russia should be the most populated country in the world. What can be done in this regard? Let's take a look at the forecast of the UN Population Fund. We see that Africa has plus 270% of population change. Asia is just 11% increase, but this is thanks to China. Northern America is plus 40%, but this is due to immigration. Latin America plus 14% of growth. Oceania, that's obvious. Europe is down by 13%. But of course, there are issues of immigration from the Middle East. If we don't change anything, Russia from the ninth place in terms of population, by 2020 loses its place, and in 100 years there will be India, China, Nigeria, United States, Pakistan, Indonesia, Congo, Ethiopia, Tanzania, and Egypt will be in the top list. So this is the demographic example. You can see me, my wife and me with our 8 children, 8 generations, and our 8 generations typically produce 8 children in average. And you can see how many children there will be in several years. Let's correlate this with the situation in Russia, and we can see that according to the Rosstat statistics, in Russia from 20 to 29 years, 7.5 million women are in the age of producing children. But we know that women can produce children before 20 and after 29. And we can say that there are around 20 million childbearing women in Russia. And in 130 years, Russia can become the most populated country in the world if we keep up with that statistics. Now let's take a look at the dynamics of demography of Russian ethnicities, and the picture is quite sad that only Caucasus ethnic groups are very good in terms of children reproduction because they have traditional values. This is the map where people speak Russian worse, but this is not very relevant for our discussion. So what can be done? We say that we need a new form of constitution. We need kind of a mega ministry. We need to have a strong policy to de-urbanize the country. We also need to deal with abortions, and we need to improve our birth rate. So we have prepared a new constitution project for the Natural Family magazine a few years ago. It is based not on human rights, but family rights and obligations of people before their families, their countries. And here are the main points of this constitution. Mega ministry is the idea of a state restructuring, that all ministries should be aimed at increasing Russian population. So everything from culture, media, and education should work to improve the birth rate in Russia. Deurbanization is quite important because demographic science has direct mathematical functions. The taller the buildings, the lower the birth rate. So the science. So people say that we do not produce children because we don't have money, but you can see the Moscow city complex. People over there have everything, money, schools, and everything, but children are not being born in such areas or cities because people have other principles and priorities. So that's why we need to pay special attention to smaller towns and villages. So we see that in the Central federal district, the increase is thanks to the internal immigration, and we can see where the population moved. Most of people moved to the central region of Russia to seek fortune. Here, an example that those money that were taken um, from the beginning of the special military operation, $380 billion. This money can be spent for 380 different towns. This is the map of abortion. We're getting more green. Green means on request if it is economically difficult for you. Yellow if you need to save the mother's life. Red is abortions are prohibited. In the United States, the situation varies from state to state. So here we see the peaks and the drop down of demography, but this is not something new for you. And another picture in terms of increase and decrease of population. When I was in Poland and I was speaking in front of the parliament on how to ban abortions, the point was that Poland has 40 million people and they have only 1,000 abortions per year. If we compare to Russia, in Russia there are 400,000 abortions. There are also medical abortions, and with that type of abortions, the figure will be even higher. I was interested. How did Polish achieve this? They have only 1,000 abortions per year and they're fighting against it. They believe it's a tragedy. And one of the very interesting techniques, which is very well known to you, during the consultancy with the mother who is about to make an abortion, a doctor gives her this plastic embryo during the advice, during the consultation, and she should hold this embryo while talking to doctors, and 94% of mothers after this interview do not want to make an abortion because they were holding a baby in their hand, in the palm of their hand. So next is the trident, and this is our term that we use to reflect the capitalism impact on our countries. We are talking about pornography, gambling, and drug trafficking. It's a classical triad that actually destroys the population of the country. And we say that the trident should be considered in a complex because it's a tactical ideology that we need to fight against in a relevant way, but it's just another topic. Immigration, it's very difficult to speak about immigration after the terror attack in Crocus City Hall, but still we say that immigration exists. It's a factor, and we need to work better on that immigration. We need to improve the quality of immigrants. We need to introduce them into our culture. But in terms of demographic potential, immigration has more potential than Western immigration. I mean, potential for Russia, it still exists, and we say that Russia should be like a shelter for all Europeans who are escaping from capitalism, who would like to live in the country where traditional values are protected. So that's why we welcome all Europeans come to Russia and reproduce. So moving of the capital, we say that the Western capitalization is dying and it's intoxicating us. That's why we say that the capital should be not in our beloved Moscow, but somewhere in the Urals to get closer to those civilizations that are not dying, and geographically and practically I believe that the capital should be moved to the east. And that's it from my side. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Levan Vasadze. I understand why so many people wanted to listen to you. Thank you so much. Now I would like to give the floor to Elena Potemkina, a charitable foundation named after Saint Abraham, the Bulgarian wonder worker. The charitable foundation is the general partner and the co-organizer of our conference, so it's my pleasure to give the floor to Elena. Good afternoon, dear participants of the conference. It's my pleasure to be here in this Russian University of Medicine, where we can see professionals and advocates of the family values. In September 2023, Russia's President Vladimir Putin outlined the demographic problems. Unfortunately, this sound quality is quite poor. So in the February message to the Federal Assembly, our president has outlined what measures can be taken to improve the birth rate. We expect an immense work, and we need to take on that work all together. We need to improve the quality of our people. This is the state level task, but we cannot deal with the practical problems only with money. So we need to contribute all together because we have scientific information. We need to talk about the beginning of the human life. And we need to take practical measures to protect human lives. Our charitable foundation of Saint Abraham, the Bulgarian wonder worker, was created a few years ago as the follow-up of the volunteer project that over a decade was providing support to pregnant women during the crisis situations. Thanks to compassionate people, the foundation was named after Saint Abraham, the Bulgarian wonder worker, one of the 13 great ancient Russian saints before the Mongolian horde, and he made a lot of wonders. And in practice, we know several cases when mothers were praying to the Saint Abraham and they didn't have any problems with their children's health. So the forecasts were terrible, but eventually there were no problems after the birth. So also we work with women who think about abortion or who have just gave birth to their children. We need to provide them with some kind of support. We can protect children's life with a good word and with real deals. I'm talking about financial support. And this financial support can be provided up to the moment when the mother can be self-sufficient. So this is just like a brick in the foundation of improving our birth rate. So we would like to do everything to protect our nation. So now we see that the birth rate is decreasing, and this problem is seen not only in Russia but in other countries as well. That's why our country embraced experts from different countries. Let us welcome them and let us work together on that matter. So we need to work on a wide of different issues. And also we need to work in the information environment. We need to talk about mothership and fathership. We need to protect our traditional values, make them stronger. even from the religion point of view. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we are moving on to the scientific session. It's called Scientific and Ethical Aspects of Protecting Life Before Birth. Let's focus now not on abortions, because I know this is a very painful topic, but our major topic today is the life of a person before birth. And now we have representatives of practically all regions. They are joining us online. They are representatives of various medical organizations, teaching associations, legislative assembly, and there's a webcast available. And from various regions, we heard before this conference began that they would be listening to us. It is also an international organization. There's representatives of Belarus, Serbia, Peru, Georgia, Mexico, other countries, and specialists from these countries will be available during this session. I am now passing the floor to Vyacheslav Moiseyev, Doctor of Science, Head of the Philosophy and Medical Ethics Department of the Medical University under the Ministry of Healthcare. And also he is a director of the BRICS Medical Association. Vyacheslav Ivanovich, over to you. Thank you very much, Team's moderator. I'm going to speak about bringing soul into science. And there's an exclamation mark. The first thing I would like to refer to is the split of culture. So, for example, there's science and religion. There's the sciences and art disciplines. So, but culture is unified. It cannot be split into different segments. So the reality will be fragmented if we look at it through a prism of only one small discipline. So we can logically see that it is important to integrate all these fragments. The major split is between science and religion. Science has no spirituality in it, and there's reductionism in physics and chemistry, and there's a philosophy of liberalism. And the liberals, they have lots of arguments because they rely on modern science, which is reductionist and liberal. And when representatives of various conservative disciplines, when they try to find their arguments, they cannot rely on science. So we see that science is has no spirituality and religion has no science. So we need some synthesis where there will be both soul and spirit in it. And this should be done on the basis of the unity of belief and science. We need some integral scientific rationality. Where are my slides? So we need to take a rational stance on spirituality and matters of the soul. We have a great school of philosophy that was established by Vladimir Solovyov, and also the Russian Cosmism was a branch of it in the natural sciences. And also we can rely on Russian science, which has a holistic approach. The integral approach to all unity philosophy was viewed in the 1920s as some mystic and spiritual school, and lots of efforts were required to demonstrate that, no, this is a rational, scientific school of thought. And that was done within the logic of all unity. And you see here 2 monographs, and that they form the foundation of this new interpretation or reinterpretation of all unity philosophy. Then the 4 major concepts were identified, and each of these concepts was linked to a new mathematical, it is all unity, then dialectics, and polarity, and also simplification. And this all unity project was transforming into a new branch of philosophical thought. And this is the monograph of this philosophical school. It is Neo All Unity School. So then the logical and mathematical apparatus, so an integral type, was developed with various empirical applications. And the scientific knowledge of this neo-integral type was developed. This project hasn't been finished. It is being developed now, and it requires contribution from different disciplines and scientists. On the basis of this near all unity integration, we developed a new books and course books, and now there's a new course in the medical university that has been offered for about 15 years. So let's have a look at the elements of this course, which relate to the status of the human embryo. These are various course books on philosophy, bioethics, cultural studies, the philosophy of science. And the second edition of philosophy for students has been released recently. First, we reformulated the definition of the phenomenon of life. So there is the internal and external world. So the internal life is the small world with its own matter, with its own knowledge, and this is the system similar to the external world. This is the scheme, and you can see the external, this white ellipse. And as for the internal world, we won't be able to find it anywhere. It is like a parallel world that exists in parallel to the external world, and it is a small or minor world, and the unity of our internal minor world and body. This is life. But as for these small worlds, external worlds can be small as well. What is the difference of the internal world and the small external world? This is a complex philosophical question. So we formulated 2 types of being. It is a direct and reverse being. The direct, it is where unity is secondary. So it is, this being is fragmented. It is very hard to integrate it. And this is the normal matter from elementary particles, then atoms, molecules, and so on and so forth. We suggest that there's reverse being as well. This is the type of being where the unity is primary and small particles or many things are secondary. So this begins from the unity, and then it identifies different particles and elements. These 2 types of being, they are approaching each other. So from small particles to the unity, and this reverse being from the unity to its elements. And we are developing a scientific model of soul on the basis of this. So we suggest that can be an integral, holistic science with a model of soul as a scientific construct, not as some extra scientific approaches. And for this, we need to model the inner world. The inner world is a small world, and there's a prevailing of the many, of the unity on many. This is the major difference from the inner world, from small external worlds. And we call it a reverse world similar system. So here, the unity over many prevails. And we believe that this type of being should have its own matter because it has this holistic and coherent nature. And the primary matter, it cannot contain this being. So that is why we need this reverse matter or the matter of life that preserves this inner world. So the unity of this inner world and this reverse matter is, according to Aristotle, is this special type of being, but it is different from these bottles or this table. There's lack of direct being there. It is a unity of reverse matter or matter of life and the inner world. And we introduce a new term. It is a reverse being. This is the first scientific, philosophical model of soul. So this is a new concept here. And here, the phenomenon of life gets more complicated. In addition to the direct matter, we have this reverse matter. It is a substrate of the inner world. And this is like an intermediary element for defining the inner world. And on the basis of this, we can justify that the soul is immortal. So how can we explain it? Well, this is the similar to the world system, and it has a strong ontological unity. And it's not like the Leibniz monad, which is absolutely contained in itself. But this is a world, and it is different from the external world because you remember that this inner world has this powerful ontological strength, and it can exist on its own. So this reverse being cannot exist without the matter, but it can survive without a direct matter. This means that it is immortal of the reverse being. Then another question, why is this reverse matter and reverse being is required? So this reverse being is contained in itself, and it lacks certain activities. For example, and what is specific about it? It is a development. It's upgrading itself, because we speak about a contained world. These activities are not very powerful and they cannot develop on their own. That is why they need to combine with the direct matter. And when this reverse being is connected with the environment matter, it is required not for just being. No, we are saying that it is required for development, because development without this direct matter is impossible. So this inner reverse being interacts with it. Because this is an autonomous system, the reverse being is forced to get connected with the direct matter. And there are two types or status. It is the embodied reverse being. It is the unity of the direct matter and the matter of being. So these are different external words. So there's the external life, or with the matter of life, it has its own environment matter and the matter of life. If we speak about this embodied type, we may speak about development and the complicated future. And if it is a disembodied type, then there's no possible development. So this leads us to the birth. The birth is this transition from the disembodied to the embodied. So when a human being is born, this reverse being is not created from scratch. No, it has existed from the moment of conception. So this is the chart showing how from this disembodied stage it leads to the embodiment. Then the earthly forms of life. The new lives are born through a direct matter. Why is that? Because the repeated birth from almost nothing, as it seems, this is something that requires a lot of energy. That is why when this reverse being is created via a body of the mother, this is more economical because this embodiment takes place within another embodied system. So, and here we see another chart. Okay, so this reverse embodiment and the new form of life. So it occupies, in a way, this element of the body of the mother, and this new life is influenced by two forces. First, it is the maternal organism, for example, genetic features, and there's also another one. It is the influence of this form of development and creation of the body of the embryo. And this is disembodied reverse being. That is the new soul of a new human being. And from this perspective, the status of embryo is extremely important. So the reductionism says that this is just an element of the maternal body. And where is the borderline here? And there are different hypotheses of this borderline. Some experts say 40 days, in our legislation, 12 weeks. And from the point of the concept I just described, we see that the disembodied reverse being of new life exists from the moment of conception. So the embryo is a potential individual and not just a biological element of the body of the mother. From this perspective, abortion is murder. So this is how our bioethics course book is structured. We use all these concepts, these world-like systems, reverse being. We introduce new categories, new terms, and we actually are creating the science of new type, and we form this on the holistic ideas. And from this perspective, we analyze all bioethical terms.
So here we come up with a very powerful and strong basis. And in that regard, we can actually fight against liberals at equal conditions. And these are my main textbooks for students, philosophy and bioethics, where we put all these ideas of inner and outer worlds coordination and the way they cooperate, where these integral models of life are described. We build the concept of integral bioethics, where the law of development is described. And by using these integral ontologies, we can deal with all these problems. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moiseev. So it was quite tough and so very good food for our thoughts. It's a very relevant topic, not just to protect lives, but given the challenges of artificial intelligence, it's getting even more relevant to wider range of people. Thank you very much. Because when I was doing my studies, I realized that university is about universum, and a particular science is about all these universes, but the matter is solid. Now I would like to give the floor to Irina Siluyanova, Doctor of Philosophy, Professor of the Department of Bioethics, Honorary Professor of the Pirogov National Research Medical University. Her report is Dignity and Value of a Child's Life at the Prenatal Stage of Development. Irina, please switch on your microphone. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. So I will continue this philosophic line set by Mr. Moiseev at the highest level, but nonetheless, this level of understanding the problems that we are discussing is very important when it comes to fighting liberal conscience that is so popular in the modern culture. So this is my first slide that I would want to start with. It's a very significant event that happened in our country. So it's a very significant event that took place in our country, and namely in 2024, in June, the Ministry of Healthcare approved new recommendations for medical abortion, and for the first time, it is outlined that a doctor must provide ultrasound image to a mother and let her listen her child's heartbeat. So it's a very significant case because ultrasound diagnostics started to be used for the first time in the second half of the 20th century. And now, this is the case that can be called the irony of history. So this irony of history expresses the discrepancy between human action and the historical experience of mankind. So previously, people believed that a pregnant woman is the bearer of a human life. But over this long historic period, this faith was important. It was concentrated in legislations of European countries, but this faith wasn't very visible. And now, the invisible truth gets visible, but currently and modern civilizations are losing this status. So this is the Hegel irony of history that sets a very significant processes that happen at the level of the human civilization development. Nietzsche in mid-19th century fixes this process. How can this happen? That the truth is losing its status of truth. And we are calling this process European nihilism, which is a very powerful stage of the European culture development. What is European nihilism? It means that the highest values are depreciated, and it happens today. So in March 2024, President of France, Macron, enshrines women's right to abortion in its constitution, and they would like to do the same in the European human rights map, where the most of the rights are enlisted. This is the evidence that in people's minds there is this very powerful depreciation of a human values. Sorry for these photos, but as I was preparing, I went to Yandex and I typed in the word dignity, and these are the search results. This is what dignity is. This is a change of how dignity is being perceived. And it's not just small, tiny things. It's just a drop in the ocean, but we can go even deeper. But thanks God, the Constitution of the Russian Federation remained the same in 2022, and we still have the principle that the dignity of the individual is protected by the state, and nothing can be a reason to belittle him. And it's not related to the information space where we all live in. So, what is dignity? How we can define this value, because it's fading away from people's culture. But in fact, dignity is a moral and ethical category of recognition of the meaning and value of the life of each person. It means that dignity is an inherited property or feature of a person as a human species, biological species. We have dignity, and this is what makes us different from all other biological species. Dignity is associated with the self-assessment and with the assessment of other people. It is the basis for recognition and respect for the human rights and freedoms. And the basic principle, and this is my conclusion, that dignity is a form of protection and self-defense of human life. This is the foundation value of dignity, a form or a way of protection and self-defense of a human life. Here comes the question, when does human life begin? When do we need to start this protection? So we have embryologists, and they will give us more information about this. When does human life actually begin? But anyway, we have our own research, and there are 6 main approaches in the natural science, and there are 6 humanitarian approaches. Formation of the cardiovascular system, brainstem functioning, it's weeks 3, 4, beginning of brainstem functioning, 4th week. It's very important because now in the medicine, the status of death is the status of a brain death. So actually, if we believe that the death of a person is the death of the brain, maybe the beginning of a human's life is the beginning of a brainstem functioning. Week 4, acquisition of human image traits, formation of the primitive streak. And our experts will tell you that the genome formation can also be considered as the start of a human life. Here are the humanitarian approaches. We will not speak about this in detail. I think that biologists and embryologists will elaborate on that. But as of humanitarian, there are 6 of them, and we will pay special attention to sociology. This is the position that
Тем,
human life
что в
begins from
Конституции
the
Российской
moment
Федерации,
of the
вот
birth,
в конце этого слайда фиксируется, что
and it
основные права и
goes
свободы
that the
человека
fundamental human
неотчуждаемо
rights and
принадлежат
freedoms
каждому от
are
рождения.
inalienable
Ну
and
о
belong
чем
to
здесь
everyone
идет
from
речь? Здесь
birth.
не
We are not
идет речь
talking
о
about
начале
start
человеческой
of
жизни.
human
Здесь идет
life.
речь
We are talking
только о
about
приобретении прав и
getting your human
свобод.
rights and
Это
freedoms.
очень
It's very
важно. Но тем
important,
не
but
менее,
nonetheless,
в
in
этой
this
социологической
social
позиции
position,
основанием все-таки является марксистское понимание социальной
this approach
сущности
was and still
человека.
is a
И
reflection of the
личность
Marxist understanding of the social
понимается
essence
после
of man, in
рождения
which
как
man was
элемент
considered as an
производственных
element and
отношений,
subject of
включая
the productive
систему
forces
сложных
entering
экономических
into production
отношений. И вот эта вот
relations.
социальная сущность человека, которая
So we're talking about
явно
public consciousness
материализуется после
that is being
рождения,
formed
все-таки она
after the birth,
является
and
базовой
we
позицией для
can
социологизма.
use this
А наша, ну, это религиозная позиция,
point.
я думаю,
Our
что мы
theological
не будем на этом
position,
здесь
we will skip
останавливаться.
this, and
И
now
вот моральный
moral and
национальный подход,
intentional
который мы
approach
предлагаем.
that
Название
we are
сложное, а на самом
offering.
деле
It's
просто,
might seem
чрезвычайно
very
просто.
difficult,
В
but
чем
it's
его
actually
сущность?
very easy.
А его сущность
Any moral
заключается в том, что
relationship
моральные
can
отношения
only take place,
состоится тогда,
can only
имеет
be
место
if
тогда,
there are
когда
at
есть
least 2
отношения между
subjects.
двумя субъектами. Вот когда
So if
есть
we have
отношения
relations
между
between
двумя
2 subjects,
субъектами,
we
сразу
have a
есть
moral
моральные отношения.
relations.
Значит,
The
первый
first
субъект
subject of
морального
a moral
отношения, тот, кто относится к другому
relations is the
субъекту,
person who relates to someone.
и
The
второй
second
субъект это
subject
тот,
is
к
the
кому
person to whom
относится.
someone relates.
Значит, первый субъект.
And
И вот, понимаете, вот мы
we
сейчас
are in this
находимся в такой
situation
ситуации, чрезвычайно
that is
значимой.
very
Вот от
significant.
того, как мы сейчас
Given how we
формулируем
formulate
отношения вот
relations
к
to
этому
this subject
субъекту, о
that we are
котором мы
discussing
говорим
right now,
сейчас, а
a
именно
human
к
life,
человеческой
at
жизни на
early
ранних
stages of its
стадиях ее
development,
развития. От этого
from our
нашего сейчас
approach,
отношения,
a lot
в общем-то,
will
будет
depend
зависеть,
whether they
будет
will
он
live
жить
or
или
not.
нет.
Do you understand it?
Понимаете? Примем мы в
Will we
обществе вот
adopt
эту
this
ценность этого
value in our
человеческого
society or
достоинства
not?
или нет?
Moving on next. So here is the comparative analysis of our approaches, and you see that only one position, sociology, contradicts to all other scientific and humanitarian approaches. Only one position, but this is the foundation of the current Russian legislation. So obviously, current Russian legislation, it is called law, but we need to understand that the concept of law is the personification of science itself, but a legal law cannot be non-scientific. But our legislation, our law is non-scientific because it contradicts all other scientific positions that we have right now in the science. Now, the law cannot be unmoral, otherwise it's a bad law. This is what our president says. But now we are in the situation that we have non-scientific and unmoral law, which is the main regulator of human behavior, the main regulator of human behavior. Why this terrible data that most of Russian population are for abortion and human rights? Because this is the mind that is formed by this regulator, which is this law, our current legislation. Here comes the question. Do we need to change it? Can we ban this? And we see some opposition from the government, but what is actually a ban? A ban from moral or legislative perspective is a form of protecting the dignity and preservation of human life.
Уберите
So,
запреты с
if you
улиц,
get rid of bans from the
сопровождение.
streets,
Чем
what
это
will be the
закончится?
outcome? There will
Закончится
be
гибелью вообще людей.
mass murders,
Если мы возьмем
mass
Тору,
death. If we take
то в
Torah,
Пятикнижии
we will
Моисея
see
мы увидим там,
that
значит, 613
613
рекомендаций
moral
моральных принципов по
recommendations
отношению
are
человека к
there, and
человеку.
out
Из
of
них
them, 335
375
are
запреты.
bans or prohibitions, and
Остальные предписательные
others are just
формы. О чем это говорит?
recommendations.
О том, что здесь
It
речь
means
идет
that we are
прежде
talking
всего о
about
формах
form of
защиты
protecting human life.
человеческой жизни. Поэтому
So
к
that's why
запретам
we need
нужно
to pay
относиться
special attention to
чрезвычайно важно,
prohibitions
серьезно
very
и не
seriously, and we
снимать с
can't
повестки
take it
дня
away from the
вопрос о
agenda
необходимости введения
as it
запретов
comes
на
to the
производство аборта.
abortion.
Чем оборачивается для цивилизации
What does the denial
отрицание
of the value
ценности
of life
жизни и
and its
уничтожение?
destruction
Чем
of the prenatal
оборачивается
stage of its
отсутствие
development
запретов?
mean for
Чем оно
civilization and
оборачивается?
the human
Конкретно можем
race?
посмотреть?
And the
Пожалуйста.
answer is
Легализация абортов, которая
legalization of
произошла, в
abortion
частности,
that
в
took
Европе во
place
второй
in
половине
the
20
European
века.
region
Чем
in
это,
the second part of the
чем это,
20th
что
century. And what
случилось
happened
после?
after
После идет
that?
смертность высокая женщин и детская
Very
от
high
абортов.
death
Медицинское
rate
сообщество
of
начинает
children
искать варианты.
and women
В этот
after
же период
abortion. Also, we
начинает мощно
see
развиваться внедрение
contraception
контрацептивных
introduction
средств,
of
разных
different
контрацептивных,
types,
и
mechanical
механических, и
medicines,
таблетках,
hormone-based,
гормональных и так
etc.
далее. Что является
Which is,
следствием вот этого массового
and what is the
введения
outcome of this
контрацепции?
contraception? Sexual revolution.
Сексуальная революция.
And what is the
А что является следствием
sequence of
сексуальной
sexual
революции?
revolution?
А следствием сексуальной
It is,
революции является массовый рост венерических заболеваний.
growth of
Не только традиционных, но возникает огромный
diseases.
параметр новых венерических заболеваний. Что
especially
является следствием этого роста
sexually transmitted
венерических
diseases.
заболеваний? Бесплодие.
venereal,
Надо
which
делать дальше
leads
что-то.
to
Начиная в
infertility. What
медицине
can we do with
работать в этом
this?
направлении,
We
возникают
have artificial
технологии
reproduction
искусственного
technologies.
размножения.
And what is
Что
the
является
sequence
следствием
of this
искусственного
artificial
размножения? Теперь
reproduction?
мы видим,
We see that it
искусственное
leads
размножение
to
приводит
destruction
к
of the
разрушению
traditional
традиционной
family.
семьи.
So there are
Возникают
several
отдельные
men
женщины,
and
отдельные
women
мужчины,
who
которые
can have
могут
their
иметь
children
своих
with
детей с помощью
surrogacy.
суррогатного материнства. И таким образом традиционная семья
And this
разрушается.
actually how
Начинают
the
формироваться
traditional family
новые
is
типы
being
однополых семей.
destroyed. We now have
Эстония,
families of the
последнее
same gender
государство,
with children.
где был введен
In
закон
Estonia, there is a
о
law
правомерности, законности существования
homosexual
гомосексуальных
families.
семей. Рядом,
It
и
happened
совсем
just
недавно.
recently, and
И идет мощный процесс
that
депатологизации
there
сексуального
is a
поведения,
huge
на чем
process of
свидетельствует десятый
legalization of
заболеваний.
same-sex
К
families
чему все
and
это ведет?
pathologization
Это все
of
не что
sexual
иное,
behavior.
как ступени и
This is
движения к гибели
way to the
христианской
death of a
и
Christian and
европейской
European
цивилизации.
civilization.
Серьезный процесс. Поэтому не
So
случайно в
that's why in
2022 году, я уже
2022
заканчиваю,
this
появляется этот
decree
указ, о
was
котором
published,
Вячеслав Иванович уже вспоминал, да,
and out
где
of
из
20
20
traditional
ценностей, которые
values,
объявляются традиционными и значимыми,
the first
да,
one
первая и
and the second
вторая
one
жизнь и
are
достоинство.
life and dignity, and there is
случайно.
no coincidence.
Вот, что
What
же
can we
делать?
do?
Заключение. Ну, в общем, если позволить
to conclude,
по это предпоследний слайд, по философскому
so
и
if we take a philosophic approach,
еще одно
another
определение достоинства человека предложу вам, в силу того, что мое сообщение
explanation what
ценностей,
dignity is.
значит, касается. Если мы
So if we
проанализируем
analyze
само слово
the
достоинство
words dignity from the
то мы
linguistic
увидим, что оно
perspective,
непосредственно связано с глаголом «достоять».
we will see that
До
this
чего
verb
достоять?
in Russian at least
спасение жизни
means
человека и
to
личности.
achieve something,
С
to reach
достоянием,
something,
доставанием, достижением уровня богоподобия. До уровня способности спасать
to reach the
человеческую
level
жизнь.
of godlikeness, the
Выбери
level of
жизнь.
ability to save human life.
Избери
Choose
жизнь,
life to
чтобы
live,
жить.
to
Самому,
live your
чтобы
life
жить.
at least.
Вот такое очень
So this is a
красивое
very interesting
понимание
understanding of
достоинства,
the word
которое
dignity. This
необходимо нам
that we need
внедрять
to
на
introduce at the
уровень
level of
массового
mass
сознания. Что же
understanding.
делать?
So three
Значит, три предложения. Начать
propositions.
экспертное обсуждение
We can
вопроса о
start
введении
expert
запрета
discussion
на
to
аборты,
introduce a
да,
ban
запрета на
for
причинение
abortion
смерти
or
человеку
causing
на
death to a
ранних стадиях
person
его
in the early
развития
stages
с
of
серьезными
her
основаниями,
development,
используя,
by
значит, вот
using
эти
these philosophical
фундаментальные
approaches
философские
that are
подходы, которые
already
уже
there, that
есть,
are
уже
already
разработаны.
developed.
Да.
Second,
Второе.
initial.
Первоначально, прежде чем,
So before
допустим,
introducing
вводить
this
этот
ban,
запрет,
we need to have some
предварительная
initial
работа должна включать вывод
legislative work
абортов из УМС
to remove
и
abortion from compulsory
мое
medical
предложение
insurance and to
исключение
accept
статьи
Articles
56
56,
57,
57
где
from the
прописывается
legal regulator
процедура
level
аборта,
where
из
the abortion
правового
procedure
регулятора
is
уровня
described.
федерального закона. Вы понимаете, в
So in
медицине
that sense,
сегодня производится
there are a lot
огромное
of
количество
different medical
медицинских
surgeries or
операций,
procedures
понимаете,
of
разные
different types.
хирургические операции, разные, да, включая стоматологические, в рамках которых мы здесь находимся.
And
Но
none
ни
of these
одна из этих
medical
медицинских
procedures
операций не прописана
is
в федеральном
specified
законе
in
на
the
уровне
federal
правового
laws,
регулятора, кроме
with one
аборта.
exception,
Ну давайте
abortions.
хотя бы
So let's
выведем эти
remove
статьи
this. Let's
из
remove
уровня
this from the
федерального
federal
закона
law,
хотя бы на
at
уровень,
least to the level of
нормативных
normative
актов
acts
и
and clinical
клинических
rguidelines
рекомендаций
and
Минздрава.
recommendations of
Потому
the
что по
Ministry of
каждой
Healthcare.
операции
Because for
в
every
Минздраве
procedure, there are
есть свои
specific
клинические
guidelines.
рекомендации.
And the
Вот. Ну и
last
последний
proposal,
принцип. Важна
it is important to work with
ценностно-мировоззренческая работа
values
на уровне
and world
традиционных устоев
perception.
и ценностей.
And
И
this
на
should be
уровне
done
общественном, на
both
уровне индивидуального
at the
сознания,
level
в
of the
телевидении,
public
в искусстве, в
um,
кинематографе, на
and
уровне
also
образования,
individual values.
что очень важно. И
Education is
здесь вот
extremely
это очень
important here.
интересная Наталья Юрьевна
Natalia
инициатива по
was
поводу
describing a
уровня
most interesting module,
внедрения в курс
module that
биологии
will be
модуля
part of the
начала
biology
человеческой
course
жизни и
in
на уровне
secondary school.
социальной рекламы.
And also
Благодарю
social
вас за внимание.
advertising should be used
Спасибо.
as well. Thank you very much, Irina Vasilyevna. While listening to you, I recalled a publication by Chernoshenko. It was about the Soviet time and how there was a project to reverse the flow of the rivers. And a whole range of scientists sent a letter. It was their expert opinion. And it was a short letter with a long substantiation report. Maybe we need to do the same, right? We need to develop a certain consensus letter, consensus document. And I know that all the other presenters will be speaking about it. And then we can send it to the people who take decisions. Because without substantiation, without specific definitions, little can be achieved. This should be a collective document. A collective document. Yes, yes, this is one of the tasks of continuing this work. This is what your foundation is doing, and this is what we do. Thank you. Right now, our next participant, it is Vladimir Glychenkov. He's a legendary scientist, and this is the case of one-page document. And really, it saved lots of lives because it was a report of the Department of Embryology. It was in 1993. And it was signed by Vladimir Alexandrovich and Professor Popov. So relying on that scientific document, lots of researchers and popularizers of science, they were sharing all those ideas among the general public, and lots of people changed their view on their future children. Over to you. Oh, yes, it was a long time ago. I can say a couple of words about that. Then I was really surprised by the question, we received, because it was sent to a department and we were involved in life sciences. For us, it was something wild. It was absolutely obvious to us. But later, when I learned that in some church they were displaying our report, and I thought, oh, if we believe that, this is absolutely obvious. But there are places and people who don't think so. And from the previous report, we saw how complex it is, how difficult it is to regulate the human behavior, even in a social sphere. And we are biosocial organisms, and we can apply both biological laws to the development, and we know it from our medical studies, and also social laws can be applied. And we see now that these social laws, they began dominating the biological, because here we see all the genome reduction work. In the past, we looked at embryo as an irreversible process, and now it can be reversed in a laboratory. We speak about cloning and adjusting the genome. So one being is just one object, but we see that it can be multiplied through cloning. But if we look at human beings, we see only that there can be identical twins, but how difficult they might be, how different they might be. So a human being is a biological and social creature. And it seems to me that whatever we speak about development of social laws and looking at the history in the past, dignity of a human being, and even belonging to the humankind, it was treated differently. Because you remember in the 19th century, there were like ethnographic fairs and people of different nationalities were shown there. And we know that anti-racist laws were banned in the second half of the 20th century. And looking at how the West is behaving and Anglo-Saxon countries are behaving, probably they still think like that. At least it can be read between the lines of their publications. But there's also a biological truth. And there, all the facts, they are gained through some difficult process. And whatever we might think and whatever hypotheses and ideas we might develop, but facts are facts. And I believe this is what we need to use to look at this problem in very general terms. So when a human being begins, we are primates, all this is described in books of biology, but we may say that it can be said that everything that can be applied to organisms where germ cells reproduce and multiply, all such organisms, they begin in the same way. So first, a zygote is created. It is a fusion of sperm and egg, and it doesn't equal either to an egg or a sperm, because the genome of an egg, when this egg cell is developed, it is a cell of the mother, but the spermatide cell genetically is identical before it starts moving. its genome is the same as the father's genome, but when they fuse into a zygota, then half of the genomes of their genome is lost via this process, because there is an exchange of sections of the DNA. So they reshuffle their taxons. So this zygota, it is diploid, and the core of this cell is half of the core of the cell of the mother and half of the core of the cell of the father. So this is a modification, and this is a totally new organism at the stage of one cell. And this stage cannot be avoided. You cannot begin this development from two cells. No, you can only begin with one zygota. All other stages of development might be lost due to a variety of reasons. Not, for example, some random event, and then this process will stop. And embryology, and I take this risk to speak on behalf of embryology. By the way, embryology, this name was given by Ernst von Bern, the greatest scientist. He was older than Darwin, and he didn't follow the theory of origin. So he proposed this term, and I have been using it. I believe all other terms are synonyms. For example, ontogenetics or phynogenetics. Now, biology of development, I believe this is the most adequate term. And there's an institute, a research institute of biology of life. And embryology, this is an embryo. Yeah, we speak about this first cell, and it's the beginning of this process. It is a zygote. Embryology considers the individual development of multi-cell organisms that develop through this germination. And this process, if we compare anatomically or evolutionary, if we look at the tree of evolution, this process might be quite different from one organism to another, because these organisms, they are different in terms of size and their life cycle. For example, right now, there are some micro beetles, and they are the size of an amoeba or a fly. Okay, they are very small, like an amoeba, and they consist of a number of cells. So we see that there can be whales which weigh 33 tons, and these amoeba-like animals, and they all are studied by embryology. And if we compare the weight of a whale with those micro bugs, or with just regular beetles or whatever, so there's one common thing: ontogenesis. And the whale that we see now, and those whales that were hunted when it was allowed, okay, all those huge whales, there were at some point in time, just one zygota cell, similar to human beings. So from this beginning till the very end, yeah, this whole process is a continuous process. We cannot exclude any element. It's like solar light spectrum. You cannot remove one element of it. It won't be a light spectrum. So it is not right to begin viewing this organism as a human being only when nervous system is developed or something like that. There are different views on it. No, when a zygota is formed, this is a unique organism. What about identical twins? Identical twins, this is reproduction. This is like vegetative reproduction. This is slightly different. What about parthenogenesis? When no sperms are used, but the egg itself is transformed. But this is still germ reproduction. Sometimes genomes are the same, but this is just a variant of such reproduction. So whatever people might want, whatever they think, this is how we develop. So from this perspective, the interruption of this ontogenesis at any stage, whether we look at it from the legal perspective or even criminal law, this is homicide. It is killing. The social aspect is different, whether we treat it as a homicide or not. I often refer to the following example. Louis XIV was saying that a human being begins with a baron or a count, something like that, with a status. And if you are lower than that, then you are not a human being. But this is just an anecdote, yeah, and all people are human beings. The future mothers, yes, they can decide to interrupt their pregnancy. But for me, it is a surprising thing. So they treat it lightly. They don't view it as killing a child. And pregnant women sometimes view it as some tumor, so some part of their body that prevent them from living properly. And they view it as part of themselves. But what if we take a puppy? If we hold a puppy in our hands, and if we decide to kill this puppy because we view it as part of our body? So from the point of embryology, there are two different organisms. So the creator gives a woman this mission to bear this child. And this is actually the closest creature to mother and father. And mothers have this humoral contact for 9 months. There was a famous scientist, Gromov. When I was young, I met him. You know, he was head of the laboratory of thanatology of the criminal medicine laboratory. Do we all understand what is a thanatology? It is the study of death. So Gromov was studying the physiological link between the mother and the child. So when some organ was removed, hypothesis, for example, of rat. So if this rat was pregnant. Then, with the removal of this pituitary gland in this rat, the embryo, the fetus of this rat, was performing then the functions of this pituitary gland. So when we speak about all this and discuss it, I believe there's a lack of knowledge, and also there are no ethical bans. I see now, and I heard that now the Ministry of Healthcare now has included this ban. So this is a ban on certain actions or preferences.
So back in the days, there was Mr. Krushinsky, our outstanding physiologist of the highest level of nerve systems, of the genetics of behavior. And he's one of the fathers of this ontology. He said, if a hen walks with her chicken and she saws a falcon, for example, she starts to shout and she spreads her wings to protect her chickens, her smalls. And he tries to answer the question, what is the trigger from the hawk or from the falcon? And the answer was the shadow from this predator bird. And the hen will be observing these shades on the ground to check whether she is endangered. So let's say there is a platoon and all soldiers are dead, but instead of that, we are shown with one person, and someone is starting to torture this person. And how one can withstand it? It will be a trauma for the rest of his life. And in that sense, sometimes mothers do not understand what abortion is in the physical personification. So maybe we need to do something with that. So mothers were more careful, and this is what I wanted to tell. So there are social laws, and the history of mankind is all about brutality, and it says that humans are very different and paradox species. We are ready for anything, for suicide, for mass killing. We could see an example of that in England. There was a prime minister just for 3 months, and she was asked, are you ready to push the button to destroy Russia? And she said, yes, I am ready. But uh, the other day, someone pinched a puppy in front of her and she started to yell. So this is all about ideology base. And this is a very complex social problem. And there can be different contradictions. And that's it. This is what I wanted to say. Thank you very much, Mr. Golechenkov. Now I would like to give the floor to Alexander Molchanov. Everyone was waiting for your talk, so a lot of people will be happy to listen to you. So Alexander Molchanov, researcher at the Laboratory of Experimental and Evolutionary Embryology, Faculty of Biology, Lomonosov, Moscow State University. Researcher at the section of Moscow Medical Academy. Dear colleagues, we are out of time. So not more than 10 minutes because we are running out of time. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak today. I would like to...
Я прошу прощения, можно запустить не PDF, а PPTX?
Today, my presentation is about the beginning of a human life,
человеческой жизни.
and I would like to
И
discuss a
обсудить
few
несколько
things
фактов
on
на этот
that
счет.
regard.
Ну и самый важный аспект, ну, во-первых, я
First, I
соглашусь
would like to
с
agree with the previous
предыдущими
speaker,
докладчиками и выражу
and
им
thank you very
большую
much for your
благодарность. Они
position. A lot
много
has
уже
been
сказали
said,
из того,
what
что
I
я
was
сегодня готовил, и поэтому я
about to
действительно могу
say,
уложиться
that's
в
why I will be
правильно.
very concise.
Вот. И
I
я действительно
absolutely
полностью
agree
согласен
with
с
the
тем,
idea
что именно
that in
в
the
научной среде,
scientific
в биологической среде
community
гораздо более
there are more
твердые
solid
основания
grounds
говорить о том, с
that
чего
can
начинается
define
жизнь.
the start of a human life.
И
There are some
есть здесь ряд
discoveries, of
бюллетеней,
course,
которые заставляют в некотором
that
случае, в
sometimes
некоторых случаях
should be
пересмотреть,
revised.
пересмотреть некоторые
Some
формы
types of perception
восприятия
of
нашего
human
эмбриона,
vitality can be
нашего восприятия
revised.
эмбриона. Следующий слайд, или можно не кликать. Вот.
I would
Я
like
бы хотел
to
поговорить о лично
speak about
нашем
our
с вами
perception,
восприятии о том, чем
what
является
the
человеческая...
human life is.
Ну да, в середине. А куда? Так, вот да, вы ставите, а у меня нет. Я
So
бы
I
хотел
would like to
поговорить о
speak
нашей
about our
собственном восприятии
perception
человека, когда он
when
живой, а когда
of perception of human
мы не
vitality,
можем
whether a
ответить на
human being
об
is
этом
alive or
достоверно.
not.
И вот, собственно,
And
перцепция
this is the perception of human
витальности человека.
vitality.
Смотря на
When we
эмбрион,
take a
смотря
look
на
at the
плод,
embryo
что нам может
or
помочь сказать,
fetus,
что это
what can
человек.
help us to
Мы
understand that
можем
this is a
опереться
human
и
being.
чаще всего опирались на,
So as
как
scientists,
ученые,
we
на
can rely
два
on two
таких весомых,
solid
значимых
pivots.
столпа.
So
Первое — это
first,
непосредственно сочетание половых клеток и образование уникального
the
генетического
presence of a
аппарата.
unique genetic
А второй — это,
apparatus
собственно, начало
and
нервной
start
деятельности
of the
эмбриона.
neural
И
activity.
есть некоторые
And there are different
исследования,
studies
которые
that
показали,
show
что практически полностью
that the
завершается
neocortex
развитие
is almost
неокортекса в
complete
22
by
неделе,
week 22,
то есть серовещества. И
and
первые
first
какие-либо
movements,
движения,
first
какие-либо
motor
ответные
reactions
реакции
start
начинаются с
from
12
week
недели.
12.
Также мы
Also,
можем
we can
ответить на вопрос, человек или перед нами или
take
нет,
this
ну, буквально вообще,
matter from a
есть ли
different
мышление или
perspective,
нет у
like
человека.
mental activity,
Для кого-то
ability to
это
feel and
основанием
react.
является для принятия
For some
решения.
people,
И
that's
есть также, например, оценка человека
argument.
и вообще живого существа
And
по
also,
потребностям.
we
Какие
are
у него
talking about
существуют
expression of
потребности.
needs, because
Ведь все
all
живое, оно
living
нуждается в
organisms,
тех или иных
they need
ресурсах, а
something.
неживое не нуждается в
They
этих
need some
ресурсах.
resources, for instance.
Продолжу
Let me
небольшой
continue
рассказ о
with the genetic
генетического аппарата. Действительно,
apparatus.
его формирование для каждого
It
из
is
нас
unique
оно
to
уникально.
anyone,
В течение того, как созревают половые клетки, они претерпевают некоторые комбинативные
and during the
изменения.
maturation of each germ cell, several stages of chromosome combination and possible gene rearrangements
Получение
occur.
уникальной комбинации хромосом
And
внутри каждого организма между теми хромосомами,
these
которые
are
мы
the
получили от
chromosomes
отца
that we
и
get
матери.
from our
Таких, соответственно, комбинаций
mom
до
and dad.
23 степени, и плюс еще на это накладывается возможность
And then some
обмена
parts of
участками
chromosomes
хромосом.
can
Если
interchange.
посчитать, то
And all
все эти
this,
вероятности, то еще не родилось такое количество людей на планете
just
за все
calculate
время,
all
чтобы
these,
можно было с
probabilities.
уверенностью сказать, что два человека точно
there are
совпали.
no two absolutely
При этом,
similar people
когда
in this
появляется
world. So when we get our genetic apparatus,
он практически сразу у человека
so it
вступает
starts
в активную
to act.
деятельность, в отличие от
We are talking
тех же
about- we can
беспозвоночных
talk
или
about,
хотя бы рыб или лягушек.
spineless
На
or
второй,
fish
после второго
or
деления
frogs.
те клетки, которые появились, они уже не одинаковые и
So,
имеют не одинаковые в дальнейшем
during our
возможности к
formation, we
развитию
have
и
different
несут
cells,
различную
and they are all
информацию.
different,
И по
and
мере
they
того, как клеток
bear
становится
different
больше, с каждым
information,
этапом
and
новые,
at later
клеточная
stages,
масса
we
приобретает
get
дополнительные
additional
функции.
features and
Чем
functions, and
больше,
the more
тем
they are, the
сложнее.
more complex
И
they are.
каждый процесс,
And
он тянет
this
за собой
is a
следующий.
subsequent
И
process.
я
And I agree
соглашусь с
with
тем,
the
что
idea
и
that ontogenesis and
в общем,
embryogenesis is a part
часть
of
его,
it.
это не такой
It's just an
непрерывный
ongoing
процесс, как течение
process.
реки. Невозможно выделить
There
какой-то
are no
интервал или
intervals
сказать,
or
что река
time
может здесь течь, здесь не
periods
течь, или
that
перешагнуть через какой-то
this is
участок.
human being
Точно
and this
так же
is
и
not.
процесс
It's
деления клеток.
just like a
Все,
reproduction
что
of
будет
cells.
завтра,
Everything
уже
that is going to happen
заложено
tomorrow
и предопределено
was
сегодня.
preformed
А то, что сегодня,
yesterday,
зависит от того, что было вчера.
was
По мере
predetermined
того, как
yesterday.
развивается
As we develop our body
наше тело
in the
внутри
womb,
утробы, оно
it
приобретает
gets the
сначала те
traits
черты, которые
that are
наиболее
adequate
адекватны
to
возможностям
possibilities and
и
the cell
клеточному
potential.
потенциалу.
As time
И со
goes,
временем
we
при
get more
предъявлении новых
tasks,
задач,
we
новых
face
трудностей каждый
more
раз происходит
difficulties, and
все
that's
больше
why
и
we
больше
get more
тождественность
traits,
плода нам самим.
unique traits.
Узнать плод похожим на себя мы можем
Starting
где-то
from weeks 7 or 8, we can already
более всего он похож, наверное,
recognize
с
the
12
fetus
недели. А вот теперь вопрос.
and compare it to
Собственно, если
ourselves.
мы до этого
So previously we
упирались
were relying
и
our
основывали свою
point
точку
of
зрения
view
на том,
on the
что
fact that
нервная
neural
система
system is the key
является
element
ключевым элементом в том, что перед
to
нами
human
человек,
vitality,
то
to
что
identify human
является
vitality.
и что
What
можно считать
can
подтверждением
be
наличия
seen
нервной
as
деятельности.
the proof of neural
Одним из
activity.
первых чувствований,
One of the
которое появляется
first
у
feelings
нейрона,
that
это
embryo gets,
чувствование, связанное с
it is
болью
the
и с
pain
осязанием.
and perception.
Немного отличаются
Data
данные, говорится
differ,
о том, что
but
осязание появляется
people
на
say
4-5
that
неделе в
touch
губах и на
appears
кончике
at week
пальцев,
4
но
on your
все
lips and on your
исследования
fingers,
сходятся на том, что чувствительность полностью
but
осязательная и
complete
волевая охватывает тело человека
feeling
с 8 недели.
starts from week 8.
Существует ли
Is
четкое
there any
понимание
verbal
определения
description
боли?
of what pain is?
Да,
Yes,
такое
this
определение
description,
существует,
this
и позвольте я его
definition
прочитаю. Это неприятное
exists. It's
сенсорное эмоциональное переживание,
an
связанное
unpleasant
с
sensory
истинным
or
или
emotional
потенциальным
experience
повреждением
associated
тканей
with actual or
или
potential tissue
описываемое в
damage
терминах
or
такого
described in terms
повреждения.
of such damage.
Определение было дано
This
в
is the definition
1979
from
году, и в
1980s,
сенсорное
and the
восприятие
sensory
было вложено то,
perception
что существо, испытывающее
that
его, должно было об
if
этом
you are
объявить.
feeling this,
Раз.
you need to
И
manifestate
объявить оно
this.
могло его только если в
And
том случае оно получало,
you can only
скажем
do
так,
this if
имело
you have a
сознание, имело
conscious, if you
возможность
have your
выразить
conscious and
его.
you have
Таким
the
образом,
verbal ways
эмбрион
to
или
express
плод
your
полностью
pain. That's why
исключались
embryos
из вот
were
этого возможного поля правового,
deprived
чтобы
from this
сказать,
field
что
because
они
they
испытывают
cannot
боль.
demonstrate their pain.
И
They cannot
действительно,
say that they feel
с
pain.
научной точки зрения, в научной
medical
концепции,
conception,
медицинской
in
концепции
scientific
считалось до
conception,
90-х годов, что
people
эмбрион боль не
believed
испытывает, и
up to
поэтому операции
2020
проводились
that
без
embryo
анестезии.
couldn't feel pain, that's why there was no anesthesia during the abortion. In 2020, 6 amendments were introduced, and one of them is that verbal description is not the only way of expressing pain. In that case, we need to rely on other traits. Maybe these are biological traits of pain, and this is what we have. The formation of endings at the pathways connecting them with the spinal cord and brain is described at weeks 7, 8. It is believed that this signal arises in the subcortical area region at the week 12, and communication with the cortex begins from week 24. It means that at week 8 the pain can reach the brain. But is it up to cortex or any other part of the brain that can confirm that a fetus is feeling pain at this moment? So, the reflection. This is the thing that was used and is being used to confirm that pain exists. In 2020,
более и обязательно словесность
Some
подтверждений из
scientists propose considering a less rigid
перечня
definition of
необходимых
pain,
достоверных
one that
показателей
focuses
наличия
less on
боли у плода.
subjective
И в то же время
deliberation
исследования на этот момент, о
and more
которых я
on
говорил
the
раньше, дали
immediate and
возможность
unreflective sensation of
провести
pain.
правильные, верные рассуждения в эту сторону.
And
И
here is
вот
a
что
new look at
накопили
pain,
разные
the
области,
accumulated
поэтому из
data,
этих
scientific
по
data on
измерениям.
pain.
Ученым
Another
было в свое
scientist
время проведено революционное решение использовать
proposed to use anesthesia for fetus,
не для эмбрионов, а
for
для детей
premature
недоношенных в возрасте
children
22-24
from
недель.
weeks 23,
До него
24.
это не использовалось, и по
Before
его
it was never used, and according to his
исследованиям
study,
было показано, что выживаемость при
the
использовании
survival
анестезии
rate with
у
anesthesia
детей, перенесших операцию на сердце
after
или другие
the
операции,
heart surgery and
значительно
other surgeries
увеличивается.
is increasing.
Во-вторых,
Secondly,
были
there
проведены
were
исследования,
studies related
связанные с
to
гормональным
hormone
фоном. И также оказалось, что если
status
недоношенному ребенку в возрасте
and
22-25
premature children
недель
of
проводить
23-25
различные
weeks
операции,
after
уровень эндорфина,
surgeries,
кортизола и
the
адреналина
survival rate
повышается в
was
2-3
increased
раза.
2
В
or 3
случае
times, and
употребления
with
анальгетиков
painkillers like
или
panacordial,
фенотропила, как конкретного медикаментозного препарата,
the level of such
уровень этих
hormones
гормонов
from the
в
start
момент
of surgery
операции
didn't
не
increase.
увеличивается.
Another
Еще
very
одним важным
important
аспектом
moment
это исследование
is Pascal's
Паскаля
study
было
aimed at
направлено на то,
using
чтобы использовать
anesthesia
анестезию
for
для
fetus
плода,
under
который
surgery
переносит операцию на сердце, находясь еще
in the
внутри
womb.
утробы. То
And
же
the
самое
same was
было
proved
подтверждено, что
that embryo,
эмбрион,
after getting
получивший
anesthesia,
анестезию, не
doesn't
реагирует на
react to
прикосновение,
touches,
и
and
операция
the
переносится с
surgery
гораздо большим эффектом благополучия
can be
для
more
плода и с
successful
меньшим
with less
последующим повреждением.
bad consequences,
И
negative
возвращаясь теперь
consequences.
от 22-24 недели, опять чуть раньше.
So
Так
all
вот,
these
все эти пути,
approaches
которые
that are
необходимы для
required
того, чтобы
to confirm
подтвердить
pain
боль, они
are
присутствуют у
there,
эмбриона уже на стадии 8
and
недель.
they start to appear at in embryos
Попробуем с другой
from
стороны
weeks
доказать.
7-8.
В том случае, если талант может ли или не может таламус
Thalamic
являться
pathways appear
осознанием боли.
at weeks
В
7-8,
случае
but
операции
is it
на
the only
у
way to
людей, у которых
identify
по тем или
pain?
иным причинам
Because
таламус
thalamus
или
or
неокортекс, то
subcortical
есть кора,
structures
получили повреждения по
can be
типу
damaged,
фибрилляции, назовем это просто растворением.
and
Оказалось, что в случае
or they are
растворения
not formed.
неокортекса это никак не влияет на
Nonetheless, it
осознание
doesn't
боли и
really
на выражение
impact on the
боли
way
в
the
чувственном
fetus
поведении.
perceives
А
pain.
вот
But if the
разрушение
thalamus is
таламуса,
destroyed,
то есть среднего,
the
то есть
intermediate
промежуточного
part of the
мозга,
brain,
говорит о том, что показывает то, что человек теряет при этом боль, либо частично, либо
in that
полностью, либо теряет
case,
контроль над
people
блокированием боли.
or fetus are not aware of their
Таким
pain.
образом, мы говорим, что до достижения ноцицепции непосредственно
So
таламических
here
путей
we're
к
talking
7-8
about
неделе можно говорить о том, что
conception,
эмбрион
and we
достоверно
can say
испытывает не просто
that starting from weeks
чувство
7-8,
какое-то,
embryos of
как обычный
fetus not
рефлекс у
just feel
кузнечика, а он
something, they can
испытывает самую
feel
настоящую
real
боль.
pain.
И теперь небольшой такой
And now an
эволюционный
evolutionary
флешбэк.
flashback. So
Собственно,
why do
почему,
we
если
have
мы делаем обязательно
thalamus
анестезию
and
на
some
протяжении
crucial
20-30 лет
structures?
амфибиям, которые коры
So
не имеют
amphibia
по
do not have
определению,
these structures,
мы при этом говорим,
and we
что им
still say
необходима
that they
анестезия
need
для того, чтобы они
anesthesia
не
so they do
страдали,
not
как и
suffer,
рыбам,
just
так и
like fish
амфибиям.
and
И
amphibia.
по факту своего
And in
собственного
my
опыта могу сказать,
experience,
что
I can tell
операции
you that
переносят
surgeries
действительно
are
в случае
more
анестезации
successful
намного
under
лучше.
anesthesia.
Следовательно, со всех
So we
сторон мы
can
можем
say
подтвердить тот
that
факт,
our neural
что нервная
system
система и боль
and pain
присутствуют
can be
у
manifested
эмбриона на
from
стадии 8
weeks
недели.
7 or 8.
Поэтому то время,
So
когда
when a
женщина
woman
решается
decides
на
to
проведение
make an
аборта, даже
abortion, a medical
медикаментозного,
abortion,
она должна
she needs
осознавать то,
to
что она
realize
доставляет
that
боль
she
плоду, боль
makes
своему
pain
ребенку.
to her
Все, спасибо.
baby.
Готов
That's it.
ответить на
I'm
ваши
ready to take
вопросы,
your
если есть.
questions. Thank you very much. We were waiting for this report for many years. When actually a baby starts to feel pain at these weeks 7 or 8, when abortions are still possible. We are still out of timeline, and probably we will take those questions offline And now I would like to give the floor to our next speaker, Associate Professor at the Faculty of Medicine of the University of Münster. Are you hearing us? We welcome you.
Hello, yes, I can hear you.
So he's a specialist in internal and laboratory medicine as well as clinical chemistry, a president of the Doctors for Life organization in Germany, and he's the head of the medical laboratory. So, Paul, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much also for the opportunity to speak to you today. Can you hear me properly? Okay. 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 So my two previous speakers, Professor Golichenko and Molchanov, have dealt with a number of the issues. I want to, before I start with the scientific part, just to go into a little bit of the background, why it is important that we regard every person as being worthy of life, because the question is there are two questions: when does human life begin, and why is each person valuable in himself? And the one of the main philosopher who's dealt with this issue is Immanuel Kant, the famous German philosopher, and he has said that the person is not a means to an end, but each person is an end in himself. He said, in the kingdom of utility, which that's how he describes the world, everything either has a price or has dignity. For everything with a price, you can substitute something of equivalent price, but that which is above all price, for which there is no equivalent, possesses dignity. So the human person has dignity, which there is no equivalent. Each person is unique in himself, and has he says, thus our morality and humanity, insofar as the latter is capable of morality, that alone which has dignity. So the human person has intrinsic dignity. So the next question is, when does a human being, become a human being? And if you could go on to the next slide, please. Could I have the next picture, the next slide? Okay, the next one again, that's just the same in English. Next again. Keep going. So that's what I was just so the thing about life is the support for life must be unconditional. And my two previous speakers, particularly Professor Molchanov, he was dealing with the issue of when does pain begin? When can we first feel pain? And it's an issue, you can say, okay, thalamic pain maybe the 8th weeks, pain receptors are formed at the 6th week, and so on. But the question really is, if I go back to what Professor Golichenko was saying, from the very beginning, from the fertilization, from the very moment where the egg cell is fertilized by the sperm cell, a new human being exists, a person with a unique genetic code which has never existed before and will never exist again. And even if you take the case of identical twins, each they have the same genetic code, but they have different epigenetic mutations. So each person is individual at a genetic level. And so to my mind, human life is a binary phenomenon. Either it's there or it's not. There are no gradations. There's no such thing as partial life. And this is why I think there could be no partial support for life. This has to be unconditional. And if you could have the next slide, please. The next slide. Okay, that's what I was just saying. And if you just go back one. Go back one slide. And you know, even if you take Wikipedia, which is in this kind of social issues, Wikipedia tends to be very, very left leaning, and very, they would describe themselves as being progressive. But even in Wikipedia, it says many members of the medical community accept fertilization at the point at which life begins. So that's the moment of conception. And I think if we start to talk about issues, you know, when does the heart start to beat? So there are laws now that have been brought in certain states in the United States of America, particularly in Texas, the heartbeat bill. So they say, okay, you know, after the time when the heart is beating, you can have no abortion because that is the beginning of life. But I don't think there's actually a logical basis to select heartbeat or pain receptors or anything else, because you can always, you know, some people say it's when the embryo is embedded into the uterus. Some people say it's the actual time of birth. Some people, you know, so it's very difficult to pick a point. And I think the only true point we can pick is the moment of fertilization. And if I could have the next slide, please. The next slide. This is Robert Spemann. He died in 2018, and he's one of the most famous. He was probably the most famous living philosopher at the time that he died. And he has said, you know, if such a thing as personal rights exist, they only exist under the premise that no one has the authority to decide who should be the bearer of such rights. A person does not possess human dignity because he or she fulfills particular criteria, for example, consciousness of self, but purely because he or she belongs to the human species. We don't develop into human beings, we develop as human beings from the very first moment of conception. So the human being is a human being. We've already had the term ontogenesis, which Professor Golichenko mentioned. So this ontogenetic process, where the individual develops, starts at the very first moment of conception. The next step, please. The next slide. Could I have the next picture, please?
I think there's always a delay, a slight delay.
Yeah. Okay, that's just the same in German. The next one, please. Okay, so this is a human fetus at the 7th week of life. Okay, and you can already see there's the central nervous system is developed, the eye is developed. You can see the fingers and toes. The next slide. This is the 8th week of life. The next slide. Now, this is a very interesting picture. These are actually human embryos that were recovered at post-mortem. And so this is not a photograph. This is actually what you see here. And when I took this photograph, I put a €1 coin next to the block, so you could see how big. You can have a view of how big these embryos are, and you can see there's a morula and then an early stage embryo. So even at this stage, where we have, you know, maybe a few hundred cells, this is a complete human being. These cells will develop if they are in the uterus and if they receive nutrients and so on as they during the pregnancy process. All of the information required for this new human being is contained in these cells. So there's no, you know, you can say pain, you can say heartbeat or whatever, but in fact, this cell, this is not just a mass of cells. This is a human being which is developing out of itself and will eventually become an adult member of the species if allowed to. The next slide, please. And this is a human embryo. So this is a complete person. This is not just a collection of cells. This is a real person, which at a very early stage of development. And when we talk about a person, if nowadays people take ultrasound pictures of their babies before they're born, and if you look at an ultrasound picture of yourself before you were born, you don't say, this is the thing that developed into me after it was born. You say, this was me when I was an embryo. It's the same as the baby is the same as the older individual. And if we go on to the next slide, please. There are a number of, this is the basic argument for this is that they're called the skip arguments. So why is the embryo, why is the early stage person a full human being? Well, the first is species argument, okay? All members of the human species, of the species Homo sapiens, possess dignity. And I showed you previously the argument from Immanuel Kant or from Robert Spemann. And they possess dignity not because they have particular characteristics, but simply because they're members of the species Homo sapiens. And all human embryos belong to the species Homo sapiens. So that's the first argument, the species argument. The second argument is the continuity argument. And this is that after fertilization, development is continuous without any clear breakpoints. So you can take a child, just at the moment of delivery and go back in time with little slices of time that are 10, let's say a second, 1 second, minus 2 seconds, minus 3. And if you go back in very small segments of time, you won't find a particular break where something is fundamentally different. It's a continuous process without any clear breakpoints. And any of the breakpoints that have been suggested, such as implantation, beating heart, brain activity, birth, they're essentially arbitrary in nature and are usually or are often used in a retrospective fashion to justify something like, for example, an abortion. So these are arguments that are used to say, okay, this is not a human being. This is something else. This is a collection of cells. This is something else. It's not a human being. But if you look at it in a logical fashion, I think we can only come to the conclusion that it is a human being at a different stage in his or her development. The next argument is the identity argument that I've already referred to. We're the same person. We are the same person as an embryo, as a baby, as an adult. When we see an ultrasound picture of ourselves before being born, we say, that's me before I was born. You don't say, that's the entity that became me while it was being born. You say and we know this instinctively. And the fourth argument is the so-called potentiality argument. Each embryo has the complete potential to develop into a human with all the characteristics that confer dignity from the first moment on. So I would argue a little bit differently to the previous speaker. I think it's very difficult, these arguments with regard to pain and heartbeat and so on are important, but I think there is no scientific reason for saying this is the moment at which life begins, because life begins at the very start. The complete human being, the complete potentiality of that person is present from the very first moment. And this is accepted, in fact, as I showed you in the Wikipedia entry. This is accepted, and people who argue against it don't argue against it because they don't believe it. They argue against it because they have another motive, which is to say this person has no dignity, is not a real person, so I am able to do what I want with this particular person. So it's a kind of a backwards argument. But if you look at it logically and from a scientific and biological perspective, the only conclusion that I think you can come to is that the human life begins at conception. Could I have the next slide, please? The next picture, please. And this is this is consensus. But if you say this in public, so I gave a lecture at the University of Leipzig, 2019, and I spoke of this argument, and the left-wing students then attacked me, and they wrote an article in the newspaper against me, which you can see here. And they said, this was my lecture had missionary character, and so they said, for example, Cullen said that life begins with conception. He has he presented his personal views as if they were facts. But this is just a scientific fact. The human being begins at conception. There's nothing else. There's no new genetic material. Nothing else is added to that person. The person develops out of themselves, in and of themselves. And as I was saying, there are epigenetic differences. So modification of the expression of the genome, for example, but the genetic sequence is fixed from the very moment on. And even if you say, okay, the epigenetic programming of that individual is not yet complete. Well, epigenetic programming occurs throughout life. So it's not something, epigenetic programming is not something that just occurs in the prenatal period, but also occurs later. So that's not really a convincing argument. The next slide, please. So everybody, every human being is one of us. The question is this entity one of us? Is it a human, or is it something else that's not a human? And what I've tried to explain to you today is that everybody, all humans, are one of us. They belong to our species, and they belong to our species from the very first moment on. The next slide, please. The next, and this, I'd just like to end with this slide. This is a Professor Sneed. He's at Notre Dame University in the United States. And he said, at bottom, the life issues, including especially the conflicts over abortion and embryo destructive research, which was also referred to by my previous speakers, involve the deepest and most fundamental public questions for a nation committed to liberty, equality, and justice. That is, the basic question in this context is, who counts as a member of the human community entitled to moral concern and the basic protection of law? Who counts as one of us? And it's my argument that every body is one of us from the moment of conception. Now, of course, some people say this is a fundamentalist position, but I think it's the only logical position from a scientific point of view. And the other arguments are interesting and valid, but I think from an ethical and from a biological and also from a legal standpoint, it's very difficult to fix another time point other than the moment of conception as the point at which a new life begins. Now, we can say some people aren't worthy of life, but that's a different argument. From our point of view, this is a person worthy of life from the moment on, from the moment of conception, and I think that's the position that has scientific validity. And I'd like to end there and thank you again for the opportunity to have spoken to you today.
Thank you very much. And now,
okay.
We would like change the channel, please. And now we are going to listen to our next presenter, Marina Odebranska, pediatrician, general director of the NGO helping women with pregnancies with complications, and evidence-based medicine expert. And she is going to speak about measures to support women with some complications, pregnancies with complications. Marina Borisovna, are you with us? Dear colleagues, do we have Marina Borisovna online? Oh, then maybe we'll move on. Oksana Popova. Oksana Popova. Yes, I'm here. She's a gynecologist and obstetrician, head of the perinatal palliative support children's hospice, House with a Beacon, and perinatal palliative assistance to families who rejected the idea of abortion, but they expect a child with unfavorable forecast. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. This is what we do, actually reflects what the previous speakers were saying. It is when we treat a child as a human being from the moment of conception. But our stories are quite sad. The Hospice House with a Beacon is a charity organization that was established in Moscow, and we offer palliative help to children with very serious conditions. And we help families where they expect a child with incurable disease.
So we accept families that at different stages, given the pathology, such a diagnosis was confirmed. So some pathologies can be seen right away. Some of them can be identified after the first screening or second screening. If doctors say that the forecast is unfavorable, we take this family at any stage, at any week. Another criteria is that they need to deny abortion. So, for example, if a family is going to abort a pregnancy, so other medical organizations can help them. We have doctors, we have psychologists, we have foundations that provide such support, but not our foundation. And another criteria is that a family should be looking for a palliative support. We're looking for some kind of dialogue and to provide assistance to such a family. I will give you a list of diseases later on. And our participation is we provide support before birth, we provide support during birth. If a child stays at our foundation, we also provide support, we provide palliative help, and then we are offering a children's program. Our international colleagues have prenatal hospices, and also it's a very relevant thing because parents were writing to us like we're expecting a child, a baby with a disease, and we will take you, but we understand, we realize that they need support, they need information, they are frustrated, and also we got information from parents that they went through the entire case. It was quite difficult for them to live through this. It is destroying them, and these were cases like everyone was insisting on abortion, no support. But then after the birth, questions asked, why you didn't deny an abortion? So after that, a child could die, and the parents didn't get the dead body, and they left empty. There was no respect to his life and to his death. We wanted to change the situation. Over our, we appeared in 2018, and over this period, we took 108 families, 69. Some of children died before birth or after birth. Some children were required a palliative program. That's why we took them into the children's program. Some of them are alive, some of them died, some of them are still getting support. 23 children left our program. It means that after birth, they were considered as those who do not require palliative support. So it is 180 families who were told that the forecast for the health of their children is unfavorable, but after birth, they were considered as those who do not need palliative support. Yes, they had some diseases, they had some limitations, but these are not children who are about to die. Another very important figure is that 26 babies were born healthy after our prenatal support. And it is very good. And finally, parents can have their babies and they can come up with an idea to have more children. So these are the diseases that we faced. You can see them on the slide. I'm not going to read them all. Like disease of kidneys, heart diseases, chromosome pathology, and many, many others. So why children make that choice? So there are people who understand why, but in most cases, doctors and people who will work with ask why parents make this choice. Just for that reason that was highlighted before by previous speakers, because after conception, they treat their fetus as a living organism, as a human being. This is their child, and they are a mother and a father. And if they are told the child is ill, they don't have a choice. Well, we could, but we will not kill our child. It's just an early disease. Why I am about to abort my pregnancy? And that's the only choice for our parents that they can make. Our task is to give them support, to make them feel parents, no matter how much time they have. This is our team. Let me speed up a little bit because I would like to stay within time minute frame. This is the prenatal concilium where we meet our families. And so we see that since the forecast is unfavorable, a mother can abort a pregnancy, but if they deny a pregnancy, we take such families under our care. And our task is to provide full-fledged support, wide range of different types of help. We provide information, we tell them what they can expect, how a child will look like, what he or she will need. We have special accommodation and places for the first meeting with family to address their fears and anxiety, and together we are looking for answers to questions. We have our own materials for families. We arrange photo sessions for families so they can remember this time with their children. Yes, sometimes fetus dies before birth. Sometimes they just have ultrasound images, and yes, parents say yes. My child lived 36 or 38 38 weeks and 1 hour of pregnancy. So every birth is a holiday. Every day of pregnancy is a holiday. We celebrate them. We congratulate them. We can celebrate like 37 weeks. They buy some cakes and they celebrate this. And of course, we make a very huge preparation work because we need to understand what a family can expect. And if we don't explain this, maybe some things are not very relevant, but they can have a very severe consequences whether they see their child or not. Did they hold on their hands or not? Or did they give it to a father? Did they make a photo? Sometimes you don't have time for it. So, we sometimes baptize them even right after the birth. And for parents, it's very important sometimes to baptize their children. So we consider all options, how the situation can evolve. When a child can die, what's important for them if a child survives, how fast they want to leave our hospice, so whether they want to go to doctors afterwards. So we discuss all of them. So we provide support during birth procedure, during natural or Caesar procedure. If a child dies, we give them a chance to say goodbye to their children. So these are photos that these parents allowed us to publish. So they realized what can happen, but still they were quite compassionate about their child, about their memory, and now they have another child who is aware that she had an older sister. So if a child survives, we do our best to give parents as much time as they need to spend it with their children. We can baptize children. If it is possible, they can take them away to houses so they can just have some normal time, like take bath, walk with their family. If a child dies, we provide support to families. We have a hotline, we meet them, we walk with them, we put we plant trees, or we build ships. So Polina died, but Pavel was okay. Ksyusha died, but Lazar was absolutely healthy. So we take into account what kind of things give a promise to families. It's their attitude, respect, and an opportunity to keep memory about a child. And it's up to us what this memory will look like. And we are trying our best to make this memory bright. And so parents have power and strength to live on and to keep memory about their children. Thank you very much for keeping the time frame. Oh, well, this is what Irina mentioned. It's all about dignity, human dignity, no matter what happens. So it's a very important topic. And as a follow-up, Marina, are you here? So I have already introduced you, so you can start right away. Just a second, let me open my presentation and share the screen. So, hello, dear colleagues, and thank you very much for arranging such an important conference on such a significant topic. And I would like to discuss measures to support pregnant women with fetal or maternal diseases. And today's conference once again proved that a baby, since the moment of conception, is a human being. And when during pregnancy there is a pathology of the fetus, it's our task to help both the baby to get well and a mother to go through this very difficult period. Unfortunately, in previous years, the situation was different, and our medicine was oriented on just depriving of a diseased baby. And even in our regulatory documents that deal with midwifery and gynecology, so it is written that a help to a woman if the fetus is ill, so it's all about helping a mother, but not helping a fetus, a baby. Now amendments were made to focus not just on mothers, but on children as well. Anti-natal departments were created to protect children's health. So it is very important how doctors treat mothers with a fetal or maternal illness. It was just my introduction, and I actually wasn't scrolling my presentation. So our task is to help such women who have faced this problem, women from Russian regions, and to provide them access to medical services, to ensure availability of high-tech medical care for pregnant women with disease of the fetus or mother. Sometimes it happens that in regions, mothers are not offered to any alternatives to prolong her pregnancy. They are not prescribed to go to the leading centers where a mother can be treated. They only recommend interruption of pregnancy. And women who come to us, these are women who were expecting their babies. They wanted to keep it, and when they get this news, when they get this verdict to interrupt a pregnancy, many of them go to the internet and they publish information in social media, in at women's forum, how a baby can be helped. So we were looking first for such women, and we were offering them such help, but now they are aware of us and they come to us on their own. We help them to get second opinion from an independent expert. We assist in providing consultations with specialists from the most high level. Medicine is being developed very quickly. Sometimes doctors working in the regions are not aware of technologies that are already there and that can be used in federal centers. We faced this problem as well, that assessment can be different. Complexity of diseases can be different, and federal centers accept women with pathology from all across the country. But in regions, a number of such women is not very high. If a regional center doesn't believe this can work, federal centers can step in, and it's our task to send such women to federal centers. And I have to say that when our project appeared in 2019, the dynamics improved significantly in our country thanks to the medicine development. Regions now have an opportunity to have remote consultations. They can get advice from our federal centers, and we see that the number of remote patients increased, and we see that we have fewer and fewer women coming to us. And if they come to us, they need some kind of accommodation support, financial support, or information support because they want to deliver a child, and this child requires help and support from the very first second. Sometimes women come alone because her husband is busy with other children at home. So we help with different aspects, including psychological help to those women who go to federal centers or who require such treatment. And We work across the entire country. We provide information support to the CIS countries, and we work with main and leading federal centers, leading Moscow and St. Petersburg and Yekaterinburg hospitals. And I want to say that we have provided help to about 1,000 women with fetal pathology or illness or motherhood information. And out of these, 454 women required consultations at the expert level. And as a result, 288 women continued their pregnancy. 278 of them completed pregnancy, 10 at different stages of pregnancy under the supervision of doctors. 94 women decided to abort their pregnancy, and 72 patients, there is no information at this time of data analysis. 136 women, which is 49%, gave birth to children healthy or with minimal deviations that do not actually require hospital treatment. And medical findings from fetus point of view were not confirmed, were not proved, or they were reduced or they disappeared by the moment of birth. And in 88 cases, child's diagnosis was confirmed that the children were provided high-tech assistance in federal medical centers, and 84 women lost a child, of which in 60 cases intrauterine natural death of the fetus with unfavorable forecast for life due to pronounced development anomalies. And 3 were deaths in childbirth, and 21 cases the death of a child with severe developmental anomalies in the postpartum period. So sometimes the disease is even more severe or less severe, and the planned surgery is postponed or doesn't even happen. This is what we face.
And here's some statistics. 139, there's unconfirmed conditions, and the red showed the losses. So, and among these 84 cases, in the majority of cases, it was the natural death of the fetus, and palliative perinatal assistance should be provided to such women. Our experience demonstrates how important it is to use expert consultation and support women when certain anomalies are identified. Usually they are advised to interrupt this pregnancy to make it easier. They do not involve any expert consultations. But what we see that quite often that first anomaly or some symptoms, they are compensated or eliminated. And we recommend to observe these pregnancies, and we need to support these women psychologically. But unfortunately, such psychological aid is not something which is commonly provided because psychologists usually help women who have not yet decided whether to keep their child or not. But such cases are extremely important. And also social support is crucial. When they can have a surgery in a federal, when their child can be operated on in a federal center, but quite often these women, they don't have any funds to move to a different region for several months because the surgery and rehabilitation takes a lot of time. And these women should live somewhere nearby and visit these babies. Federal centers cannot hospitalize these babies with mothers because it is better to use this bed for the child. We help these women. We provide housing for them. We pay for their housing if they cannot afford it. And in the past 2 years, we helped over 100 women. It was house, transportation costs, and sometimes medical consultations. And these are kids, the babies who had some diseases or conditions, but after treatment in federal centers, lots of them, they are absolutely healthy. Some of them, they require an additional surgery, but these babies live and bring happiness to their families. Thank you once again for the organization of this conference. Thank you. There was a question. Very briefly, please. What is the question? Marina? I'm from St. Abraham of Bulgaria Foundation. Could you please tell us about the story of Aishat, who was brought to St. Petersburg because she was diagnosed with some her child was diagnosed with an incurable disease, but actually later she delivered a healthy baby. Oh yes, yes, we work with the Kulakov Center, but sometimes the Almazov Center is a place where women from regions are sent to, and usually it's hard to find housing because there's seasonality in St. Petersburg, lots of tourists. And we work together with St. Abraham's Foundation, and she lived in an apartment they have, and after further consultations, it happened so that no surgery was required. But when this girl was delivered, her initial diagnosis was not confirmed. So yes, that was a happy ending to that story. And I would like to thank Elena, the head of this foundation, for our work. There was another woman who also both supported her. Marina Borisovna, thank you very much. Yeah, it's great to learn about such cases. And now Lena Timokhina, criminologist, PhD holder, and she's a senior fellow in the University of Internal Affairs. My name is Timoshina. Everything else was absolutely correct. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for this conference. The topic we are discussing is really one of the most important ones. And now the views on this topic actually divided not only the world, but lots of societies as well. It is important to work on the perception of young people. We need to work with younger generations. And if we speak about the regulatory system, changes in our jurisprudence can also contribute to some positive outcomes. And I hope that at the end of this conference, some document will be prepared, and it will be the first step towards admitting the rights, legal rights of a fetus even before a baby is born. I'm using legal terms. I believe we need to speak about human beings, even before they are born. And this changes, and this will change the perception of the generation. Because what is a fetus? In Russian, a fetus and a fruit is the same word. It's okay, a fruit can be thrown away. But if we begin using the word human or human being from the moment of conception, this will be important. I'd like to refer to the decree 809 on the federal policy on strengthening traditional values in Russia. And destructive ideology is defined there. And this destructive ideology includes the idea that the natural life can be stopped or interrupted. And actually, this is one of the major threats to traditional values. And this gives us a legal framework for legal protection of humans even before they are born. The perinatal stage is an important stage of ontogenesis. And if biological life begins from the moment of conception, then the perinatal stage is a significant stage in terms of all the physiological processes. And this is even more important than when we speak about mature periods of life. We talk about the whole complexity of rights of this human being, and they cannot be deprived of their rights when, for example, people are in a coma. And if old age is not a justification for the lack of dignity of this person, then the first stage, the prenatal stage of humans, should also be accompanied by respect and dignity. There's all right for dignity and protection of the human inside the womb. These are a legal basis for a ban against abortions. Of course, with the exception of abortions under medical conditions. And here we speak also about some violation of traditional family values, because in the previous periods before the 20th century, interruption of pregnancies was always punished because it was a violation of legal norms. The first time when abortions were allowed in our country, the first women who were granted this right were workers in factories. So that was an instrument of exploitation. The women were interrupting their pregnancies to work more. Speaking about protecting of health of these women and other attempts to protect the life of unborn babies was in line with the preservation of traditional norms in this country. The total ban on abortions is against the common opinion that all women have a right to interrupt their pregnancy. And this is now viewed as part of women's reproductive rights. And that is why more and more women try to develop their career. And very often it's hard to combine their careers and families. and men are not ready to take responsibility for raising their kids. So an abortion is something very convenient for the society, which is due to moral degradation, gives this right to women. Under such conditions, we need to address the criminal punishment for violating the rights of humans before they are born. And this is interrelated with providing abortions in private centers, medical centers. And among the violations in these private clinics, there are the following: interruption of pregnancies at any term, then the use of banned in Russia medicines, lack of licenses, and also treating patients who are not of age yet. Then they do not give them a week of silence to consider their decision. All these violations are usually identified only after the harm has been done already to these women. And we see that a lot of abortions, they are not justified. In 2021, there were 87 criminal interruptions of pregnancies, and about 25% of deaths among pregnant women are due to illegal abortions. So this is a criminogenic factor that leads to violation of rights and actually lack of protection of women. And this is a damage to their physical and psychological health. Right now, in the criminal code of the Russian Federation, among the conditions for a severe violation are actions against a woman who is in a severe condition or a difficult health condition. The person, the human being who is inside the womb of the mother is not yet viewed as an object of a criminal law protection. And everything is viewed only as something added to the health of the mother, and it characterizes her health. So, if there is a crime against a pregnant woman, this is just a harmful impact on a woman's life only, not a child's life. And in the United States, the fetus is viewed as a personality. And in those regions, these criminals, they are charged with 2 murders of a pregnant woman and her child. The criminal law, Article 121, it is artificial interruption of pregnancy under illegal terms. It doesn't include all the circumstances, and it protects only the rights of a pregnant woman and not of her future child. The responsibility specified in one of the articles of the Civil Code does not correspond. It is not proportional to the damage incurred. And also the fact of limiting the terms for artificial interruption of pregnancy. It all demonstrates that we need to take into account the fact that the fetus can feel pain at the time when pregnancy is interrupted. So as a minimum, after 12 weeks specified in law, and in my opinion, it should be earlier than that, there should be a transformation of an object of legal protection. And starting from that stage, the state should protect dignity and life of this human and should protect them from suffering and death. And it should include all measures of administrative and criminal regulation. I believe that all this comes from the logic of such attitude. The persons who can inherit something, and if we look at the hierarchy of human rights, so the lack of protection of the life of a human being before this human being is born is a violation of human rights and definitely is a gap in the national legislation. The lack of protection of life of this human when they are at a very sensitive stage contradicts the traditional moral values of the Russian state and also violate all the laws of protecting people from discrimination. And this includes children before they are born.
So a lot of scientists were standing for different propositions, but we believe that amendments can be made into the article that envisages responsibility for violating rules of abortion and procedure of abortion and complement Article 123 of the Code of the Criminal Code that presumes criminal responsibility for artificial interruption if in the prohibited terms. And here we're talking about clauses 2, 3, and 4 of the federal law, and why it is so important, because we can introduce a notion, a human at his or her early stage, and it will help us to talk about fetus as a subject of the right. And the gap that we were talking about previously will be smaller, which is very important for our legal practice. And I think that we need to support this initiative, given that actually it's very easy to do. It doesn't contradict any legal documents. Moreover, it's like a gap in the legislation. And if it is a gap in the legislation, we need to fix it. And of course, I propose to ban abortions in private clinics because private clinics do not allow to track their work, their activities, and to protect women from criminal and illegal abortions. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. We will put your propositions into the final resolution, into the final document of the conference, and can you hand us over in the written form everything that you have formulated in your talk, and please send it to us. Okay, no problem. And to all the speakers, I mentioned this before, but I repeat again, please, for the final book of the conference, send us your articles or your thesis. So we encourage all the speakers to send us your papers. So now we would like to give the floor to Geraldine Sanjay, MD, Doctor of Family Medicine, Bachelor of Medicine and Surgery, Associate Lecturer, Sri Atala Bihari, Lajpaye Medical College and Research Institute from Bangalore, India. Geraldine, can you hear us?
Can you hear me? Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah. Good afternoon.
Yes, we can hear you and we are very happy to see you.
Yeah. I'm Dr. Geraldine from India, Bangalore, Karnataka. I am basically specialized in forensic medicine. Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Yeah. So I have specialized in forensic medicine, and my whole purpose of specializing in this subject was to deal with the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act, the laws in India which have shifted from protecting English. Hello? Hello? I will be speaking in English.
Yes, we can hear you and you can speak English.
Okay. Yeah. So, where am I? Karnik, can you just come and help Karnik a little bit? Karunik! Karunik! Can you just help Karu? It's not moving.
What's not moving?
The next slide.
What is it?
There's a screen. They can see the screen. They can hear me, but English. Okay.
Nice English.
English. Yeah.
Because you're supposed to move it here.
Okay.
Wait.
Can I? Yeah. Uh, so I wanted to begin with speaking about the Constitution of India, which was formulated and promulgated in 1950. At that point of time, we had the protection of life of a baby from conception. And it is the Article 21 for the protection of life and personal liberty, which is a fundamental right. No person shall be deprived of his life or liberty except according to procedure established by law. And as we have all been speaking, the beginning of human life in the mother's womb begins at conception. And this is from a textbook of obstetrics and gynecology. And here it states very clearly, after maturation, the ova and spermatozoa are called the female and male gametes, respectively, and the fusion of the nuclear masses is called the union of the female and male pronuclei. The structure formed after fusion is the zygote, and this contains the full number of chromosomes. Term is reached at 40 weeks, when the fetus is fully developed and has all the characteristics of a newborn infant. What is criminal abortion? Earlier, before the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act was passed in India, all pregnancies that were terminated were called criminal abortion. And you see, even in our textbook of forensic medicine, of which I have a volume of published in 1883, it states, by statute, it is a felony to procure, or to attempt to procure the miscarriage of a woman, whether she be pregnant or not. It is also a felony for the woman, if pregnant, to attempt to procure her own miscarriage. So life was considered very precious, and people were well aware that they were killing a child in the womb, and babies were protected from conception globally. And what are the rights of an unborn child? Law recognizes the fetus as a special aggregation of cells with a potential for independent life, and in this way protects the rights of an unborn child. It has legal rights such as the right to inherit, the right to sue, the right not to be harmed by drugs, and the right to bring a tort action. A child in the mother's womb is for many purposes regarded by legal fiction as already born. Now, how did we shift from a culture of life to a culture of death? When was the protection of the child in the womb taken away, particularly in our country? It was in 1971. This act was passed by the Indian Parliament in 1971 and came into force from April 1972, except in Jammu and Kashmir, where it came into effect from 1st November 1976. Implementing rules and regulations were written in 1971 and revised again in 1975. Under this act, termination of pregnancy can be done up to 20 weeks of gestation. A 5-month baby can be killed by our doctors. And this is from a textbook of obstetrics. Now, what are the legal abortion statistics? Globally, 56 million abortions take place every year. In South and Central Asia, an estimated 16 million abortions take place between 2010 and 2014, while 13 million abortions occurred in Eastern Asia alone. According to Health Information Management Systems, the total number of spontaneous induced abortions that took place in India in 2016 to 2017 was 9,70,436. And 10 women reportedly die due to unsafe abortions every day in India. Now, my concern for the child in the womb is related to the health of the man and the woman. The men and the women have to be educated, have to be supported in marriage for motherhood and fatherhood. The International Conference on Population and Development, held in Cairo, Egypt, in 1994, clearly defined the concept of reproductive health and reproductive rights for the first time. It mentioned that reproductive health implied that people are able to have a satisfying and safe sex life. People should have the freedom to decide if, when, and how often to reproduce. Here is the nutshell of the killing that is occurring. Contraception and legal abortion are related to this understanding of human sexuality, where they have dissociated the procreative and the unitive aspects. Sex has come to be seen as a recreational right rather than a faculty to produce good, healthy, happy, godly children. Now, this is of concern in India, against which particularly the Catholic Church is working actively to stop this, to change this law. And this is the amendment to the MTP Act of 1971, which was brought into force on 25th March 2021. And here we have the the termination of a baby up to 24 weeks. And this is absolutely horrifying. More and more women are approaching the courts for terminating their babies, which are as big as 30 to 32 weeks, literally up to birth. So this is something that we are fighting. The pro-life movement in India is fighting very strongly against. Now, the lessons that we have learned from in vitro fertilization and fetal reduction. Using ultrasound to locate each fetus, the doctors would insert a needle into the chest cavity of the most accessible fetus and place the needle tip directly into the heart of the baby. Potassium chloride was then injected into the heart of the baby, and it was viewed on the ultrasound screen until it stopped beating. Even at 9 weeks, 3 of the 12 fetuses selected for elimination presented problems. The heart continued to beat, and the procedure had to be repeated. This is the reporting of 2 doctors in the New England Journal of Medicine. And this is horrifying. We have become barbaric, barbarians, killing our children, having no knowledge or consciousness of what we are doing to our own children. And this is a very important aspect, particularly for doctors and for men, mothers and fathers to understand. And that is that legalizing abortion does not improve maternal health. In fact, and as Dr. Bernard Nathanson, who was one of the top obstetricians and gynecologists who pushed the Roe versus Wade law in the US, says, the lowering of maternal mortality has been due largely, if not entirely, to advances in anesthesia techniques, the development of new and more powerful antibiotics, etc. Perhaps most important, a higher and more standardized level of training of nurses, medical residents, and resident physicians in obstetrics and gynecology, as well as, of course, educating men and women to be good fathers and mothers. And again, one has to know and keep this very strongly in mind as we address the anti-life movement, the culture of legal abortion, is that life is continuous. There is a continuum of life. And death is a stage of entering eternal life. And pregnancy is the condition of having a developing embryo or fetus in the female when an ovum is fertilized by a spermatozoon. And our specialty deals with thanatology, which is studying death in all its aspects. There is a progression from clinical death to brain death, biological death, and then cellular death. Death is not an event, it is a process. And there is a difference between dying and killing, between murder and dying. In summary, human life is a continuous process from conception until natural death. Age is an arbitrary cutoff point for the dominant social norms of the nations of the world. The right to life of every human being should be respected and honored. In our country particularly, I and the pro-life movement is working towards revoking the MTP Act of 1971 and to develop an advocacy to protect the unborn child. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting to listen to you and to get better your experience, specifics of your country. Thank you so much. So now I would like to give the floor to Anatoly Krushelnitsky, anesthesiologist, reanimatologist, neonatologist, Department of Resuscitation and Intensive Care of Newborns, Moscow Regional Perinatal Center. So his report is Modern Problems of the Newborn Period. So hello, I'm here. Good afternoon. Can you see my presentation?
You have 10 minutes. Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm going to speak about the neonatal period problems. And we need to first define these periods. There is a perinatal period, and it includes three substages: antenatal, intranatal, and postnatal, up to 7 days. And then there's a neonatal. It is up to 1 month, where there's early neonatal and late neonatal period. Why I'm specifying all this? Because the current problem of neonatology is linked to all these periods. So we see the very first period, antenatal, up to 22 weeks. And according to the law of the Russian Federation and the decree of the Ministry of Healthcare, we treat a child who is born starting from the age of 22 weeks of gestation. Or if this child weight is over 500 grams. In the clinic I work in, sometimes we treat children who are 400 and 450. The record was, if I'm not mistaken, 370 grams. And these children are given a certificate of birth only after they live for 7 days. Why 22 weeks? Why it marks the stage, an important stage? Because from physiology, we know that only from 22 weeks of gestation, these children can breathe themselves. And at an earlier stage, physically, they are not able to do it. So they cannot breathe on their own or with ventilators. One of the major problems is a child who was born before 36 weeks of gestation. And they usually have a very low weight, up to 1.5 kilos. And at latest congresses, it has been said, and every 10th, by the way, every 10th child is a premature infant, and they are born with a weight of less than 5 or up to 500 grams. And there's a serious question for us what we should do. We know that lots of famous people like Albert Einstein and Bonaparte and Leonardo, they were born prematurely. And later, they become members of the society, and everything is fine. At the same time, we should speak about certain problems. So some of them are disabled or they die. Here is a list of major problems of premature infants. It is retinopathy and problems with eyes, and there are additional surgeries, laser coagulation. We try to stop this progressive worsening. Then bronchopulmonary dysplasia is when these infants, they breathe with great difficulty and they cannot do it on their own. Very often they stay in our clinic for 3 or 5 months, and they use oxygen concentrator up to the age of 3 or 4. Then cerebral paralysis, palsy. I know from my pediatric experience, I see that there are kids who are 10 or 12 or 15 years old. Yeah, they have serious problems. Their parents have to support their kids. They serve them all their life. And their whole life and work of these families is around such kids. And we know there are various foundations and the state supporting them. And enterocolitis. This necrotic enterocolitis, these kids are susceptible to it because these are immature kids. And even for mature infants, the environment can be very harsh, and the inner reserves of the body are sometimes strained. And this is their Achilles foot because their intestinal system is not mature yet, and they cannot take milk. And if we consider infections as well, and we try to fight it, but still it is a serious problem. Another one, it is damaged cognitive functions. It is a palsy and other things related to it. But why now we have 22 weeks? In the past, it was 27 or 28 weeks. Now it is 22 weeks of gestation, and we treat them because now the modern technology enables us to assist these babies, and a premature child can be absolutely fine. If in the past 1.4 kilo children were skeptically viewed by the doctors, and the majority of them didn't survive. But for us now, 1.4 kilo infant is fine, and we can help them, and there won't be any complications. Of course, there are specific cases, and these premature infants later, when they come with their parents, we see that every year the outcomes are getting better. Of course, the technology is developing and we can help them. A separate thing is various congenital conditions. Now, there's a lot of perinatal diagnostics, and for example, nervous system or cardiovascular system problems can be diagnosed while they are still in the womb. And there is even an intra-womb surgery when we can help these babies. Then cardio congenital diseases. More and more children are born like that because now we have a generation of parents who had these congenital conditions when they were born, and their children, they have greater chances of having this as well. We operate on them, and in the Moscow region, we have a whole system of following these kids. In the past, we could see only a death outcome or serious defects in the future. But now these kids develop fine. So, of course, 10 minutes is too little to describe all the major problems, but this is what I wanted to present. And this has been a brief overview of major problems of immature infants. Thank you very much. We are going to publish a collection of presentations. We will be waiting for the abstract of your presentation. Now, the next speaker, Michael Lazarev. Michael Lazarev, are you online? Just a second. There will be a brief announcement. Let's listen to one more presentation. We are going to have a break. And for those who are online, we are going to broadcast the videos that have been sent to us. And those who are watching a webcast, they will be able to watch those videos. Okay, Michael Lvovich. So he cannot use a Zoom. A Zoom is unavailable. And now we are getting connected. Michael Lvovich, can you hear us? Yes, I can hear you well. We are going to remove this echo. Can you see my slides? Not yet, but we can see you. Let's try again. I did everything as we practiced. Okay, I'm trying to share my screen. Michael Lvovich has one of the best practice of supporting pregnant women. Can you see my slides now? Yes, yes, we do. Dear colleagues, yes, we can see. Okay, you can show your slides. Now, I saw it, but right now I don't see it. Can you see the presentation? Yes, yes. Now we can see it. Good, good. Good. I would like to thank the organizers for this conference. Sometimes we know you wait half of your life for something. All the previous speakers were so close to my heart. Actually, they mentioned practically everything I wanted to share with you. But I believe I will be bold enough to repeat something. Right, so you see here the program, the perinatal confirmation of a personality before humans are born. I've been working in this sphere for almost 40 years, and I can explain, not only me, but there's plenty of other people as well, why it is so difficult to bring this prenatal sphere into life, because there will be tectonic changes in philosophy, in the law, in pedagogy, psychology, pediatrics. Will have to reconsider different periods of child development. And of course, lots of experts are affected by this. I can tell you a short story. I'm not going to name quite a famous child psychologist. Recently, one woman asked him, "What do you think about the perinatal period of a child?" And said, "What about the potential of this child? It's just a connective tissue and nothing else." I'm not going to give you a name, but this is what we see in psychology. So a lot of work is required to change the paradigm, to address this. So very briefly, the major topics. What is the subject here? Of course, it is Homo sapiens. It is a human in a social interaction. Then what is the moment when a person is born? From the moment of conception, and we have heard about it already. Of course, on their own, those eggs, they won't develop into a human being. Okay, zygota, is it a human being? Yes, yes, because if a human being is born at the moment of conception, although they don't shave or have their kids, but it is already a totality of all their traits and characteristics. Right. Can we view a zygota as an individual, as a personality? We can say yes, because the social context, this biosocial context, is their mother. And we listened to a very interesting presentation on that. And we already heard WHO details 22 weeks and 500 grams. Right. Then can we talk about the social and genetic life? Yes. Usually zygota is developing its genetic qualities and they turn into social qualities. And the social individual includes genetic traits. And if the process of individual development is based on this essence, can it be just a change of cognitive and psychological changes? Because usually we don't view a body at all. The human being is an organism with psychophysical and psychological characteristics. It is a unity thing. And this is a summary. A personality is a unity of all traits from the moment of conception, unique qualities, making this individual different from all other human beings. As I said at the beginning, we need to reconsider different periods. This first antenatal period and all others, we don't have time to discuss this. I will have my view. In 2007, in Pereslav-Zalewski, there was a summer school. It was called the Individual of Conception, and there were biologists. There were priests from the Russian Orthodox Church. There's a film, the short video prepared. Okay, this great ancient town of Pereslav-Zalewski. And we developed memorandum of that summer school, where we said that on the basis of scientific data and historical experience and discussions of this summer school, we believe that the child before birth is an individual, and that is why has all the rights and freedoms. And now, 17 years later, this big group of experts can continue this work. And we developed a method called Sonatal. I'm going to discuss it. So, and we propose that changes should be introduced to the prenatal protection of humans. Women should get favorable conditions for continuing their life. The pregnant women should be educated on prenatal education, and also there should be some certificate. So we are talking here about prenatal school, not the maternity school, but prenatal school. So when the marriage is registered, they can be given the certificate to attend that school. Well, of course, psychology is quite important, and they did a lot. But the pedagogy hasn't been involved yet. And we need to view it as a unified period of childhood. And we heard that this is a continuous development. Then we need to organize the pedagogical process. I'm a pediatrician, but now I'm speaking more about educated maternity and childhood. So the society won't see any differences until this is introduced. So pedagogy and psychology should be working together. In 1983, the method Sonatal was developed and it was certified in 1996. The whole idea was for asthma kids, and it was a school of breathing. And later we developed it. I have some videos I could have shown you, but I would like to quote Professor Narcissov. So he was saying that when pregnant women sing, they contribute to the health of the children because lots of systems develop better. This gives us an understanding of the culture of prenatal period, because here we talk not only about hemodynamics and regulation of oxygen circulation. No, it is the whole culture of education. I'm showing you some inventions. Okay, it is a 7-color belt with 7 nodes. And okay, when these babies touch a certain stripe, a certain note is played. In Naberezhnye Chelny, over 50,000 kids were born who have been through this perinatal school. And we received a very good results. And we see that lactation was better, and special music was composed for the lactation period. You see, 14,000 kids.
And now a few words about sonata pedagogy. So, origins of sonata pedagogy. So this is Lev Terman, and you know him very much. And I really want to pay tributes to him, as well as to Boris Nikitin and Mikhail Nishetinin, Brent Rurik Narcissov, and Brent Logan and Mikhail Lazarev. And of course, a very well-known great people from Nabezhnye Chelny who created the system of prenatal treatment back in 1990s in Nabezhnye Chelny, Republic of Tatarstan. And also would like to mention academician Alexander Razumov. Amonashvili also confirmed the idea of prenatal education, and different musicians who performed this. Just a short snippet. So this is Angela Markova singing this lullaby. So we have more than 1,000 of such music tracks. Just a few words more. Of course, our pediatricians, well known, Alexander Baranov, Leila Namazova-Baranova, Olga Maslova, who have been with us for many years. They were protecting this methodology and paid a lot of contribution to develop this. And it's very good that without any interpretation, these music tracks were well accepted by our Indian colleagues. They wanted just to have the original authentic music to use it in their country. So a great new culture of sonatal holidays was introduced. So our community can support such a music festival because only music can get into the womb, into the minds of our people. Music can create a real educational um, environment for development. And of course, we need festivals for that. Thank you very much. And it was my pleasure to see my colleagues. I was in a so-called professional vacuum, but today's conference is a great gift for me. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Mikhail. So after that music, we just have to proceed with the lunch break. But anyway, I would like to ask a question to Vladimir Alexandrovich. So this is a very complicated topic, and of course we need solid scientific facts, but in your view, sonatal experience when a baby reacts to music, to these kind of interactions, can we treat them like scientific factors, and can we use it as a scientific argument, a solid argument? In terms of science, of course, I mean. So you hear me? So let me start from this. When I heard um, a presentation of our beloved colleague Mikhail Lvovich, I remembered that during my lectures I demonstrated to students one of our works, and our department carried out such a project with the Theme Institute of Steklov, and they recorded they transposed uh, the developing cavia into sound. So it is possible. So yes, it was a real row or cavia that was developing, and they come up with the melody. But it depends on the instruments that you use. And there was 3 types of row: healthy row, damaged or malfunctioning row. It had to overcome some difficulties with this health, like it could be stored in different temperature. And the third one, when this music was recorded, the normal row, this so this process of a division. So this process sounded like a very funny Chinese music. And our normal row, when it comes to our normal row, so the music was like a mixture of different sounds, like musical chaos. It wasn't very pleasant to listen to it, but when both music tracks was played for defective row, it got better. So yes, this is how they made it. A freshly produced row, it got covered with water later. That's why there were some defects, and both music can have a therapeutical and paraceutical effects. It was tested on row on amphibians, but we didn't continue this work. And I had such records, but it's a scientific fact. So, well, we can think of a study. I think these are real things. There was a very well-known doctor, expert, Warshawski, and he studied a lot of different things, but it was a long time ago. I told about this to my students. Well, music can harmonize. When I was a student, I I I read a paper, a work from some magazine that doesn't exist anymore. You know what they did? They played on over rice fields some music, some symphonic music, harmony music, and cacophonic music like jazz. Uh, so one was deteriorating, the jazz one, and the symphonic and harmonic music, well built, had a positive effect on rice fields. So it just stimulated growth of rice. Grandfather of Charles Darwin also experimented with this. He had a plant in his apartment and he played some violin music to see the effect of its growth. In India, there was another case. So in Glenna, it's like a one-cell organism. So there are chloroplasts for some photosynthesis. It can act like an amoeba. So when it has chloroplasts, people started to set a rhythm, a sound rhythm with higher speed, with slower speed, and they just analyzed how this chloroplast started to accelerate and to slow down. So everything I mentioned has some scientific base. So I think this correlates very good with what has been highlighted in the previous presentation. So it's quite feasible. Thank you, dear colleagues. So I would like to show a video from Maria del Pilar Calvada Mercado. Unfortunately, she couldn't join us. That's why she has pre-recorded a video. She's professor of genetics, bioethics, and medical ethics at Anuanak University, Mexico. So now I give the floor to a mother with 12 children. Please introduce yourself. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm not a mother with 12 children. I'm a president of the charitable foundation. My pleasure, my joy, and we have prepared a video for vulnerable families. They asked mothers not to kill children in their womb, and it caused a real stir. But also would like to speak about premature children. Here you can see my son who had just 700 grams of weight. There were two children in my womb. One child died and another survived, but I also was reading some praise, and my boy could hear this praise. Now he is visiting churches and cathedrals on his own, and he's singing in the choirs. And this is how we can help children, premature children with a low body mass. This is how we can help mothers in a complicated situation. And we have very large families from 5 to 9 or even 12 children. I know a mother from Kalushka region with 8 children. She is raising them alone. And I ask her, so you are delivering children, but do you realize that you need to educate them? You need to raise them? Yes, I understand. So she didn't have money, but we taught her how to work. We provided her with humanitarian support. We gave her food. Then she started to sell something. She started to make money. She renovated her apartment. So I understand that we just need to provide timely support. If a woman is pregnant, she broke up with her boyfriend, we just need to support her and give a baby a chance to see this world. And then it's up to God what will be the state of the baby. Yes, as for me, my son Pavel had little chances, but still he's very good in his studies. He's sitting here, so all these children have right to live. That's why I'm always to protect children and to protect vulnerable mothers. Thank you very much. I was very happy to meet you. And where did you come from? Moscow. Do you live here? Do you work here? This is my business card. You can check our website. So we have a lot of children and mothers and veterans under our support, and we help everyone. And also we provide support not just to those who live in Moscow, but to those who live in regions. We tell them, don't abort your pregnancy. If God gives you a baby, he will give you everything to raise this baby. So I got a message from one mother, and her husband died and she had 2 children and she wasn't married, and we prepared everything to help her from the first month of birth. We did something even before birth. So we provided her with everything for 12 months, with napkins, clothes, food for her boy and for her girl, and she was happy to get that help. It is very important to do this on a timely fashion so they don't abort their pregnancy. So yes, we stand for the life since the moment of conception. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Pilar Calva from Mexico. I'm in the context of the March for Life in Zurich, Switzerland. I'm a physician and then I'm a geneticist. I studied under the guidance of Professor Jerome Lejeune. He was a great scientist who discovered the cause of Down syndrome, and he was also a great pro-lifer. He knew he had to defend life because his discovery, knowing the cause of Down syndrome at trisomy 21, was misused to make prenatal diagnosis and eliminate through abortions these patients. So he committed to what is the duty of all doctors, that is to defend the life of all the patients. So I studied under his guidance. So I would like to explain something that is discussed in ideological and false terms that we do not know when life begins. And many legislations make votations on that subject. And that is not true science. We can see whatever I explain here in a simple way in medical books with scientific facts. I would say you can see any embryology books. The embryology is a science, part of the medicine, that studies the development of a human being, that means of a patient, of a doctor, before he is born. So we are speaking already about the patient, and we consider the embryological development starts once the embryo, the egg cell and the sperm cell fuse. That moment is called conception. So what happens in conception is what I'm going to explain. First of all, we have to remember that all living beings have a genetic material. This genetic material is in the DNA. The DNA and the RNA are the genetic structures where it is said to which species do I belong, and at the same time it says that we are unique, irreparable, that means individual in this species. For example, I can have a very big nose. It's my only nose. Nobody else has a nose like mine. But it's not the trunk of an elephant. It's a human nose because I have a human genetic material. We have all our material in every one of our billions of cells inside the nucleus. The genes are the small instructions written on DNA that say different characteristics. For example, the color of the eyes, the way your hair. It can also have structural functions. For example, we have a gene to produce a protein that's very necessary for bones. That's called collagen. Then we have another gene that speaks about functional genes. That means, for example, the insulin to be able to put sugar inside our body. So these genes are all, these instructions are all in small books that are called chromosomes. Us human beings, we all have 23 pairs of these chromosomes. That means 46 chromosomes. We have a pair because we receive one number 1 from our dad and the other number 1 from our mom. One number 21 from our mom, 121 from our dad. And on the 23rd pair of chromosomes, if we are women, and we are women since conception until we die, we will have 2 X chromosomes. And a man will have in its billions of cells a very big chromosome, an X, and a tiny one that's a Y. So all our cells have all our genetic material that almost doesn't change in the time. So the genome is there. It's like a printed book. It doesn't change with time. There's a very new discovery that even helps us more understand that it's in conception and not in another moment, that is the epigenetics. Epigenetics, going back to the example of the books, is as if you take a pencil, a colored pencil, and then a marker, and then you mark in pink or in yellow the important things of a page. That can be changed. If I read the same book 2 years afterwards, maybe I will underline another thing. The book doesn't change, but I can change whatever I mark. That is epigenetics, and that's the imprinting. The imprinting means that it can be changed, and it's really chemical things that happen, methylation, phosphorylation, and we know that can change with time. Something that is incredible in this, the beginning of life, is that the men's gamete, that means the men's sexual cell, that's a sperm cell, has a different imprinting than the egg cell. And when they join or fuse in conception, the imprinting changes, as if chemically it was telling us, I'm not anymore a cell. I'm not anymore a sperm cell or an egg cell. I'm something different. And here it's someone different. So it's incredible because the imprinting has even demonstrated much more this. 2 things happen when sex cells are formed, when gametes are formed. One is, the process is we start with a cell that has 46 chromosomes, and this cell will divide, but dividing to have its genetic material. That's different from the mitosis, for example, what happens in our skin cells, that we have at 46 skin cells, and then we will produce more 46 skin cells. Here, no. We start from a 46 cell, and then we will reduce the number of chromosomes through a process that calls meiosis. Meios means half. 2 very important scientific things happen there that one can read in any chemistry book, in any biochemistry book, in any genetics book. That's science. So those who believe that nothing is said that we don't know, I would invite them to study because everything is in science. So what happens? First, the 2 number ones of the mom put strictly very together because they start interchanging small parts. That is called the crossing over. So the moms gives the same amount of chromosome to the dad, and the dad's part comes to the mom. It's like we make a mixture of both the maternal and the paternal chromosome. Why? Because at the end, in this cell will be only one. That's why we can have things from our dad's side, or from his paternal and his maternal side. How many crossing overs does it happen? There are between 3 to 8 crossing overs in each pair of chromosomes, and we have 23 pair of chromosomes. Let's make an average of 5, so it will be an exponential of 23 up to 5. That means 23 plus 23, and then that number you will multiply by the result. But it's even more, because crossing over sometimes it's not always in the exactly same place. Sometimes we have paternal, maternal, and paternal. Others paternal, maternal, and no other. So it's in another side. And the second thing that happens during meiosis, it's a law. It's one of Gregor Mendel's law. Gregor Mendel is considered the father of the genetics because he gave the laws of inheritance. When there is a law in any natural science, it's a knowledge that's immutable. That means it will not change. So this is the law of segregation. We have the mother's chromosome, let's imagine it's pink, with small parts of the dad's chromosome. Let's imagine it's blue. So we have a pink chromosome with some patches of blue. And we have the blue one with the same patches of pink. And then there's a moment in which the pink chromosome will go to the cell of the left and the blue one to the right. And it's by choice. You put a coin in the air and you say this one goes here and this one goes here. When you go to number 2, it's not necessarily the pink one that will go as the other that was a pink one. Again, you throw this coin to the air, and it could be the pink or it could be the blue. So how many combinations can we make because of the first law of Gregor Mendel of the segregation? We can make up to 23 square because we have 2 possibilities. That means 569 combinations. Then if we combine segregation and crossing over, we can get, it's a difficult calculation made by pure mathematics, and we can make up to 1 trillion different combinations. So it's incredible because a woman can make 1 trillion combinations of her own genetic material. And the most, she will ovulate 500 times in her life because it's once every month. We have to take off the pregnancies and etc., but suppose there's no pregnancy. And she's fertile maybe 40 years. So it will be no more than 500. She has a genetic combination for every exo. Now imagine the husband. It's the same thing. The husband can make 1 trillion different chromosomes, different sperm cells. A spouse, in this great act of love, the greatest act of love between spouses, puts in the body of the mother around 350 million sperm cells, up to 500 million sperm cells. We have enough for them to be different. So what happens in conception? Conception is defined as the fusion of the sperm cell and the egg cell. Conception is a medical term. And so 1 trillion per 1 trillion combinations, the possibility that we find the same combination is 1 exabillion chromosomes, exabillion chances. So in theory, it's not impossible, but in the practice, it's impossible. So the genetic material that you find in this new cell that one can see, oh, it's only a cell, and I see it's a human cell because it has 46 chromosomes. But if we go to genomics, we go to epigenomics, that's the newest science in medicine, we can see that the genetic material is a new combination between 1 trillion and 1 trillion. It's a combination that will not be repeated because we would have to play again the 1 trillion combinations. So in one word, it's an individual combination. Individual, that means that it has never happened and it will never happen again. Conclusion, it's a human being. In Spanish, it's very easy. We say it's an individual human. Okay? That's the first thing. Even in identical twins, that's monozygote twins, just one egg cell and one sperm cell, this is true at that moment. Monozygotic twins have a unique conception. They have a material. But individual doesn't mean that it will not divide. If there are twins or not, this one egg cell embryo, human embryo, it's already a baby, it's already my patient, it's a Swiss citizenship that the Swiss law should protect, has its peculiar genetic material. And then, in some cases, on the 3 first days, it divides into 2 persons, but their beginning of life was individual. Okay? The second evidence is this genetic material that we have in the moment of conception makes an autonomous development. That means there's already all the material of the human symphony. We just have to let this material express itself. It's like we have a cassette with a marvelous human symphony. We need a cassette player to put it and hear the symphony. It's the same. Where do we see this? In all embryology books. We know, for example, on day 21, a very simple heart will beat. It's just a tube. But with the time, we will make this marvelous heart with their 4 cavities very particular. Nobody has a heart the same as the other. We all have human hearts, but each one has a different individual heart. And this development is so autonomous that today, very sadly and unethically, we can start life in a cold glass dish. Because usually it starts in the warm fallopian tube of a mom. Okay? But we can see life in the lab. And the mom can be kilometers away or on another continent, and life continues to happen. And we know it's alive because it reproduces. This one cell embryo doubles the size of its body, of his or her body, because now he has a 2-cell body. On the 48th, he'll have a body with 4 cells, etc. So the development is autonomous. There is reproduction. This embryo, since very, very tiny, eats. He doesn't eat through a mouth and a digestive tube because it's not the time. So we eat as amoebas. We eat by osmosis from those cells that surround the egg cell. And when there's an in vitro fertilization in the glass, they put nutrients for the baby because we need to put in energy, ATPs, because this little baby already breathes. Why do we know that this baby breathes? Because they do synthesis of proteins to make all the organelles, to have the reproduction of the DNA, to make the membrane, the nuclear membrane and the cellular membrane. So we know there is a respiratory function, very simple, set by a Nobel Prize who's called Krebs. So we know that Krebs cycle means there's respiration. So this tiny, peculiar human being, and he's not only a human being, He's the son of Mr. Smith and Mrs. Watson because Mr. Smith gave its genetic material and Mrs. Watson gave hers. So it's not part of the body of the mom because all my body has my same genetic material. The cell of my eye has the same genetic material as my thumb. I know the thumb is part of my body not only because it is stuck to me. If they cut my thumb, I know it is mine because it has the same genetic material as the rest. But this newly conceived baby has a different genetic material. Of course, he or she has 50% of the genetic material as the mom, but the other 50% the mother doesn't recognize. So it's false, it's ideological to say that it's part of their body. And the third evidence is that it's a continuous process. If we are not human beings since conception, there is no moment where there is a genetic change that we could scientifically affirm, like for example, oh, it's not a human being until it implants. So then on day 14, ping, it turns to be a human being. I would ask two questions to those ideologies because it's not scientific that say that. The first question would be, I do not doubt, books do not doubt, scientific books, that it's a human being because that's a peculiar human being, a unique genetic material. But if you consider it's not a human being, tell me to what species is it? Because if it is human, you would have to tell me what species is it. And the second question is even more difficult to answer and would have no answer. Let's say it's from the species of a cuchicuacino, a new species, okay? And then suddenly on day 14, they consider it starts to be human. That is considered in biology evolution. Evolution, the theory of evolution, cannot be sustained because in the million of years between the primate, the monkey, that's so close to us, but it's at the same time so far to us, because millions of years cannot explain the genetic changes. So this would be a case in 14 days, what was not human turns into human. So no, there's a development that it's a continuous. There's never any jump on genetic material. And the falsest of all is to try to say that a human capacity defines you to be a human. To feel does not make you be part, be human. It's an expression of your humanity. Being able to think, to have brain waves, it's an expression of humanity. But there will be patients that will never express because maybe they don't have a brain. They have severe genetic things. Maybe they were very intelligent, but they are now in a coma, profound coma. They do not express brain waves, but they are still human. So don't remember always, all these things, feeling, heartbeat, brain waves, or neurological waves, are only an expression of humanity, but they do not define us as human beings. A dog who barks, the barking of a dog is an expression that what is coming is a dog. But if the dog is sleeping and he doesn't bark, I do not say, oh, what is it? I don't know what it is. I say, well, it's a sleeping dog. So it's the same. Thinking, rational activities are an expression that you are a human being. Only human beings who have a human genetic material will be able to do that. But there can be a human being that doesn't do it, but continues to be a human being. Thank you very much.
Welcome to all the participants of the conference. My name is Vertyanov Sergei Yurievich. I am an author of the biology textbooks for 10 and 11 classes of the secondary school at the revision of Yuri Petrovich Ladokhov. I will discuss scientific basis of abortion. What do we see in the modern school biology textbooks Muller and Haeckel law of biogenesis? By this means we are taught in our schools that embryo in mother's womb quickly goes through all the evolutionary path in a compressed way. And so at the early stage of his development, he is not a man yet, but some kind of an animal, fish or little frog. At this point of view, it is possible to do abortion at this time because we are not killing a man but an animal. It is a point of concern for some teachers in biology because when they teach children in this way, they are also bearing accountability for somebody's life. In this point of view, has a scientific basis or not? In 19th century, Ernst Haeckel was developing the theory of Darwin. He said at the Council of the University of Vienna that embryo's entogenesis in the womb resembles his phylogenesis. It is not rather known, but it is the fact that this point of view was not accepted so easily at that time. The Special Commission of Embryologists was summoned. Its head was William His. His commission revised Haeckel pictures of embryos of chordates, being similar to each other at the early stage of development. Finally, this commission stated that Haeckel was cheating and is not worthy to be a scientific researcher. And it is very difficult for us also to glimpse some similarity between these pictures. And it is difficult for us also to glimpse some similarity between these pictures too. In our century of DNA investigations, it became evident to our scientists that it is impossible for species in its embryo stage of development to resemble the evolutionary path of its ancestors. And it is not a matter of evolution. Is evolution is lawful at all? What is its way, and etc. Because from the genetics point of view, a human instantly possesses all human attributes at any stage of his development, and he can first develop like a fish and then like a human. In this wise, we can first project to build kindergarten and then eventually build a skyscraper. We need to begin the building of it from the very beginning, from the very first steps. And the same it is about genetic also. If one could read from the theory of evolution textbook written by Professor Alexey Sergeyevich Severtsov, who was long time the head of the Department of Evolutionary Problems at Lomonosov Moscow State University, one should find that the author stressed that the wrongfulness of biogenetics law is evident, so the question is closed. And the professor of the greatest university of Russia states that this law of biogenesis is wrongful. However, I am not sure why secondary school biology textbooks continue to mention this law. This law literally makes our children to believe that abortion is normal and possesses modern scientific explanation. Famous modern embryologist Gilbert also strongly says that the union of embryology and evolutionary biology was synthetically created by Haeckel in the late half of 19th century. Of course, human possesses some kind of similarity with chordates. It is linked by embryologists with the law of development summarized by Karl von Baer. And so this is the law. He wrote that chordates possesses the same principle of the forming of the cord and other organs around it. And it would be quite unusual if embryos of chordates would dramatically differ one from each other. Of course, at the early stage of development they are similar by the cause of the same program of forming, but not by the cause of the same ancestor, and etc. However, gastrula and blastula of various chordates might differ significantly also. In my textbooks in biology published with the revision of the greatest scientist and former director of Institute of General Genetics of Russian Academy of Sciences, professor of Lomonosov Moscow State University, Altukhov Yuri Petrovich, we pay much attention to this, and we consider that it is of great value to grow up the current generation in the sense of an acceptability of abortion. We should teach our children that it is unacceptable from moral position as well as from scientific. And it is unthinkable to play around with modern scientific data, especially when it can so damage the society itself. Yuri Petrovich writes in the introduction to this textbook that one of the responsibilities of the scientist is to witness unto the truth. Thus, the responsibility of the scientist is more than that of the doctor, because deed of the former might influence the destiny of millions of people. This we observe today while we thoughtlessly attempt to affirm Darwin theory with such an idea that that of Haeckel, that human embryo resembles evolutionary path in the womb, thus reducing human development to that of a mice or a fish, and only then returning to human. We by this means teach our children unawares that it is normal to commit abortion at some stages of development when it is not a human. Of course, it is a human, and it is a grave crime to kill him before God as well as before other humans. Now it is time to stop this and reveal the truth to our children in order that our native country, Russia, will never suffer again from the crime of child killing.
We're beginning the second session, and we begin with Oleg Matveychik, who's head of the Department on Information Technology and Public Relations. Oleg Anatolievich, can you hear us? Yes, I can hear you well. What about timing? Up to 10 minutes. But for those who have just joined us, I can tell you that this conference is being watched in all regions of Russia. It is various committees on healthcare, psychologists, medical specialists, teachers, child ombudsmen, representatives of the legislative assemblies, and so on. And it is an international conference. There are representatives of Belarus, Serbia, Georgia, Peru, India, Germany, United States, Mexico. And I know that this webcast is being watched in different countries. Oleg Anatolievich, over to you. Good afternoon. I'm happy to welcome everyone who is watching this online or offline. Today, I was supposed to take part in the plenary session of your conference, but I am now in the office of the President of Russia. So there's so many different events taking place that this is the only way I can join you. I would like to welcome the participants of this session, and I'll be very brief. First, I would like to address everyone who has been involved in awareness-raising activities in the sphere. It is most important ones. Some people might think that everything is well known, that all necessary data are available and they are widely known. But unfortunately, we live in some confined space. It seems to us that we know something and it is known to everyone, but it is not so. The information flow is so big. There are so many things that distract us, and not only us, but young people, that distract them from most important and valuable things and scientifically proven facts. There's so much information rubbish all around us. All this leads to the situation when young people are not aware of some specific knowledge that experts and specialists are sharing at such conferences. So, of course, awareness raising work is extremely important, and we can never say enough. Everyone is well aware and informed, and we can stop this work. Some reliable information is also sometimes at a danger, because those who provide false and pseudo information, all those coaches who tell our young people, oh, you're not responsible to anyone. Your valuable life is most important, and embryos and fetuses, all this is not important in your life. Okay, your life is most important, and even an act of crime can later be somehow justified. So you need just to refocus, you need to meditate, maybe you need to do some yoga or some other psychological excuses, and then it is not a sin any longer. You won't suffer from this. So you see that even this exists, and all this popular psychology, it damages the perception of the young people. On my part, and colleagues of mine, we also think like that, and we think like that, and we hope that awareness raising activities should be financed from various programs, and we'll do everything in our hands. And we are aware that these grants are not available to absolutely all programs. And I've been working in the administration for over 20 years, and I can say from my own experience that sometimes you need to continue, and you can get a grant only on the 5th attempt, but you need to knock and the doors will open. So we do need this, and this work should be supported. And our task and our goal as deputies, when we work with authorities, we need to increase the financing for this. And another area is various legislative initiatives. We expect these initiatives from you. We all understand that it is not that easy and straightforward, that the Ministry of Healthcare does not approve absolutely everything. And you know, in the State Duma, they see that if some ministry has not approved a draft law, then this draft won't become effective. It won't be approved. And in the Commission on Protection of Christian Values, and I'm part of that, several days ago, we had a meeting, and there were lots of initiatives, lots very good ones, but we see that not all of them have a chance. So we develop draft laws and we try to initiate these discussions with the ministry, and this includes the right to acknowledge the rights of an infant who hasn't been born yet. So these infants, they do have rights even before they are born. So there are not great chances that this initiative will be approved, but we'll wait and see. So awareness raising work is extremely important, not only for young people, not only for adults. Abortions, by the way, a huge category of abortions. It is in the age group from 30 to 40. So they do have kids already and don't have more kids. And we need to educate these people as well. We need to do it together with our officials and representatives of the authorities. These people don't want to consider scientific knowledge, and they still follow those arguments, and they say that any bans in this area will lead to huge numbers of dead pregnant mothers. The reality is different, and so this is an important topic. And when women try to decide whether to have an abortion or not, and young women, not only young women, they have serious doubts very often. And we know that sometimes just one fact, one piece of information can move the scale, and they will take the right decision. And I wish you all fruitful work. You'll be sharing useful experience, and with God's help and enough strength, we will continue this work, and we will be sharing our position. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We're so grateful for joining us. The next, Miklos Lukas, management, MA in management, and the senior lecturer at the University San Martina Pepere in Peru, and he's a co-founder of the Technopolitana educational platform. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much for your kind invitation. I'm connecting from England. It's a warm day, so I apologize for my clothing. It's a little bit informal, but thank you very much for paying attention to this presentation. My view is this presentation will relate with philosophical anthropology. So it will deal with the concept of life from the beginning to the end, and what are the effects that some policies are having in the West, particularly in Western Europe and North America, which are having a great influence in Latin American countries, where what I am labeling as an anthropological war. That's what we are facing right now in the 21st century. And I think the most important debates in the future will be bioethical by nature, because there's a clear intention by what we call in the West the progressive movement to redefine and reconfigure human nature. Next slide, please. So, yes, thank you. So this is the picture of Patricia Piccinini. She's a plastic artist, and she deals a lot with transhumanist themes. So you can see this is one of her pieces of work, and she has some more disturbing images, like, for example, chimeras like dolphins and humans, or rats and humans, and she plays with the idea of redefining nature. Now, this might seem something inoffensive, but what you're doing here is you are, in a very subtle, very low way, you're trying to do is to present a version of human beings that deals with chimeras. Now, this is not the only way you do it, through art or through culture. For example, there's a huge amount of series in the West that are dealing with transhumanism. So this idea of cyborgs and chimeras, this is something that is happening on a daily basis, and the message is not targeted to adults. It's targeted to children, teenagers, and youngsters in that order. So that's why they have occupied schools, and in public and private schools in our region, there's no more education but indoctrination. And everything is versed around the concept of personal identity. So basically, the idea is that whatever you perceive yourself, that's what you can become. And then you have the aid of technology to change what you are, to change your nature. And this is the next concept I would like to address. Next slide, please. What is human nature? We have to understand that, yes, there's a biology behind us, but by human nature, we refer to all these things that make us who we are, human beings, Homo sapiens, whether we are in Russia, in China, in Peru, in England, or whatever. By nature, we mean all these genetic, biological, anatomic, physiological, and psychological characteristics that differentiate us from animals. We are not animals, we are human beings. And this nature stems also from two other verifiable facts, that there's sexual dualism and dimorphism. So there's man and woman. That's it. There's no third sex. There's no 100 billion genders. There's no such things as transgender or transspecies, when they are very calling here in the West the rise of trans woman or trans man, or even trans species, people who believe to be another species, trans age, people who think they are from different ages, transcapable, people that are born normally, but they want to affect themselves. So there's the case of this woman in Michigan in the United States who poured acid in her eyes because she wanted to experience the world in darkness. And this was done with the aid of her psychiatrist. So these things seem to be marginal, but the reality is that among teenagers and children, these views are becoming more regular and more common. From this human nature, so from what we are, stems the human condition, so how we live and perceive the world as human beings. And that's what differentiates us from other species. So, for example, human beings are the only species that can register their past. We are the only species who have a history. We are the only species that can think in abstract terms. We are rational, but we also can apply philosophy. No other species does that. And we also have superior aesthetic capabilities. So humans can paint, we can create sculptures, art, music, literature. No other creature does that. And this might seem quite obvious to you, but in our regions, in Western Europe, North America, and more increasingly, in Latin America, these things are being changed. I think in Russia, you're still far away from what we are perceiving here in this part of the world. So this might sound like science fiction to you, but in this part of the world, these things are becoming common thanks to public indoctrination, media misinformation, political intervention, the intervention also of multilateral organizations like the United Nations, the World Health Organization. Everything is geared towards indoctrinating people and letting them know that they can redefine and reconfigure human nature and by extension the human condition. Next slide, please. So what's the political symbol of this movement that is trying to redefine and reconfigure human nature? If I could go to the next slide, I would appreciate that. Thank you. So this is supposedly to be the LGBT flag, the gay movement flag. But in reality, it's a flag that represents a global political movement, what we know as global progressivism or progressivism as such. This is the ideology. I mean, this is the flag that you can see flaming in London, in Berlin, in Buenos Aires, in Lima, in Washington, everywhere. All over the world, you will have this symbol. This is the symbol that seeks for the redefinition and reconfiguration of human beings. It goes beyond the LGBT agenda. It is dealing with the feminist agenda. It's also dealing with the racist agenda, everything that is being pushed to citizens. And the main tenet of this flag is that you can be whatever you want. You can self-perceive as gender fluid or gender or pangender, pansexual, polysexual, and you will have endless numbers of genders to define yourself. But at the bottom of this, what you have is the factual redefinition of human beings. When you redefine the concept of human being, then you can go through the physical reconfiguration of this human being. Next slide, please. If we can go to the next slide. Thank you. Now, this relates, and as I said, in Russia it might not be so strong, but in this part of the world it is, the increasing power of the ideology of transhumanism, the idea that men and humans can merge with technologies, like, for example, artificial intelligence, or manipulate our configuration through gene editing techniques like CRISPR, or robotics. The idea that human beings can enhance themselves or improve themselves through technological applications. So they look for three main core things. The first one, super longevity. So they are trying to declare death as a disease so it can be combated. They also look for super intelligence. They want all people to be super intelligent like machines. So there's no problem if you insert yourself some chips or some hard drive disks in your brains, that'll be okay. And the last one is super well-being. So you will be you will live eternally, you will be super intelligent, and your quality of life will be awesome. But the quality of life that they stem from is a hedonistic view. It's a life for pleasure. And this is what is destroying our youth through the promotion, for example, of drugs, consumption of drugs, of prostitution, of online sexual, ventilations. Like, for example, the counts of OnlyFans, which is a very, very popular platform here in the West, where you will have the idea of eternal consumption. So everything is granted, especially for the youngsters. And the idea they grow with is that they are subjects of infinite rights, but there's no duties or responsibilities. And this is destroying our societies from the bottom. Now, this might seem as science fiction because at some point, many of the promises of transhumanism are not there yet. Like, scientific advancements have not reached the point to fulfill the promise of transhumanism, but that's where the mentality is going to. This is what they are trying to guide our youngsters. Next slide, please. So this is not going to be any more science fiction, as I will show in the next slide. Thank you. These are real cases of transhumanists. So you will have, for example, this guy, Neil Harbison, at the right. He's a guy from Spain. He can only see in black and white, but he has implanted a sensor here, where through colors, that tip of that microphone in there can detect different colors. I will make different sounds according to those colors. So he can perceive colors through noise. The guy on his left is called Manel de Aguas. He's from Barcelona, from Spain, and he declares himself as a trans species. So you will see an adapter behind his neck. So he's putting a kind of devices in his ears where he can perceive the levels of moisture because he considers himself a fish. Now, these are mental illnesses, but the problem is that in this part of the world, if you point out that these people are mentally ill, what they'll tell you is that you are doing a hate crime. So for which you can go through, because of your hate discourse, you can go to prison, actually, for saying the truth, that these people are mentally ill. This is the state of things in the West. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. Now, so I said the first, and I'll be finishing in 4 minutes. the first step then was to redefine human nature. And they are doing this through the reconfiguration of the concept of human beings. Now you can be whatever you can be. You can be all these genders, you can be transspecies, transsexual, anything, whatever you want. And there's the point where transhumanism is not only society of mentally deluded people, but this is pushed, like, for example, in big tech companies like Google, in universities like Oxford, like Cambridge, they have departments where they study the science of transhumanism. Now, the thing would be what kind of technologies should be available to factually transform that human being from what he is or what she is into what that person wants to be. The first thing is that already in December 2014, the magazine Nature, which is the most cited scientific magazine in the world, at least in the English-speaking world, already confirmed that you can derive sperm from stem cells from females. So basically, in what they are saying is that de facto men would not be needed anymore in the reproductive process because you can already derive sexual masculine gametes from female stem cells. And these stem cells can be from girls or old women or normal women. It doesn't matter. You can get sperm from female stem cells. And studies and experiments have already been conducted in mice in different parts of the world. The Weizmann Institute, for example, in Israel, successfully conducted these kind of experiments. Next slide, please. So the other thing, this, for example, this is experiment for an artificial womb. It's called ectogenesis, growing a living being outside the female womb. This experiment was conducted in 2017. You can actually watch it on YouTube, where 8 lambs were taken out from their mothers and put for the last 2-3 months in these biobags. These are artificial wombs. These animals lived for 1 month without any problem after the experiment was called out. In Israel also, they did this experiment with 256 embryos from mice. The 256 embryos lasted for 6 weeks without problem, and they could have terminated the 11-week normal period of pregnancy, but they didn't because they had to cut up the experiment. So these are artificial wombs for animals. But then you would say, what's going on then? Please, if we can go to the next slide. These images that you're going to see here, the next ones, are biobags for human beings. They are being developed at the University of Twente and the University of Eindhoven in the Netherlands with a 12 million euro fund support from the European Union. So now it's not more science fiction. This is a reality that is being pushed. What's the narrative behind these biobags? Oh, well, we can have premature babies, so we can use these biobags to support them. So they will always present this as a positive things. But in reality, what you're doing gradually is you are outsourcing. This is the important thing. You are outsourcing the entire reproduction of human beings to technologies. Most people are not aware that, for example, applications in artificial intelligence, in robotics, in gene editing, in biotechnologies are heading towards human reproduction. And I want to invite you to read a very interesting book, which was published in 2016. The author is Henry Greeley. He's a biosciences professor at the University of Harvard. And the book was called The End of Sex. Now, Greeley in this book says, in 20, 40 years from now, beds will not be needed because every aspect of human reproduction will be outsourced to technology. Now, this sounds as a science fiction call, but as I have been showing you, these experiments and these applications are being geared towards human reproduction applications increasingly. So the point here is, at last, and this is how I would end this presentation, we have to be very careful of what kind of garbage is taught to our children at schools. I know that in Russia you are being very fierce and very strong in avoiding that this garbage is fed into your children's brains. But here in our side of the world, this is not being so successful. And we parents are very concerned about this. Number two is that, yes, it is an open intent for controlling human reproduction. By controlling human reproduction, you control human freedom. By controlling human freedom, you control humans themselves. And this is being pushed by large corporations, big tech corporations, big finance corporations in the West. This is what's going on. So we have to fight for our freedom. I would love to have in our countries the strength of the Russian people and the Russian society to prevent all this poison coming into our children. But the idea is that let's be very careful in defining what a human being is, in teaching our children that men are men and women are women, that we are only having sex not only for love, but to reproduce ourselves, that humans are born from love, not from machines. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Miklos. I will ask you once again to stay without the time limit. So yes, we see that we have a lot of to protect. That's why we organize such conferences. Now I would like to give the floor to Archpriest Ilya Aksionov. Can you hear us? A candidate of philosophy, chairman of the Department of Religious Education and Catechesis. And he will be talking about technological progress and technological crisis. Please be very concise. So as my presentation is being shown, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Archpriest Ilya Aksionov. I'm candidate of philosophy, chairman of the Department of Religious Education and Catechesis. So the presentation is about crisis, and the previous presentation by Lucas, my colleague, echoes to my presentation, this transhumanism. So very briefly, I will cover this topic. So there is no presentation on the screen. Are you, please show my presentation. I sent it to you. Just a second. We will see it very soon. Just a moment. Okay, let me start. So, dear colleagues, our recent achievements, especially when it comes to scientific and technological process and anthropological crisis, set us a question of whether we can use such achievements to improve biological conditions of our lives. And in the second part of the 20th century, a lot of things have changed, and it was all about improving living conditions thanks to new technologies and new engineering technologies, gene engineering technologies. The transhumanism term is being used, that was introduced by Julian Sorrell Huxley, who is at the origins of the creating the WWF and the UNESCO International Organization, where he used to be the first Director General. There are two main principles. First, people believe that thanks to technologies, human beings can become better, and maybe this improvement can lead us to dealing with different problems that we have been dealing with since the very beginning. So transhumanism actually is all about using bioengineering, including medical sciences, computer sciences, genetics, and the combination of such sciences is seen by transhumanism as a new century, a new era. But we, as priests, believe that this is a sin, and this can lead us to the destruction of the human nature. Also, I have to say that transhumanism prospects are being developed on the background of anthropological crisis, and the reasons of these crises are the outcome of the scientific and technological progress. People now realize that there are borders of impact, and uh, they do not see any negative consequences. So people become the reason of a anthropological crisis. A person can now transform his or her own nature, which actually now redefines the current representation of humans about themselves and the forming of new ones. But what can we do with this anthropological crisis, given that there are new achievements in the scientific and technological progress? It's obvious that this progress, without comprehensive and adequate mind and perception, um, leads us to the fact that the progress is no longer controllable, and it doesn't allow us to reach the consensus about acceptable area of its appliance. So, can we judge this? Can we judge the technological progress? Can we stop it? Obviously, no, we cannot do this because it's very difficult to judge something. We can judge someone, but not something. So, therefore, we can only judge only those who can set their own goals and define their existence. So that's why the foundation of any crisis is the problems of morality. And once again, it's all about our metaphysics. So over the 20th century, we have been observing the crisis of morality, and the reason for that is that we have lost the anthropological foundation of our lives and our reality. As Jose Ortega y Gasset said, only when we realize our own existence, we will see that there are so many different objects and means that are created by the technology and that transform the landscape that we see. Klaus Schwab, founder and the president of the World Economic Forum, said that technologies and society form each other, and we are the products of our technologies to the extent as they are the product we create. But at the same time, technologies want to become the role of the main instrument how to deal with our problems. They create the new technological reality of our existence, and they produce an illusion that we can perceive it, and these delusions can be reproduced thanks to biomedicine technologies, but biomedical technologies cannot give you life as it is. Moreover, they cannot even define what life means. In 1994, we started to look for life outside planet, and it was defined that life is a self-sustained biological existence. And actually, people tend to believe that only biological species can live, but what about angels? They don't have a physical body, but still they live and they exist. It's very difficult to understand what is vital and what is not, because God is transcendent in its existence and to the living world and immanent to everything to which it gives energy. So that's why secular science can only describe such processes as a process or a combination of physical and chemical processes inside the cell. But science doesn't know any law of life that can turn unvital nature into vital nature. So that's why we need to be very careful with that. And even a synthetic genome will not lead to a real living organism. We need a cell, a living cell. So that's why people can only try and rewrite the book of life, but they cannot produce the real life because it doesn't possess it. That's why we die. Now we can actually alter the genetic code that will lead to the changes in the human nature. So once again, we're talking about ethical problems, and slide 17 right away. So it means that we see embryos as a spare part. So embryo, is it the initiation of life or not? Here is the question. So early embryo, is it the start of life, or it's a start of life of a particular person with his or her unique identity? And at what stage can we qualify it as a person with certain rights and the right for life? Secondly, we need to speak about autonomous of human beings. And we need to choose the right approach, as there is a problem of choosing genetic features or traits of children. And next slide, please. So we can interpret an intention of a programmer, uh, but it's very difficult to review it. And gene engineering envisages using utilitarity, and sometimes people see children as products.
So such designed child and future generations will be modified. Then it is a hidden form of eugenics, where they devalued the importance of every human being. And we remember that some unmodified people might be discriminated. And it cannot be but seen that this is a high risky experiment on human beings. There's a great danger that genome modification can lead us to the loss of not only physical traits, but also the emotional and spiritual world. As a result, we might get what Francis Fukuyama was warning us about. We are going to confuse the genes of human beings with so many different species that we won't be clear what a human being is. In societies where religion does not play an important role, and that controlled evolution might lead to a civilizational blind alley. Because of the growth of technological possibilities to have an impact on the environment, equally, the moral resources should grow that will make human beings responsible in changing the environment. However, in the secular vision, there's a lack of ontological foundation of life and human culture. The triumph of human beings in the technological progress and their desire to improve and modify the human being takes them to the vicious circle of modifications and improvement, where they will lose understanding of what human is. Thank you. I have finished. If there are any questions, I will be happy to respond. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. I have been very brief. Yeah, it's been not very detailed, but schematic, and my article is longer. Yeah, could you please send your article to us? Oh, right, right. There was some confusion on the agenda. Okay, Father Igor, thank you very much. Thank you. And please don't forget to send your article. And we'd like to invite you to take part in preparation of the final statement of the conference. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, Dina Belova, she is not on Zoom. Oh, you are here with us in this room. Okay. A PhD and a civil law and a family law specialist of the Moscow Kutafin Law University. We can't hear you. Embryo from the position of civil law. Can you hear me now? Yes. I would like to talk about legal aspects, how we should treat an embryo and how lawyers view it in line with the current legislation. And from previous presentations, I see that it should be modified. For a lawyer, understanding of an embryo depends on what type of embryos we are talking about. Next slide, please. Is it in vivo embryo that is being developed in the womb or in vitro embryo? Because in vivo embryo is an inseparable element of the body of the mother, and legally it is not viewed as a subject or an object of civil law because it doesn't exist separately, and we cannot view it as an object, and it doesn't have the rights of a subject, of an entity that has certain rights. So when a child is born, it becomes a subject. So then an infant is separate, and this happens within a certain period with a certain weight, and there should be signs of life. Then it will be an infant. But if it happens before the 22nd week, or if the weight is smaller, less than 500 grams, then it is not treated as a delivery of a child. Even the birth certificate is not done to such a child. There was a case when there was a child who was born less than 500 grams. So it had to live for 168 hours, but it died. But it was baptized before that, and they wanted to get this body, bury child, but they were not allowed to take this body because officially that child was not born. Unfortunately, in line with the current legislation, such infants cannot be buried in line with the current regulation, following certain cultural traditions. Definitely in this sphere, there should be some changes in the current laws. When we were discussing it with the bodies that develop regulation, they were saying that there's not many infants like that, and the modification of laws might lead to certain negative consequences rather than protection of rights of the people. But even if there's one infant like that, I believe is a justification for introducing modifications. Our colleague from India was saying that a child from conception to delivery has a certain rights. So there's even the right to be protected from some harmful actions. And as for hereditary right, there's no right to inherit anything until this infant is born alive. So a child conceived cannot inherit anything. And while the mother is still bearing a child, so this child cannot inherit anything. And usually all the inherited rights are distributed as if this infant doesn't exist. And following this definition, okay, in vivo embryos, they can be protected by the law protecting infants from damage. So if there's a pathology when infant is born, and this pathology was caused by some malicious actions, then it is possible to be compensated for this moral damage. Why is it so? Because if there are unlawful actions, but if these unlawful actions took place before this infant is born, so legally this is not considered valid. So we hope that it will be reconsidered, and this approach will be modified not only at the level of legislation but law enforcement as well. Last year, in March, there was a decision of the constitutional law which stated that an infant who lost the father before this infant was born, he was compensated by the person who killed their father. So, but that happened only after a decision of the Constitutional Court. So the child, when the child is born, can be compensated for such loss and damage. In line with embryo in vivo, there are also embryos in vitro. We know that there are various reproductive technologies, and these in vivo embryos were studied and analyzed by lawyers. First, it happened abroad. There was a couple, they were treated against infertility. Okay, they were flying on a plane with frozen embryos of theirs. So they were killed in a plane crash. And the question was, what about the embryos? Can they inherit these embryos? Can they inherit the estate of this couple? So, and then they started to think, is it an object or the subject of law? In Russia, there haven't been precedents when in vitro embryos were treated as subjects. But in the state of Alabama in 2024, there was a case where in vitro embryos were treated as children. There was some mad person who got into a laboratory, and 3 couples lost their embryos, and they sued the clinic to cover the damage against these unborn infants. And the court of Alabama treated those in vitro embryos as underage kids. So the court ruled that, disregarding whether they were born or still in the mother's womb, they should be protected. Next slide, please. In the Russian Federation, unfortunately, we have to acknowledge that more often embryos are treated as objects and things, and they are subject of property law. So it happens so that a couple, when they divorce, they have to share this, and there are lawsuits, and according to the hereditary law, these embryos are viewed as to be passed over to those who inherit the estate. In vitro embryos should be either treated as special subject or a special area. The current laws and no established position in the doctrine doesn't specify how this should be done, and the lawyers have to rely on the current legislation. So you are either a citizen or a thing. So we cannot name this infant a child or a citizen. Until then, it is a thing. And I hope that such awareness-raising conferences will help the legislators view this differently. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dina Alexandrovna. Yeah, this is the most topical subject. And now Valery Kremnev. And it is Smile of a Mother. She's a dentist and she's a specialist professional pathology from the Diagnostic Clinic number 14 in Barnaul. Can you hear me? Yes. Yeah, I'm going to use a timer. Can you show my slides, please? We invited Valeria Valerievna because we do train dentists here. Yes, I'm happy to welcome all the participants of this conference. I am a dentist and I also a member of the Association of Dentists. And I'm happy to present this in the medical university. I'm from the Altai region and I studied there, but now I have come here to share with you quite important information. It is not well known, although it is well described in medical literature. If we look at the society, this topic is not widely known. I'm going to speak about the biotic aspect of dentistry when we assist pregnant women to preserve the fetus. First, let's talk about antenatal prophylaxis. So we influence the body of the infant in order to optimize its health. So we try to influence the body of a pregnant woman in order to do this. Of course, a pregnant woman forms the basis of health and a healthy body of her child during this time. Our organism is just one body, so there are no different systems that exist there. Health covers all the systems of a human being, and if we speak about teeth, this shouldn't be excluded. It is an inseparable part of our health. There have been studies and scientific research, and I was surprised to learn that not many dentists are aware of this. So there have been medical studies and scientific facts, and they are quite numerous, and they confirm the link between risk factors and pathology of pregnancy. It is premature delivery, catapathic conditions, and embryopathology. So let me first touch upon one example. This is quite a revolutionary study. It was conducted in the United States, the National Institute of Healthcare in the United States of America. And this research was a study of a microbiota of a human being. And within this project in 2014, and the project was called Human Microbiome, so they proved that in the placenta tissue, there are relatively pathogenic bacteria. And this is similar to our mouth biota. Next slide, please. Thank you. And this research included 320 women. So they took a genetic material, samples of genetic material from their placenta, and then they used various genome methods, and they identified a certain microbiome, which was, as I said, similar not to skin or intestinal system, but to the oral cavity. And they explained it that the blood circulation, it brings these microorganisms from the mouth to the placenta. So the amniotic fluid contains all that. So they infect the placenta and the fetus. I would like to show you Stephen Offenbacher, who was the founder of such studies. He's an American researcher. Many of his research works, scientific studies, were focused on periodontic conditions and the risk of premature delivery. And there are studies that demonstrated that sometimes kids are born with a weight of less than 2 kilos. So there's a lot of research works.
So I'm a dentist practitioner, and here you can see some statistics. Pregnant women who came to me for examination, and you can see how much treatment they require. So totally, initially it was accepted for almost 500 people, and they had an oral disease. If we take this category, 136 people require prosthetics. So not just therapeutical treatment, but they also needed prosthetics. If we take sanitized people who do not require therapeutical treatment during pregnancy, they still need prosthetics. What does it mean? I mean, it means that there are a lot of cases that went too far. It means that if women require prosthetics, it means that something happened bad with their teeth and they had to replace their teeth. So why does it happen? First, I would like to refer to two laws. So these are the decrees of the Ministry of Healthcare that we use for pregnant women examination. So first is about obstetrician and gynecology examination, and based on the updated clinical recommendations, mandatory visits to the dentist from pregnant women are carried out at least 2 times during pregnancy in the first and in the third trimester. Dental care is provided in dental offices or departments on a planned or emergency basis. So, looks like that women should go at the first and third trimester. So why do we have so many pregnant women with diseases? So unfortunately, pregnant women sometimes miss the most important examination of the first trimester and come after more than 30 weeks because sometimes they suffer from toxication. Also, they are treated as regular patients. It means that women have to wait for a long time. They didn't register for an examination, or they can stand in a queue. So once again, it's very difficult for them to wait. Another important thing is odontophobia, because a lot of people in Russia are just afraid of dentists. So even an examination makes them scared. So women realize in what condition they are, and they just don't want to exaggerate their fear. In fact, pregnant patients at a dental appointment constitute a special risk group, which is associated with certain physiological changes occurring in their bodies. And the terms and possibilities for providing dental care have been reduced. And this is the safe timing of treatment in the second term. So, and here you can see the main criteria of embryogenesis, at which there is a possible death of the fetus. So here you can see some stomatology, pathology, but they can be very different if there is an intervention at early term. There can be fetopathology, embryopathology. If we take a look at the bioethical aspects, so in dentistry, in relation to the objects, the oral cavity bioethics is based on compliance with 3 most important principles: do no harm, do good, respect the object of medical activity. And remember that health is above all. We need to respect our patients. Also, I wanted to say a few words that regulatory acts do not completely establish specific terms of acceptable treatment during pregnancy, and there is no clear algorithm of actions, medications, or manipulations. We need a special system of how dental care can be provided to pregnant women. And unfortunately, many dentists do not observe the principles of bioethics, and they just deny pregnant patients. They say, come to me when after the birth, and all these factors lead to the progression of dental diseases in pregnant women and subsequently to the frequent outcome of the inability to save the tooth and increase the risk of developing complications during pregnancy. So talking about bioethics, a dentist is obliged to treat the tissues of the oral cavity with care, deal with the psychological state of women, insist on medication, on treatment. They need to know what medications are acceptable, because some women say that no anesthesia was offered to them, that they were asked to just to be patient. So we can miss this one. And I have 1 minute left. Just 1 minute left. I wanted to say that in our clinic in Altai region, I primarily deal with the prenatal prevention as a dentist. For me, it means that women, when come to me, I provide them with some education, and also I do some educational work. I deliver lectures, trainings with pregnant women, and I touch this topic at this lecture. So every woman should understand what to do at the dentist office and why she should pay that visit 2 times over her pregnancy. So we work on all of these things. Thank you very much for your input. Dear colleagues, we will now listen to Marina Kartavaya because she is in the hospital right now. Marina, can you hear us? So probably she's waiting for her turn. So Nikolai Moiseev, can you hear us? So Nikolai, please remember the time. Very happy to hear you, but we cannot see you. 7-10 minutes maximum. We cannot see you, unfortunately. So, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Please start my presentation. So, this is a lesson for school children, grades 8, 9, how you started. So, we started to work with the educational system. We have designed a special stand. So here you can see on the photos the stand that we offer to schools. We have designed this together with the Department of Embryology. Some interventions into the air. So this stand, and we got a certificate from the Department of Embryology, otherwise we couldn't make it to schools. So everything is pre-designed, the lesson, the passport of the lesson, and the information to be provided. There should be 3 blocks, like introduction, some a video lesson that is recorded in the mother's womb starting from week 4. So we show what's happening inside the womb. So also children can see it. They can remember how the life was evolving. Next slide, please. Also, for this lesson, there is a specific manual for teachers from conception to birth. And once it is ready, we will provide it to you. Next slide, please. So stands and scientific aids are ordered both by schools and ministries of education, or you can also go to the education committees in your region. So these are the letters from the Crimea Republic. We sent our materials to Crimea last year. Also, we will send it to Far East region. We also work with Kaliningrad region and some other regions as well. I just don't remember them all. Next slide, please. So these are the applications we received from schools in from Stavropol. most importantly is that teachers understand how to arrange a lesson. That's why we prepare a video, a passport of a lesson that will be sent to all municipal ministers, regional ministers. It will be like a program. So a poster, a stand, a textbook, a passport, and what else? And a video lesson. Next slide, please. Not a video lesson, but a video lesson of the passport. So to go to the region, you need to stay in contact with the regional Ministry of Education. We contact it, we provide them with materials, and they tell us how to operate in that or in this or that region. Next slide, please. So here, our trip to Gelendzhik, Krasnodar region. So we went to the local ministry. We have presented our stand. We didn't have a lesson itself. So there was a passport for conducting a lesson that has been created, 3 video lessons. So we will continue this work. And in fact, some teachers told us that there is no sense to put these posters on the walls in the school because any mother can take her daughter to a maternity welfare clinic. But I think that this is a good idea. And we send this information to ministries of healthcare as well. So we take this responsibility and we don't always delegate it to parents. And here, it was a meeting of teachers of biology, and I read a lecture prepared by Ms. Subotina. Dear teachers, I present to your attention a textbook on intrauterine human development. This manual is aimed at developing a caring attitude towards the life of a child from the moment of conception. Every school child who has studied this material will understand that a child at 1 month of development is the same person as at 9 months. He's just too small, and his life is a treasure that requires careful treatment. Authors of the textbook are confident that the image of the embryo in the form of a larva, reptile, or lancelet, formed on the basis of the false theory of Ernest Haeckel and deeply embedded in the consciousness of our society, will disappear, and its place will be taken by a small person with a beating heart from 21st day of his life. This manual is based on fundamental modern scientific facts. Next, please. So, what I wanted to say, after the video lesson, students have to complete a questionnaire. So children have to answer the following questions, like, I was surprised that I learned more about that. I felt the following. I changed my attitude on that. And it's all anonymous and we can read out the most interesting answers. It's a very good motivation for self-education. At this moment, I was talking to Dmitry Moiseyev, who was presenting at the first session. He is the co-author of the textbook that is called Family Development, that will be introduced into our schools. And he said that probably one of the block can be based on our program, or it can be taken as out-of-class activity. And we will continue our work to distribute these ideas even more. So that's it. Thank you, Nikolai. Thank you very much for your attention. Thanks a lot. And you can send this information to us so we can put this into the final resolution. Now we would like to give the floor to Marina Kartavaya. I was told she has joined us online. Marina, Hello, good afternoon. She is a methodology for spiritual and moral education of the Center for the Development of Creativity of Children and Youth. Camera region, take care of your soul from young age. 10 minutes maximum. I am from Berezovsky City. Please show my presentation, and I hope that my practical speech will be beneficial to those who are trying to translate human life's values to teenagers, to adolescents, to our students. So I will try to deliver my presentation page by page. So this is a call. Take care of your soul from a young age. So this is my message. This is my message to teenagers, and my activity, my project is a very comprehensive one. So it's all about giving access to this project to Kuzba's teenagers and other young people from all over Russia. I was in St. Petersburg, Krasnodar, Ulyanovsk. My colleagues and my friends were presenting today. I believe that the most important thing, at least, is that a new generation of teenagers comes from 12 to 17, and their values and the values of human life, they don't have it in majority as a trend. This is my experience, and in my view, these three main basic values, chastity, new human life, and sobriety, are in the so-called solid knot. And if we don't translate one value, we will fail in general. So next slide, please. I will be very brief. This is my program to reach teenagers' hearts. On YouTube, you can just type Marina Kartava Reaching Hearts. You will see a lot of videos, and you can see the teenagers are in the middle. And my task is to work on spiritual, family, and patriotic aspects. We need to introduce moral core of personality and humanity. Next slide, please.
We are facing a serious issue here. These are three major values. And what you see here, these are posters that were displayed in an exhibition, Young People for Moral Values in Belarus. If we want to reboot young people's perception, so they should view children as an important value, then we need to start with chastity, with innocence. And if this is not a value, then they will treat their intimate relations before marriage as something very light and unimportant. So this chastity as a basis of the soul, then it will prevent them from doing bad things, because their soul, their spiritual life might be ruined. And then it will form the basis towards life. And then they will not get addicted to alcohol or drugs, and they won't use bad language. So if we look at teenagers, I see their specific needs. So there's great demand among them. They don't understand it. They live in the flow and they do what everybody else does. And many of them, they don't have this immunity. They don't have this protection from damaging their soul. In such a situation, we do realize that there are significant challenges. And this is what we see when there's a group of teenagers. My group I work with is from 30 to 100 people. In the next decade, they don't want to have children. They don't want to start a family. And then we see the following. If we talk about the value of new life of a human being, that actually the roots are in the age of teenagers and even before that. If something hasn't been worked on, then at the level of a worldview, then there's a clash. There's a clash that what is value for us is a nuisance to them. They don't want it. For them, it is a challenge. It is a problem. And they fear it. And they ask a serious question. Why do I need it? I don't need it. At the same time, they want to have some free relations, sexual relations before marriage. And this generation admits something but does not allow themselves to do something else. So we need to understand these challenges. When I was listening to Nikolai, colleague of mine, if we just tell them, it's not enough. From my experience, I know it is not enough to tell them because it is already in their worldview, in their mental map. At the age of 13, 14, this is their age when values are already formed. So here we need to reformat. We need to reboot this system. And this is quite complicated. I have developed certain methods. I have a cycle. It's called Teenager Territory of the Soul. What is most important here? When we talk about innocence, chastity, love, here it is important to understand that if we develop a healthy individual, then we need to think about diseases and illnesses because there are viruses, there are infections. In order to form this value of chastity, we need to follow certain moves. In my methodology, I tested this. So we need to analyze how this value is treated. Actually, everything is the other way around. But from very beginning, we say that relations, they may lead to conception. And right now, at the age of 14, these teenagers, they should have a certain understanding of this. We organize various interactive sessions, video talks. On the right, for example, right, so this is a battle or a discussion. So we form arguments. So we work on this value, and it's not me giving them a lecture, but it is them speaking about it. Their understanding is important. And then we work with these moral values and laws. Then, next topic, from 2011, I have been working on it. And I've been working with parents and teachers. There are all these quotes. The one who will be human is already human. This is something kids said. So the value of human life currently in the mindset of the teenagers, there is a moral dissonance. So they hear, on the one hand, that an infant is a live person from the moment of conception. Okay, there's a human genome, a unique combination from the very first cell. Although we can't see this human being, but that first cell, first zygota, this is already a potential of the whole sacred human life. And on the other hand, they hear that they have a right and you can deliver only those kids that you wish to have. And in all medical clinics, they can interrupt their pregnancy. So these kids, they live in a very complicated world. Usually, people would like to choose an easy way, and usually it is a rejection. No, I don't need it. I don't want it. The fetus is not alive up to 20 or 30 weeks. When a child can be born and survive, but during the early stages, okay, they view it as something not alive, and they just reject it. So this question of human life is really very difficult topic. Now, the next thing, I always suggest something. In video discussions, we have scripts for video discussions, and there are interactive games and various activities. When we take this topic to a variety of educational organizations, and I share my experience. And there's a lot of video materials. Next slide, please. And sobriety. Everything is allowed, but not everything is wholesome. Teenagers don't know who said that. And that was Apostle Paul, and this is from the scripture. When we work with this notion of sobriety, I always use bad language here. When people use this bad language, they are not sober. They use those terrible words, and for girls, very often it is the norm. And drugs and smoking, energy drinks, all this, and we discuss it. And what we offer them here. And as I said, there are scripts already. So there are exhibitions, video discussions. And in the middle, this picture, it is an interactive game. It is an allegory of a person who uses bad language. And there were different parts of this interactive game. So what I'm saying, there are different forms: lectures, video discussions, video talks, and interactive games. And in conclusion, I can say that this work with teenagers, when we cover lots of organizations, and this was an activity, it was called Life, the Valuable Resource. We understand that our mission and our major goal is to do it, because our audience is not nice kids who are very happy that you come to them and discuss this topic with them. No, usually this topic is quite painful, and our goal is to get them hooked. Sometimes we use a provocation, and we need to share with them this important information. And then we raise it to a higher level, to the level of spirituality. Look, what might happen if you don't follow this, and how all this works in the soul of the person. And this is my missionary approach. This is how I see my mission. And my last slide is, can you press it once again? Have a look. This system of interactive forms, and I'm happy to share all this. This leads to the situation when all these kids they get an impulse, an impetus to learn more, because they try to understand whether they are right when I find out something, or some other people, or this teacher who is standing in front of them. And I believe that we've been quite successful. And a year or 2 or 3 years later, we see the outcomes of this work. And the last one, my contact information. Once again, take a look. Maybe somebody will be interested. This is my email address, and I will be happy to share it. I have lots of materials. I can share my methods, my master classes, and video discussions and video talks. And we work with teachers, with senior school children, and so on. Thank you so much, but please don't forget, timing is extremely important. Alexei. Father Alexei. Father Alexei, please, 10 minutes. Alexei Temnikov is from the Department of Protecting Motherhood from the St. Petersburg priesthood. Dear participants of the conference, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to take part in this. Thank you for all the foundations and organizations. I am from the Center of Protecting Motherhood, and it is a social servicing center. Next slide shows what we do. It is various awareness raising activities, assistance to pregnant women, and work with medical specialists and psychologists. This is the results of this survey. 9-year school children. There's been 70 people. There were 14 questions. Let's have a look at 3 of them. This was before a series of our classes started. The first question, what is the value in human life? Now let's have a look at the second one. Is it necessary to be innocent before marriage? Yes, it was only 21%. Yes, it will help you to avoid many problems, 19%. Do you believe that it is possible to have sexual life before marriage? You see the results on the right. Next slide. What about abortions? 31% says yes, if we are not ready to become parents. Then a threat to health of mother, 20%. In no situation, less than 14%. So for many of them, value of life is not absolute. So we see that if we don't work with these young people, next generation will be lost. Sergey, I apologize. This is an old version of my presentation. I have my own slides. Can I share my screen? Yes, you do have the right. Just a second. I do apologize for this technical glitch. Can you all see that? Yes? We have 2 screens now. Make it full screen, please. Just a second. Can you see it? No, sorry. We have both the presentation and a screen with the Zoom. I can share it. Yes. The latest one that I shared with you on Telegram. Do you have it? Just a second. I hope it's a new one. I'm sorry for this. Next slide, please. Next. Right. Thank you. Right, we work. One slide back. We work in accordance with Decree 809 on traditional values, and we work with pedagogical university, and we have a series of lessons called Spiritual and Moral Foundation of a Good Family. So there have been workshops for lecturers and teachers, and also we are publishing a course book, and all these topics they can be discussed at a weekly lesson, and there we discuss family values and other things. This is not a religious course, so we try to use common sense and modern language, and we discuss moral family values. And we also speak about moral laws, and to be an adulterer, do not kill, and so on. And we use lots of images from cinema and literature. We also teach them to use contraception and also to keep their innocence. The widely spread use of contraception, as we see in the West, it leads to the spread of there's diseases that are sexually transmitted, and young people believe that or if they use contraception, they can have more contacts. And we are following a different approach. When people preserve their innocence till they are married. There are 5 sections of this module, and we use the moral aspects. And here we discuss respect towards adult people. We discuss feminine and masculine features, selecting your future spouse, and also the miracle of life. And this coursebook material includes a script of lessons, video materials, other teaching aids. And one element is devoted to protecting children before they are born.
So these lessons must be interactive, and here you can see some examples like family harmony, the miracle of life, interactive lesson like the miracle of life, life before birth, choice in favor of life, and also we have some game by stations like masculinity, femininity, love and infatuation, miracle of life, information security. So we are talking about abortions, of course, consequences and the possible problems we see. We tell them that it is necessary to protect children's life in the womb, and Ludmila Sushkevich will continue. So interactive technologies give our teenagers to open new values and to apprehend them, not just to passively learn them. And these technologies are actively being used in psychology and in educational processes right now. So through living, comprehending, and acquiring, this value is digested better, and we can benefit a lot by using these technologies, because interactive forms are best suited for the formation of family values among teenagers and young people. They can think, they can reflect, and they can come up with the necessary conclusions, right conclusions. So we have several technologies. You can see them on the screen. Let's take a look at a few of them. Next slide, please. So first is pedagogical workshop that allows to create an emotional mood and update the experience so they can come to something new, to discover something. And there is a gap, like an internal awareness of the inconsistency of previous knowledge with new knowledge. And words like insight, new vision, enlightenment, it's all about this practicum. Next is a pedagogical reflective workshop designed by our St. Petersburg scientists. And here it is aimed at apprehending values and meanings through these lessons. What does it make it special? We start with a problematic situation, then we provide some theoretical information, then we have practical tasks and drills, we have emotional reflection, we think, we can watch a video, then practical activity. So we complete task, we reflect on our attitude towards normal norms and values, and at the end we go back to the first stage of the problematic with this knowledge, and we solve this problem. Next, interactive lesson. It includes updating students' knowledge, and they need to complete interactive tasks, working in groups or in pairs. They consider contextual situations, discuss theses, watch videos, discuss problematic situations, and eventually a teacher, a moderator asks questions, sets a dialogue, and participants come to the right understanding of different things. Interactive lesson includes 3 stages: updating students' knowledge, completing interactive tasks, and consolidation of the studied material. So by using interactive technologies, we do not switch from theory to practice as it was before. No. From new experience, we move from new experience to understanding the theory. But when we are talking about forms of interactions, these 3 stages, so a moderator should always use some pedagogical skills or tricks aimed at improving the understanding of values so they can apprehend it better. So we were talking about chastity because that's the foundation of a personality. But on the other hand, if we're talking about children before birth, we need to talk about abortions prevention. So example from our practice. You can see 3 symbols. Probably you know that we can talk about chastity through these symbols, a crown, a tape, and a bowl. After practicum, it becomes clear that it is beneficial to consolidate knowledge of those people who keep innocent, who remain innocent. Imagine that I'm in a class and I don't know who these people are and they are not virgin anymore. And we need to find the right type of conversation with them so they don't feel different. So in that case, I say, imagine that there will be a boy and a lady come into the classroom. They do not know you. They had some sexual relations, and how are you going to talk to them? So what will you tell them? And practically, students say that they need to change their behavior if they want to be to keep chastity. So we can give them that crown. If we compare chastity to a crown, this crown dropped. We need to reflect on that. We need to clean it, and we need to put it back on our head so it never becomes dirty. For this, you need to have strong will. You need to change your behavioral party, and it will be very good if young ladies can do it. And of course, you need to protect your eyes, your ears, look after your behavior, your fixed behavior. But probably, miss, we will tempt those who are still innocent, but they want to try something. So we want to act just like any other teenagers, and we want to violate rules. So what can we tell them? That in most cases, people say that you don't have to do this. Yes, absolutely correct. Because you will need much more effort to fix the situation. And I give this symbol. So like I bring a tape and I take a piece of tape and I say, if I put this tape on different surfaces, will it be effective? They say no. And if you have a sexual life before marriage, will you be able to love? And the bowel, so the ability to love can be compared to a bowel that is filled up to the end. So if you just pour this water to different bowels, what will you end up with? You will end up with nothing. And you will not be able to create a happy family. And after these practical lessons, after these drills, and after using these symbols, after use cases, most frequently students say that they remembered these symbols. So next slide, please. So let us continue our talk. We have very rich experience. You have run out of time, so please wrap it up. So here is our lecture group. You can see them. Also, we're trying to exchange our experience, to share our experience with the teachers. We have seminars in regional information and methodological centers and in a diocese as well. So we are ready to share our experience. We can do it offline or online. Here is our contact information. So here is some feedback about our seminar. This is a student feedback. They say that they really want such lessons, and it's very good that we can use modern interactive technologies to apprehend the right values. And you can see that they remembered most that 11% will wait, or I learned a lot of new things. This is very helpful. I learned a lot of new information, not to make mistakes in life. And that's it. Thank you very much for your attention. And now, would like to give the floor to our international colleagues. So we wanted to give the floor to Maya Rodriguez, a regional director of Moms for America in Arizona, from Life to Death. You probably could see the video with her, and after Myra, other international colleagues can step in. So Myra, it's now your turn. Myra, can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me well?
Добрый день, очень рада вас видеть, да.
Thank you so much for having me. Would you be sharing my slides? I'm trying, but it won't let me. Can you share them for me? And I know we had a little perfect, and I know we had a little typo in one of my slides. Sorry, I didn't send you the updated version. So my name is Mayra Rodriguez. I live in the United States, in the state of Arizona. My story is a bit different from probably some of the panelists here, since I did work for Planned Parenthood for 17 years in Arizona. Planned Parenthood is the IPPF, International Planned Parenthood Federation, the biggest abortion provider and reproductive rights of the biggest provider of the, sorry, it switched the language. So hold on one second. There we go. So can you go to the next slide? Okay, so who's Planned Parenthood? Well, Planned Parenthood started funded in 1916 with Margaret Sanger. Some of you have heard her story. Margaret Sanger started with this reproductive rights, birth control, right? She started the birth control movement. That's basically who she is. But a lot of people have given her credit that she started the birth control movement to help women. I myself worked there because I thought I was helping women. But the real reason why Margaret Sanger started birth control, it was to prevent Black women from having children of mixed race. She didn't want it because the slaves, the Black women who were slaves, the Black women who were owned by white men, used to be used for sexual pleasure. Then she didn't want them to have their children. So that's why she started with the birth control back in the 1960s, even when it was still illegal in America. She started that movement. We can go to the next slide. From that day on, Margaret Sanger is known as a birth control, and along with an Indian doctor in Mumbai, Lady Rama Rao, they funded International Planned Parenthood Federation in 1952. So you can see it was long before abortion became even available. And what they decided was that the rest of the world needed the same thing. Lady Rama was already working on birth control too, and prevention of pregnancy and termination of pregnancy. And they wanted to bring this movement worldwide. So International Planned Parenthood Federation, it's financially supported by the government, including the European Union, the United Nations, the WHO. A lot of money is given to them from taxpayers in America. We can see that they are right now over 145 countries. And they have an affiliate, they have a member in every single one of the countries. Currently, in Russia, they're working with, they have a goal that it's called their 2028 goal, which it will be that they will have at least 2 members in Russia. And we can go to the next slide. So I'm giving you a little bit of the feedback on who Planned Parenthood is, because I know most people do not relate to Planned Parenthood in other parts of the world, but it is known as International Planned Parenthood. They're behind every legislation and legalization of abortion worldwide. We can go to the next slide, please. It's not switching. Okay, there we go. So Planned Parenthood Federation has an annual budget of 125 million. So they get the money from all these organizations and they distribute across the globe to promote and lately just to promote abortion. In some countries is to promote birth control and STD treatment and sterilization of women. And in some places now they're even doing the gender transition services too with some of that money. We can move into the next slide. So I worked for them for 17 years. When I started working for Planned Parenthood, and here in this slide's my typo, I apologize. I worked there from 2000 to 2016, 2017. For 16 years, I work on the preventive side. See, I strongly believe that by giving women birth control, by giving women this sex education, children's sex education, I was actually helping to prevent abortions, right? After 16 years of working there and becoming the Employee of the Year, I became the director of the biggest abortion facility in Arizona. What I saw there changed my mind and my heart about abortion. Why? Well, first of all, I would like to tell you I'm Catholic. I was born and raised Catholic from Mexico City. So to me, abortion was unthinkable as a personal decision. I love my children. I love the life of my children. So I saw the value of the life of my babies in the womb, but I didn't see the value of the life of the babies of another person. Obviously, I didn't promote abortion in my house. I didn't promote abortion with my relatives, my nieces, my daughter, right? But it was okay for me to tell other women to have abortions. Now, one of the things that I learned from switching from working in preventive care to jumping in and being the director of an abortion facility was that birth control creates an abortion-minded women. So when we go and advocate for birth control, when we go in and advocate for women to use contraception, it is easier for that woman to see abortion as a solution of her problem, what she sees as a problem, which is the unborn. It's easier for her not to see the value of that baby, and they start making excuses. So what I realized when I became the director was that the majority of women seeking an abortion were on birth control, because we know it's not 100% effective. Actually, the comment of an abortionist was, I give them birth control, the birth control fails, they get pregnant, I give them an abortion, eventually they become sterile, and I give them IVF. In IVF, it's been the insemination of in vitro babies, right? So they know it's around the business, and it has worked great for them because they promoted birth control, knowing that abstinence is the only thing that will help prevent unwanted pregnancies, right? So, but it is a way to start dehumanizing the unborn, making it seem that it's not a person yet, right? A lot of the problems that we're facing in the United States, and we will talk in a little bit more about it, is the fact that many of our countries did not put in our constitution. And I mean, can you imagine our ancestors never thought that they have to put in our constitution that a human, it's from the moment of conception. So obviously we lack of that specific word in our constitution. When is a human considered a human? And that's how they're being able to enshrine all these abortion laws into our constitution, especially in the United States. We can go on to the next slide. And let me know if I'm going too fast too, okay? So, while being the director of the abortion facility, I've reported the complications, I've reported the perforations done daily, the falsifying of patient charts, the incomplete abortions, the not reporting the complications. And of course, they didn't take that as a compliment, but actually took that as a threat. So I was let go of Planned Parenthood, and I started a wrongful termination lawsuit against Planned Parenthood in the United States. It is a huge organization, so the chances of me beating them in court were very, very tiny. But we actually did. We won the lawsuit. We can go to the next slide, please. We won the lawsuit against them in 2019. And being the only employee in the United States being able to take this organization to court and in a trial, and actually winning a case against them. We can go to the next slide. So here's just a couple slides of my case. We can move into the next one. Why did I do that? Well, I did that because I knew that if I just came out to the public without having something to prove what I have done and what they have done, then it will be easy for them to dismiss my word against them. We can move into the next slide, please. So obviously going through all this, it was a conversion, right? After being a promoter and advocate for women's rights and reproductive rights and abortion rights, I became a strongly pro-life advocate. And now we do many things differently. We can move to the next slide, please. Here are some of the clips of when I won my lawsuit, and go to the next one, please. So, some of the reasons why women look for abortions are economic cost. They're having a hardship for family planning. I actually had many women who use abortion as family planning, right? You will think that women who had children will see the value of the baby. They already were pregnant once. They already had a child. How is it that a woman that knows what it feels like to have that baby move in the womb? How is it that a woman that already loves her children is capable of going into a center and killing her second, third, or fourth child, right? And I think it's part of the dehumanization, but also some of them use it as a family planning, right? So they got pregnant and they decided that they couldn't afford to have the second baby. They can't afford to have the third baby. To them, it's easier to kill the baby than have the baby suffer from hardship, right? Like the rest of their family. So the majority of the women that already had children and seek abortion, usually it's for hardship, economic reasons, or they're in a bad marriage, or their situation at home is not ideal. They're in an abusive relationship, right? And then the health. Some of the women think that abortion is the solution for their health problem, right? When we know in reality that that's not the case anymore, then the majority of maternal illness can be taken care of during the pregnancy too. Now, rape and incest, it's one of the major ones that even pro-life people are willing to accept, right? Because there's a misconception about victims that have suffered rape and incest. And then age too, right? We constantly hear that a 14-year-old, a 50-year-old that accidentally got pregnant should not be becoming a mother. And also the society's moralism. For example, in many countries, if they already had a girl, then like India, then they push for not having any more girls in that family, right? Also, if there's a birth defect, if there's anything wrong with the baby, it becomes like something like maybe we shouldn't have the baby, and it becomes this pressure from society. Why would you have a baby that is going to be sick, right? Why would you have a baby with Down syndrome? So if we can go to the next slide. So knowing the facts about the preborn life and the methods of abortion makes us more responsible, and that is true. When we show the lessons, when we show women how the abortion will be happening, right? I mean, we know for proof that when they see that ultrasound, especially now that ultrasounds have been so advanced, we have crisis pregnancy centers that have for the ultrasounds, right? So when they see these ultrasounds, they see their babies faction, when they see the reality of a baby, we know that they change their mind. And we know that when we show even pro-abortion people the way abortion is done, the way the violence against the unborn, the ripping their baby parts, right? They change their mind about what they think about abortion, especially on late-term abortion, which, believe it or not, we're fighting on that in America. We can go on to the next slide. So currently, I work in with several different organizations. We abortionworkers.com. We strongly believe that we help the abortion workers leave the industry. They will be known to do abortion. So we help them with job searching, continuing education, spiritual healing, trauma therapy, group retreats, but also most of these abortion workers got into this job thinking they were going to help women, right? And then again, it happens that they don't see the unborn. They only see the woman there. They don't see the baby in the womb. They don't see the life in the womb. They only see that woman, and it's invisible for them. The baby in the womb, it's invisible. They don't see it. All they want to do is help the woman right there. So when they're working, when we're working in an abortion facility, and then we start seeing the baby, right? We start seeing the baby pieces. We start seeing their tiny feet, their heads, their arms, they become real, right? So a lot of them maybe desensitize, a lot of them maybe become hard on their heart, right? And not see the reality that that's a human in that trait that they're putting together, right? But a lot of them eventually realize that all those tiny humans were there, and they start seeing the value of their life. It's really hard for them to throw them in a Ziploc bag, to throw them in a red bag, to then dispose them with medical waste. So there's a lot of trauma around abortion workers, right? And the other side denies that there's even trauma on women that have seek abortion, but we know it's there. So part of what we do here is help abortion workers heal that trauma, which is what I did too, right? I got out of there, and you're like, well, how do I now change at the fact that I helped kill millions of unborn babies, right? And those are things that they actually help. I apologize for my doggy. We can go into the next slide, please. So the other organization that we collaborate with is Loveline. Loveline is an organization that helps women with small children. Most of the time, they're abortion-minded women. We help single fathers, helping grandparents, foster parents, immigrants, and we can move to the next slide. And what we do is go to the root cause of the problem, right? We are not here just to put a Band-Aid on their problems. What we're trying to do is we know what is it that makes a woman seek an abortion. So we go into trying to find the reason for her to search for an abortion, for her to seek for an abortion, and try to help her come out of that situation. We can move to the next slide, please. So we partnered with pregnancy centers around the country. There is 4 pregnancy centers for each abortion facility. We also search for local resources for them. We partner with food banks. A lot of them are spiritual, and they may have a religion, but they don't actually go into a church. So we try to encourage them. At the beginning, we don't pressure them about religion. But as we walk along with them, and we send them like to the food banks at churches, right? Then we ask them to talk to the pastor there, to the priest there, to the sisters of the nuns, right? And we try to encourage them. And eventually, a lot of our clients have actually gone back to church after being able to be in our program. And we can move into the next one. Like I said, we understand the root of the cause of what makes them search for abortions, right? So what we do is help them also. We can move to the next slide, please. We give them financial coaching. We give them one-on-one coaching. We give them spiritual coaching, therapy coaching. A lot of them have been abused. A lot of them come from an abusive relationship. I mean, one thing we have to understand worldwide is that many women have suffered, right? Many women have had very bad situations, and they think abortion will make it less hard on them and on the unborn, right? Some of them may understand the value of that life in the womb, but they think that baby is better off dead because their experience with life has been so hard that they don't want hardship for another human being. So understanding that and getting them there, and as you can understand, we don't have a lot of time to get them and change their mind. We only have a few days, right, when we start talking to them to be able to have them cancel their appointment. We also have financial.
We do apologize. We don't have much time. There is more speakers. I would like to comment. I would like to say a couple of things. Maybe it was not quite clear. Myra Rodriguez was working in the family planning center, and later, when she realized what happened there, she had to have a law suit, and she won. She won against it, and this was a very important case, a very famous one, and it was in the state of Arizona. The state of Arizona, where it is 50-50, Democrats and Republicans. Democrats are pro-abortion and Republicans are pro-life. And this state is where the fate of the United States is decided during voting, because very often it is the final vote for the whole of the United States of America. So whatever is happening in this state is most significant, and that is why the fight there is extremely important. And this organization is it has 3,000 people. So I had to comment on this. We would like to thank Myra for your contribution. We hope that we will work together in the future. And I would like to comment on this as well. Myra, we have lots of questions from the participants. Could we maybe ask you these questions, maybe share our experience, and then maybe to have a meeting on Zoom?
То есть у нас, переведите, пожалуйста, то есть у нас у
Yeah, that
участников
would be
много к
great.
вам.
Yeah, of course. I'm open for a Q&A. What we're doing a lot is working on the mom vote. So we're working with all these moms to make sure they vote to protect life, and that's what we're doing in Arizona, working with the faith and the mom vote.
Thank you very much. We'll be in touch. We'll contact you separately, and we'll have an additional meeting maybe on Zoom to discuss all this with you. And now I would like to invite Sebastian Ashish from India. So it is Young People for Christ, representative of this. And our next, and then there will be one more international speaker as well.
So, yeah, very good evening. Hope I'm audible. I won't be sharing any presentation, and I'll take only 7 minutes of your time, taking the time constraint into mind. So first of all, it's an honor and a privilege to be invited to speak in your conference. Just a brief introduction about myself. I'm Sebastian. I am an activist from India. I'm a software professional engineer by trade. I also volunteer with different pro-life organizations, religious institutions, and NGOs across the country, and try my part to preserve the sanctity of human life right from conception till death. Because honestly, I feel this is the issue of the century. Right to life is the most basic right that a human being should be entitled with. Rather, it should not be a privilege. When we try to address abortion from an ethical standpoint, we generally think of its impact on the unborn child, which is murder, and then the impact it has on the mother and the father of the unborn child, etc., etc. So let me dissect this step by step to properly understand the depth of this issue. Let's start with the basis of when life begins, and I think there's no debate that life begins at fertilization. A study of biologists from almost 1,058 academic institutions around the world assessed survey items on when human life begins, and overall 96% affirmed the fertilization view. And these biologists were a mix of pro-choice and pro-life biologists. Majority of them were pro-choice activists. So the fertilization view: a human being has existed since fertilization, and that personhood is inherent in a human being at all stages of development. Furthermore, the term zygote, embryo, and fetus describe stages of biological human development, and as such, they do not describe the development into a human person. So many of the laws that were drafted, in fact, in America, they took into consideration of the human life. The Unborn Victims of Violence Act, which was passed in 2004 by the government of United States of America, it recognizes an embryo or fetus in utero as a legal victim if they are injured or killed during the commission of any of over 60 listed federal crimes of violence. The law defines child in utero as a member of the species Homo sapiens at any stage of development who's carried in the womb. So while this law was passed, there was a huge hypocrisy in the American Constitution. When you have one law that claims to recognize the dignity of human life from conception, simultaneously you had abortion, the right to kill a child in the womb, which refused to recognize the child in the womb as a human life. Rather, personhood was decided on the basis of choice, that is, the choice of the mother. So, in the case of abortion or womb killing, we call, personhood was decided on the basis of choice of one human being, which is both scientifically and morally flawed. But the ideology with which this law was passed was based on women's rights, right? Abortion is called women empowerment or women's rights. So the right to bodily autonomy, etc., etc. So now addressing the second ethical factor, impact of abortion on women. Is abortion really empowering women? So I'll start with a survey. I also have the resource content for this survey attached in my article, which will be shared. I've already shared, which you can view it. So a survey of post-abortive women found that 60% stated that the decision to abort made their lives worse, and 94% regretted the decision to abort. Women who have abortions are almost twice as likely to die within the following 2 years. Also, over the next 8-year period, women who have had abortions, there is a 154% higher risk of death from suicide, 82% higher risk of death from accidents, 44% high risk of death from natural causes. Not only this, one abortion almost doubles breast cancer risk. Two or more abortions further increases the risk. Women who have abortions face a higher risk of future infertility, stillbirths, miscarriages, and premature births as well. Well, the list goes on and on. So, when abortion causes so much harm to women, both mentally and physically, then how is it empowerment? This entire fallacy of abortion being women empowerment is a myth or a propaganda. Now let's speak about the most less addressed aspect regarding the impact of abortion on fathers, the impact it has on their mental health. Men have been minimized, if not completely overlooked, in the abortion conversation. This ties into the idea that to be a man, what you are feeling doesn't matter. But the research shows otherwise. More than 71% of men report adverse changes after abortion. These include depression, guilt, regret, anxiety, anger, substance abuse, etc. etc. So, in conclusion, abortion deteriorates the mental health of men as well and has adverse effects on them. Now, there is another group of people who are very much impacted by abortion but are mostly overlooked. So, what about the doctors, the abortion workers? I think even Myra gave a very good example on how they too face trauma because they see these aborted fetuses, etc. So, how does this cruel and vile act impact their mental health, impact their relationships, their marriages? This is another crucial aspect that most of us fail to empathize with. Finally, coming to the most important aspect of abortion, abortion's impact on society. So, to explain this, let me share a personal testimony of mine. A few years back, my dad had revealed that my grandma had an abortion when he was little. Even though she regretted that decision later stage in her life, what got me thinking was the possibility for me to have had an uncle or an aunt. The impact they would have created in my life, the impact they would have created in my father's life, the possibility to have had a cousin, the impact he or she would have created in my life, who knows, their influence would have changed my career path. I wouldn't have been an engineer. Rather, they could have inspired me to take up a different stream of profession. So, this made me thinking the loss of one life prevents the possible impact that it can have on other people's life, and in turn affects an entire generation of people. One can argue the natural death too can create a similar impact. That's true, but there is a difference. In an abortion, man plays God and forces that impact upon him, rather than leaving it for nature to decide. One may also argue that why be optimistic that the specific child can create a negative impact in our life, but again, we cannot come to that conclusion without even giving the child the basic right to live, that is, the right to life. So, these array of issues prove that abortion not only kills an innocent child, but rather everyone involved in an abortion become victims of it, including the society which chooses to be ignorant. Now, finally, speaking about the abortion scenario in my motherland, India, a 2015 Guttmacher Institute study found that there are more than 15.6 million abortions happening on a yearly basis in India, and also abortion is legal up to 24 weeks of pregnancy. But unfortunately, abortion is still a very sensitive topic in India, and we don't have an open discussion regarding the subject matter. But despite these hurdles, our country has a strong group of like minded individuals who aim to preserve the sanctity of life, and many initiatives have been put forth to create a greater impact. One such initiative is the March for Life India 2024, which will be happening on the 10th of August in Thrissur, Kerala. So, this is the third National March for Life that is happening in our country, and we have many like minded individuals, despite religion and other barriers, coming together in unison to fight the evils of abortion in our country. Well, this wraps up my presentation. I hope my experience and my knowledge helps you in your mission to save unborn children and make abortion unthinkable. Thank you and God bless. So, all the resources are available in my research article, which I've shared it to Mikhail and other people. So, you can go ahead and view it. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. We are expecting for your materials to edit to our resolution, and now we are joined by Maria del Pilar Calva Mercado from Mexico. Please be concise, not more than 10 minutes. I don't see her in the Zoom. So next, Anastasia Semyonova. So we continue the topic of young people. So hello once again. So I'm the youngest representative, I'm the youngest speaker at today's conference. And today I would like to talk to you about Telegram channel that is called To Protect the Life, Origin of Life. So we can't see the image, and we also kindly ask you to use the full screen mode. And please turn on the video. So yes, we can finally see you. Sorry for some technical issues. So the history of my Telegram channel when I was in the 10th grade. So I finished 10th grade of gymnasium. So in gymnasium, each student has make a project or a research work. And last year I decided to make a project on the abortion topic. Why this topic? Because it's very relevant, and it is relevant because in current world, we see that traditional values are shattered and being destroyed, which will not allow you to create a normal, healthy, solid family. In February, I have founded a project, Abortion, Severity and Consequences. I was led by Ivan Smirnov, candidate of biological sciences. As a result of my project, that I defended in our gymnasium, the number of people who believe that abortion is not a homicide from 32% reduced to 5%. So it's just a result from one of these surveys. And also in the commission, there was a psychologist, Larissa Surkova, candidate of psychological sciences, mother of 7. After my project, she said, if I set up a Telegram project, she will give me a hand and she will support me. So this is how my channel was born. Some information about my channel. So I have 860 subscribers. The average number of views is around 197 reactions, and the engagement rate is 33%, given that from 6% of engagement rate is okay, it means that the audience is very active. So coverage by language. My channel was at least viewed by English, German, Spanish, French, Ukrainian, and Belarusian people. So my best posts. So this is the best post, embryo on the hand. It's a leader in terms of number of reactions. Also, you can see a QR code that leads to my Telegram channel. Another, when will the cell become a baby? It's also a winner by number of views, more than 4,000. An absolute leader is the 49 days post. Leader in quantity of views, it got almost 5,000 views. For this conference, I have published a social poll in my Telegram channel, attitude towards the child in the womb. And 242 people took part in this poll, and now it's almost 300. So there are some charts that didn't change drastically. On the left top diagram, we can see the proportion between males and females. And the bottom chart is the age groups. So people from 15 to 60 plus years took part in the poll. And where my audience get information about fetus development, the graph shows that other social media are leading the internet on the second place, getting information from medical or healthcare professionals. And on the third place is my channel, The Origins of Life. Next, there were some questions. Do you believe that a child in the womb of mothers is the living organism at all stages of pregnancy? More than 90% said yes at all stages. On the right, from which moment an embryo becomes a baby? More than 70% said that since the moment of conception. 70% said when the heart starts to beat. And the bottom chart, the question, do you believe that interaction of mother with her baby in the womb can influence the baby's development, like conversations, music, and so on? And 88.9% said yes, absolutely. And 7.7% said probably. So conclusions. Social media and internet are the main sources where people can get information about how fetus is being developed in mother's wombs. And we see that there is a positive attitude towards this matter. Also, we need to arrange special classes in schools to raise awareness about these matters. So you can see my contact information and a QR code to my Telegram channel. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Anastasia. How old are you? I'm 17. And I just finished my 10th grade. So, dear friends, please pay attention. So, if we had more young people like that, I think that the agenda in our country would have been different. And Anastasia and what she did, this is thanks to her teachers. And we see that the role of a teacher is critical. So, dear teachers, we encourage you to inspire such young people for such a great and brilliant activity. Елена Subotina. So she left. All right. Then Maria from Mexico. Maria del Pilar Calva Mercado, are you with us? Yelena, are you going to present or we can skip? So, okay. Yelena Subotina, because we need to give time to everybody. She represents a very good topic. She's the head of the project From Conception to Birth, a project that was already highlighted previously. It's not actually my presentation. Can you please look for the right one, the latest version? Maybe I can share it with you. So I would like to follow one of the previous speakers, Nikolai Moiseev. So we worked together to create a school lesson, how you started. So yes, that's the correct presentation. And the result of our work is about the textbook that Nikolai mentioned. So actually, to improve quality of school materials, to form the ethical attitude towards birth, it is important to pay special attention to the demographic crisis, and people from our initiative group that includes scientists, embryologists, professors of leading universities, teachers, psychologists. We have carried out an intense work. We have made an analysis of a school textbook and how this topic is covered in textbooks. We have analyzed all the textbooks, and we have a material referring to each textbook with the author, paragraph, page, part of the text, where the attitude towards where the education is reflected of embryo development. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, in 50% of textbooks, and it's 100% of textbooks from federal list, and they don't pay special attention to that. So sometimes the text goes that fetus doesn't always resembles to a human being since the very beginning, and they have traits that are typical to other species. And by the moment of birth, these traits disappear. So, and you can see the title and the author of the book. And this is how actually a fetus is being described in Russian textbooks in the second and third terms of pregnancy. the task of our class, how you started, it's just a working title. Also, we have another title, Your Life Before Birth, how your life started. It is not yet adopted because we need to harmonize it with the Ministry of Education. So we need to raise awareness about how people are being created and how they develop. We want to increase the value of humans' life in a very similar, in a very simple way, and we need to build fundamental knowledge. For example, the beginning of life is the moment of conception of ovicells and sperm cells, gametes, at which the gender is already predefined. That's the scientific fact that we need to say. So at 21st day from conception, a fetus heart already beats, and this is scientifically proven, and all literature can be found on the last page of our textbook. And so later on, an embryo gets human-specific traits like ears, eyes, wrists, feet, and then a citroflobastic period of feeding starts. Next slide, please. So our book tells about conception, about the way the cell and sperm cell come together. So the target audience are students of 8-9 grades. It can be used as an additional material to lessons such as reproductive system, individual human development. And we got a review from Irina Siluyanova. She is the head of biological department. Also, we got a review from Alexander Molchanov. Next slide, please. Next. So this is the review from Mr. Molchanov. We are now finishing the textbook. There are certain moments that we need to clarify, and we are finishing the editing process. So this textbook is written in a language that would be available to students of 8-9 grades. And we have worked specifically to make this textbook in a very logical and entertaining way. We also have pictures. Next slide, please. This is a complete review. This is one of the best reviews, so that's why I would like to show it to you. It just warms my heart. Intense work has been done from a lot of professors. We get reviews, but they don't want to become co-authors or co-editors. Yes, they give us feedback. They say thank you. But what's happening in the embryologist environment? We don't get support that we really need. So we called Russian Academy of Sciences for expertise, but briefly, well, Kekel, yes, he was passionate about something. Maybe he didn't draw something correctly, but they're not so excited. We can't just remove him from textbooks. So if you can really help us, it will be a great idea.
So if you could help us, because these materials, they require a formal expert evaluation. And now I feel myself as a professional embryologist because we studied so much. We do understand your concern. Yeah. So we would like to get a final report, and Alexander Yurievich mentioned that if we make final changes, then Professor Gluchenko will give his final report. Well, I hope this will be true. Really, we do our best, and it is extremely important that everything should be streamlined. Yeah, it should be harmonized, because any deviation will prevent us from having this solid foundation. So we rely on the course book on antenatal development of infants, and it is a fundamental course book developed in the Research Institute on Morphology, and it is a rare thing. It wasn't been republished, so we have one copy, and we keep it as a treasure. So this work of ours, made in 2004, and you know, all the authors are great scientists, and there are no doubts about them, but unfortunately, somehow they don't see it anywhere. So this is briefly what I wanted to share with you. Thank you, Helena. Yeah, it is a school lesson. Yeah, it is not something else. Yeah, it should be taught at school. I do apologize. So we don't have time. We have just 10 minutes left. Thank you very much. I would like to support Elena because we sent a letter to the Ministry of Education, this to be included as some supplementary work, but we just got, a formal letter saying nothing. But if there is expert support, then it would be easier. So we might get again this answer that, well, this is nothing, okay, somebody got distracted and included that part into the school course books. Right, thank you very much. We have two more speakers. I would like to listen to Maria del Pilar Mercado. Okay, she had 3 people ahead of you, so we are looking forward to her contribution. Online, Maria Delgado, and she's going to speak about project. And we also have Dmitry Fetishin, who is supposed to speak as well. Dmitry, are you? Yes, good afternoon. I'm here. Okay. Maria del Pilar, can you please find out if she is here? Can you please give a signal to her that we are expecting her? Maria, are you with us? Maria del Pilar. Oh, Maria, are you with us? We are very happy to see you. Up to 10 minutes. Good afternoon. Maria, can you hear us? We can hear you.
Ya, Franny, la guardaste la tarjeta bien, ¿verdad?
Пожалуйста.
¿Qué?
Напишите по-английски в чате.
Pero vas a comprar algo, o sea, pagas al final. ¿Ahorita pediste algo o lo vas a pedir al final? Okay. Ah, perfecto. No, es que aquí está muy bien, no se oye. Sé cómo me llega menos luz.
Sí, me comparte la contraseña.
Sí, ahí va. Ya,
Михаил, скажите в микрофон, чтобы она подключила канал. Микрофон можете?
Y nos vamos a quedar mejor, vas a ver.
¿La tienes ahí?
No, no me traje. Por tráetela y puedes ir trabajando.
Maria, please start your. Please start in English. You may speak. Please turn on microphone. Are you hear us?
How do I choose the English channel? Because I'm inside, I see myself, I see the PowerPoints, but I don't know how to get to the English channel. I'm not in the correct place?
No, you may speak in main channel.
Мы можем тогда сделать последовательный перевод?
I don't understand what you tell me. Do I start speaking?
Dear Maria, could you choose more button if you are logging on phone? Okay.
Yes, I'm in the phone. Which button do I choose? The blue button? The blue button?
Yes. And then interpreter.
Okay. Tell me, because I have a serious sight problem. So you have to say me the blue. So I pick on, I put on the blue. Okay.
Okay.
More button.
More button in the Zoom. Do you see it?
I already chose it. Am I in the okay? In the blue button.
Okay, let's go as it is, and we will. And please make some pause in order that translator may translate.
Okay, good. And you are going to put the PowerPoint, right? I'm ready.
Сергей, включи презентацию, пожалуйста.
Do I start speaking?
Now we are starting presentation.
Okay. I start? Okay. So get to the fourth slide, please.
Сергей, ты включаешь презентацию?
Да.
Четвертый слайд, пожалуйста.
Good morning. This is Dr. Pilar Calva, geneticist from Mexico. I'm going to present on gene editing, a work I just presented in Dr. Jerome Legeune's homage in Rome. All human beings have their genetic material in in the nucleus of every cell. It's made of, the next slide, please, DNA, that it's put then into chromosomes. If you can have this next slide. In this DNA, the order of the letters that are the nitrogenic bases gives which protein will they construct. Some proteins are for structure, other proteins are from function. For example, we have a gene that makes the protein of the insulin, so we can get advantage of sugar to nourish our cells. If we can jump 2 slides, please. We also have the RNA. The RNA, in difference of the DNA, starts in the nucleus and it copies a small amount of the big DNA, just an instruction or a recipe to produce certain protein for something. We have 3 kinds of RNA. If I can have the next one. One that takes the message from the nucleus with the instruction to the place where they make the proteins, that is in the cytoplasm, in a place called the ribosomes. Then there's an RNA, the transference RNA, that takes the amino acid to construct the protein. And finally, the ribosomic RNA that helps regulate the speed of the production of the protein. Now we are on the next one. What is the genomic? It's the amount of genes. And if we could skip where it says dogma, I think it's 2 slides more. The dogma of genetics is you have an instruction in the chromosomes that is copied into an RNA, and then there's the production of a protein. The next slide that speaks about the código genético, the genetic code. That means that every 3 letters means an amino acid. The next slide, please. What is the human genome? It's the whole of our instructions of who we are. So this is all what should happen in our body. Now I'm going to speak about mutations in order to speak with gene editing. If I could have the next slide that says mutaciones, mutations. What is a mutation? Imagine you have a book and there is an error in one of the letters, and then what you read can be either misspelled or misunderstood. That's a mutation. It can be the next one, a letter that inserts into the human genome. That's a letter that is added and all the frame goes bad. There can be a deletion, that means a letter is taken out of the reading of the book, or it can be a change of one letter to the other. So a mutation causes sickness. The mutations can make you sick. The next one, please. So when there is a mutation, you have a disease. Usually it's a genetic disease that is called simple cell disease. Now, what is gene editing? If you want to put the next one, the gene editing is the possibility today that we have, that's genetic engineering, of correcting one of the letters that is incorrect or manipulating it for other purposes. The next slide, where we see several cells, and it says where, when we do the gene editing. If we can skip 2 more, another one, please, another slide, and another slide. Okay, I think we are not on the correct ones. Well, we can do gene editing either in gametes, in the embryo. This is the one, the correct one. So if you do it in the embryo or in the gametes, it's different as if you do it, if you can click another one so it appears a somatic cell. For example, if you click, there will be another picture that appears that is an example as a somatic cell. A somatic cell is, for example, a nervous cell, a kidney cell. So what are some of the ethical things, the next one, on gene editing? The first one, the next slide, please, is the purposes. There could be gene editing, if I can have the next slide, please, for therapeutic purposes. This would be good, the one before. Therapeutic purposes is correct if you do it on a somatic cell, because if there is any bad, it would only affect, for example, the liver. We should never do therapeutic purposes of editing either on gametes or embryos, because it could put in danger the new life. That is why Dr. Jen say that gene editing should be done only in somatic cells. Now, If we skip two more, please. Therapeutic things can be done on the embryo only if it has already been proven in somatic cells and benefits are much higher than risks, because we are speaking of a patient who has an dignity, and all doctors should respect him. We should never do gene editing on an embryo for purposes different from therapeutic purposes. What are other purposes of gene editing? Other purposes of gene editing could be production. What can we produce on gene editing? We can make good products. For example, we can produce insulin through gene editing. We can put the gene for insulin in a virus and then introduce it to the bacteria, and then it will be very cheap to obtain human insulin. And this is very good for the patient, not only because the cost is much less, but because it's a human insulin. So the patient, the diabetic patient, will not reject this insulin. There can also be a production of to better make foods in agriculture or cattle, but we should always be seeing that the benefit is greater than the bad things. So if we can take off the presentation just to make my conclusion. Sorry for skipping, but I got less time than I should, so I had to cut it. What I can tell you now, if you want to close the presentation, is that, as Dr. Lejeune said, research, scientific research, is good as long as it respects the human person since conception until natural death. As also, if we respect limits, and what are those ethical limits are the limits of natural law. Thank you. I don't know if we have questions and time for questions. Frankie, ¿puedes ver si
Спасибо
está el audio? Porque como
большое.
que no los...
Thank you very much.
Я
Ya lo sé.
If there are some additional questions, we are going to send them. We are going to send them over. Thank you for your contribution. And now our next presenter. Dmitry. Good evening, dear colleagues. Director of ETA organization, project. Sergey. Oh, it's a beautiful slide. Over to you, dear colleagues. Good evening. I would like to thank you for this opportunity to take part. Can you please adjust your camera? We can't see you. Right, this one is better. Thank you very much for this opportunity to take part in this conference. There's been so many important presentations.
So this will help us to protect women's rights and human life. I think that this is a very relevant and important topic, and how to deliver this information to the target audience, to ladies, women, fathers, politicians, entire community. So Olivia project is trying to solve this task. So imagine that you can speak to a very big amount of people the truth and the scientific fact that the human life starts with the conception. You can do it across entire country. So even tomorrow, a lot of cities and towns across Russia can get information that we have highlighted at this conference. And you can do this on a regular basis, day after day. So if we speak about this on a regular basis, there will be some changes in human minds, in people's minds, and we will finally be able to talk about love, loyalty, family, traditions, homeland, all these traditional values that we stand for, and we would like them to be promoted. So it is very important to talk about these values because they allow you to protect your health and to preserve family. This is what we are dealing with in our organization. This important and helpful information must be distributed elsewhere, starting from kindergartens, state or public organizations, institutions of education, medical centers and hospitals, even sporting venues, because it's all about introducing amendments to our legislation. So now laws are using non-scientific terms in terms of the human life's beginning. You know that biologists, embryologists, and from a legal perspective and from the religious perspective, we say that identity, dignity, and God, it's all written in our constitution, and this should be applied to unborn children. And we are ready to arrange this digital advertisement in the parliament so our politicians come to their job and see when the human lives begin. And if we have such an opportunity, we will grab it. In modern world, we realize that media projects are more popular, so people tend to watch videos, short clips, some interactive things, because the tempo of life is too fast. They don't have enough time to deep dive into these materials. That's why people are looking for concise, short information. And Olivia will allow women and young ladies, when then they're visiting a maternity welfare clinic, they will see how babies are being developed. They can get contact information from support centers. If they have complications, they can get information where to go to. They can watch embryosha videos, and these videos can be shown across entire country, and we can manage and control these processes remotely and in a centralized way. And these videos are being produced by funds that stand for the protection of Russia. And they're so numerous that I can't give you the entire list of these foundations. They will fund the right media content that we need to translate to citizens of Russia. And we want to solve this problem. How to reach a particular person, how to deliver this information to every single one in Russia, and how to translate this information from foundations to regular people, and to tell people that life begins at the moment of conception. What do we need to set up a project? It's very easy. We can use a TV set, a player, internet access, and there are two options, cloud-based solution or on-premises solution. So you may have a small number of TV sets or players, or you are expanding to the entire region. So economically, if you're expanding to a bigger territory, you should probably go for a server. This organization What does it include? You see that a user in a remote mode, in their account, they can manage the media base. Media base includes all these video clips made by those foundations. So we accumulate all videos in a one single base. Every day, the number of such videos is increasing. We find new ones, and also we find videos of our Western international colleagues, so we translate them into Russian, and it's a very good asset as well. Not just videos, but posters, short videos, photos across different topics, like prevention of abortions, different propaganda, funny videos, videos that show that children are all about happiness and they are very good. The base that we form, we aggregate the best top media, and this is what we can publish. It can be short videos. We can also use materials and footage from this conference, and we can put it into other videos. So those videos that translate the importance of life and the importance of children and family. So we can create a playlist, and it will be a sequence of these videos to be shown. Then we can schedule playback. We can set how to show this playlist, at what days, when to start, when to switch off. Everything can be managed automatically. And most importantly, this can be done remotely from any point in the world. There are no limitations on number of devices that will demonstrate these videos. So you can upload videos both in the Western region, in the Central region, and in the Eastern region of Russia. All you need is to have your hardware in place and internet access. And also you can make adjustments as you wish. And also you can have a separate video flow to every particular TV set. And also you can provide contact information about regional and federal centers, which is very important because you can show a particular phone number for a particular region. You can promote local actions or activities, and these things can be done automatically, remotely, from any country in the world. There are several modes of playback with sound or mute. You can also add subtitles. And we wanted to use best practices from other projects that already deal with such activities. So, for example, during lunchtime, you can mute video, or you can add subtitles as you wish. Also, you can use QR codes, because, for example, if you don't have time to finish watching the video, use your phone to scan a QR code and watch this video later when you have time. If we're talking about project price, so any project has terms and the costs and the results. So we have already discussed what we need for infrastructure. As for cost, there are several options. If it is a cloud-based solution for small number of devices, the automation of such of one location is less than 50,000 rubles. So it's a procurement of TV set, like 30,000 rubles. Wi-Fi receiver, a Wi-Fi modem, and a USB stick, or USB modem. We were happy to get internet access at one of the maternity welfare clinics. So they had some repairings, and there were some people fixing internet, and they got us an internet cable. So the second option is it's for mass locations, so you can buy a server. It's not very expensive, just 35,000 rubles, and this allows you not to pay for a subscription to cloud. However, cloud subscription is just 250 rubles for 1 month. So as for periodic payments, it will be so it will be like not very expensive, given what kind of modem you are using, 4G or 5G. If you already have internet in the location, so the project cost will be 250 rubles per month. If you are using service, it's absolutely free of charge. I'm sorry, but we have run out of time.
Конференции со всеми контактами. Спасибо большое. У нас последний докладчик. А куда он? Вон, вижу, да, Михаил. От имени
We want to lend our final vote to Embryosha, whose spokesman will be Michael Astafurov.
Доложит Михаил Астафуров. Благодаря Михаилу во многом сегодня состоялась конференция, и мы очень ему благодарны.
Не преувеличивайте,
Да, запускается.
So we are ready to start. Dear colleagues, am I heard well? I want to greet you at this very important conference. There were many people who worked at it, and we were longing to conduct it with a deep desire. By the grace of God, there are gathered so many specialists in the field of jurisprudence, medicine, embryologists, and well-known scientists, including from other countries too. Finally, Russian and foreign authorities. There is a great hope in our hearts that this conference will promote an idea of a constructive approach to the life of the unborn in Russia, relying upon the experience of other countries as well. We are grateful to all who joined our broadcast and arrived to Moscow too. In this report, I want to focus on the vast teamwork in which I myself recently took place. This work is devoted to illumine the life of an unborn child and its worth to society. This idea is that there is a child before birth who is not blameless, whose name is Embryosha. He has placed himself in the heart of the pyramid of our team, thus uniting us together. You can see it in the next slide. The idea is that there is a child before birth who is not nameless, whose name is Ambrosha, and he's placed himself in the heart of the pyramid of our team, thus uniting us together. The other hands and the feet of Ambrosha supporting him managed to post his various messages and thoughts using YouTube and Telegram channels, as well as Russian social network Vkontakte. We are performing the task of Ambrosha, that is, to spread the knowledge among all the people that he is alive, as well as unborn children like him, who are able to sense and to hear his mom and dad. This Ambrosha do using funny videos at his own YouTube channel, and you are welcomed to hear from him. Now let's speak about Ambrosha Telegram channel called I'm Alive, Ambrosha speaking from inside the mother's womb. Like Anastasia, I will refer to the most viewed posts. The first one is devoted to some outstanding cases, like a beautiful couple from Russian city Vologda, which mother is only 20 years old but already gave forth the 5th twins, and this couple received government support in the form of the free-room flat. This post gained 36,000 views because of many reposts. Then go some posts demanding analysis and thinking. For example, Russian statistics on birth, and finally go posts about moral and religion. Once upon a time, Telegram channel of famous Russian blogger Andrei Tkachев, who is a Russian Orthodox church priest, and you can hear from him also at YouTube, had reposted the post from our channel, and then eventually we had almost 600 people subscribed. Therefore, our audience is mostly religious, and we are trying to fill their interests. Recently, we monitored the activities of our subscribers by conducting social survey called When Human Life Does Begin, from conception or from birth. Only 9% of our subscribers engaged in, and only a few answered that the life begins from birth, and the rest answered that the life begins from conception. There are almost 80% of women and 20% of men relying on total amount of who joined our journey or our survey. The average age of our respondents is 43 years. Now let's speak about our YouTube channel. It is a place where Ambrosha himself might speak about his life using funny videos. And for example, in the video about the heart, he states that Texas heartbeat law usually saves more than 100 little lives in this state daily. This law prohibits killing of a child in the womb of the mother, whose heartbeat can be heard using ultrasound equipment. You are welcome to hear it. Another video called When We Start Sensing Pain and almost starting from the 5th week of pregnancy is connected with what Alexander Molchanov was speaking about today. The next video, Lullaby for Ambrosha, is about music, how it affects unborn children. For example, classical music makes them calm and the modern makes them excited. It is what about Michael Lazarev spoke about also. According to some study, children are able to distinguish various languages within the womb. Moreover, Ambrosha is concerned with the education of the littlest ones of our society. He reads to them fairy tales, and we are supporting him in this initiative. You can find a lot of funny stories of Russian and foreign authors at Ambrosha YouTube channel. Read about him. There are some statistics of our YouTube channel as the next slide. You can see that more than the half of our subscribers are women and the rest men. The average age of our subscribers is approximately 40 years. However, there is a very low level of involvement. Last month, only a few subscribers listened to our channel. Our audience is mainly Russia, 70%, Ukraine 5%, Kazakhstan 4%, and 6% is for Belarus, Kyrgyzia, Uzbekistan, and less than 1% is for Germany, Moldova, Armenia, USA, and other countries that gain, however, only a few views. I need to say that on the next slide, please. We are grateful to all our comrades who shared videos of embryos at schools, orphanages, and other places. Having seen these videos, children indeed understand that Embryosha and all unborn like him are alive. And our children are not supposed to think at this question when they are children. So we need to speak about it in a most gentle form, not including some rude terms for the ear, in order for them to understand that life begins long before birth. And they begin to understand. So it will spare them in the future from making an abortion. Also, Embryosha takes place in various social initiatives. For example, we distributed flyers on his behalf at the State Duma building of Russia several years ago with 10 law-giving initiatives. And Embryosha also participates in the Love of Our community. He speaks about various efforts of all Russian pro-life movement, as well as wishing Happy Christmas and a Happy New Year. This movement is called За жизнь, for life. Significant part of Embryosha law-giving initiatives are already accomplished in Russia by God's grace in some miraculous way. For example, in the end of 2023, there started extensive work in the Russian regions for introducing punishment for encouraging women to make an abortion. It is the 12th initiative of Embryosha. Today, there are already 10 Russian regions, including Pskovskaya Oblast, Tverskaya Oblast, Mordovan Republic, and other regions who accepted this law and used penalties reaching up to 200,000 rubles for entities for the encouragement of women to do abortion even if the letter was not completed. The 8th initiative of Embryosha proclaims forbid of abortion in private clinics. The bill that was not accepted in Russia in December 2023. However, many private clinics, especially in Crimea, refused to do abortion within their walls after this bill was declined. Moreover, a Russian Ministry of Health managed to limit the distribution of some available cures inducing abortion in Russia last year. Michael, sorry, we are intending to move on because of the next speaker. Excuse me, I'm finishing, so the next slide you can see context of our team and our sources as well. You are welcome to write to us and to subscribe. Thank you for your attention. Lena Viktorovna, we are ready to listen to your very interesting theme concerning military.
Все-таки сказать наше слово. Дело в том, что